the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1251 Rhino and Wild Boar. Rostrity. Look. I'm really flying. Higher. 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 Pig-headed Beaver felt himself slowly rising up, waving his limbs excitedly, like a giant turtle with a pig's head. The mad rhino-headed Rostrity actually gave up the fight at this time, turned around and looked at his companion and laughed. Ha ha ha, Beaver, you idiot. You are being lifted up. For a moment, everyone present felt suffocated. Damn, where did these two weirdos come from? They were fighting? Just stopped like that? And the rhino-headed, his eyes were blown out. Now he doesn't care at all. You should be more serious. Saji felt that he was tricked, but he immediately reacted. Damn, isn't this a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Saji raised his Mk-17 Scar H and used the Mk-17's Mk-13 to 40mm grenade launcher to hit the rhino Rostrity's head. Boom. The grenade hit the rhino's head, blowing it upside down. Unexpectedly, Pighead Beaver laughed even more happily when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha. Rostrity, you are too lame. This time, the rhino-head did not laugh with his bad friend. He covered his head and turned over to sit up, looking at Saji who was shooting with bloodshot eyes. Saji was stunned, and suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he was stared at by a beast. However, the fact is almost the same. Rostrity seemed to be completely enraged, perhaps because he made a fool of himself in front of his good friend? Roar. Rostrity lowered his head, put his hands on the ground, and then ran on all fours, like a real rhino rushing towards Saji. Seeing this scene, Saji instinctively raised his assault rifle, aimed at Rostrity and shot. But the bullets hit Rostrity and were all bounced off by his thick skin. As Rostrity got closer and closer, Saji had no time to shoot, and hurriedly dodged. Rostrity seemed to have really turned into a rhino. He couldn't even turn. He just rushed straight in a straight line. On the other side, Pighead Beaver couldn't continue to laugh at his good friend. Because he felt something was wrong. He finally realized that he couldn't seem to control his body. Hey, what's going on? Get down. Get down. Benjamin, who was below, bit his teeth and almost vomited blood. This guy was heavy to begin with, and he was still shaking at this time. It was simply fatal. Go. Benjamin used all his strength to throw Beaver up, and then two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, one white and one blue. The two figures simultaneously pulled the spider silk and flew up with their legs together, kicking Beaver hard in the stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Beaver hit the ground hard like a bomb. Bang! Then Beaver bounced up like a ball, and then bounced a few times on the ground. It seemed that this guy didn't suffer much damage at all, he was so damn elastic. Ouch! Ouch! After doing all this, Benjamin knelt on the ground with his hands on his waist before he could see Peter's admiring eyes. He beat his old waist desperately like a real old man. Peter ran over to help Benjamin up. His expression was very complicated. The emotions were completely incoherent. By the way, did Benjamin's waist injury get cured after being baptized by dragon bone extract? Peter. How are you? Stacy ran to Peter's side as soon as possible, intending to check on herself. Well, although she knew that this Peter was not her Peter, he was not her boyfriend, but she would still subconsciously confuse. In fact, in a sense, she was not wrong. This Peter and her Peter were the same person in many ways, just Peters from different worlds. Benjamin almost vomited blood again. Big sister, which eye of yours saw that he was in trouble? It was me who was in trouble, okay? Young people nowadays. But think about it, I am also Peter. Stacy cares about Peter, and she is also caring about him. Well, apart from thinking this way, he really can't think of a reason to excuse himself. Perhaps Benjamin was too obvious. Stacy also realized that it was Peter who supported Benjamin, not Benjamin who supported Peter, so. Benjamin, are you okay? This is what it's like to speak without confidence, and the voice is getting smaller and smaller. Benjamin resisted the urge to spit blood and said calmly, it's okay, I don't know if it was an illusion. Anyway, Stacy heard the sound of teeth about to break. Hey. What are you doing? Come and help. Parker over there didn't understand what the three companions were doing. He couldn't handle the pig alone. Parker originally planned to tie up the pig with spider silk, but the pig was too strong, and the spider silk didn't have much effect on him. He just wrapped it a little and tore it apart. Parker was so anxious that he was sweating. "Here we come," the three responded immediately. With the arrival of the 4 little spiders, the efficiency of the spray spider web was naturally improved a lot. For a while, Pighead Beeper was a little too busy. This guy obviously had some brain problems. He was so focused on dealing with the spider silk that he forgot about Spider-Man, who was spraying spider silk. Kingpin, who had been monitoring this place, looked at Kenji Koyama with a cold face. Kenji Koyama wiped his sweat a little nervously. "It seems, this potion will affect the user's brain," although Kenji Koyama asked Kingpin to choose 2 simple-minded people with strong limbs as experimental subjects before. Kingpin did so. Bieber and Rostity are Kingpin's subordinates. They are not very smart, but they are not so stupid. If they are really stupid, how can they still be in the gang? Although there is no threshold to be in the gang, it is not so stupid that they will accept even idiots. Kingpin snorted coldly and gave up the idea of mass production of this potion. If all his subordinates become like this, there is no need for superheroes to fight him. He can be stupid to death by his subordinates. However, this thing is not completely useless. For example, when cannon fodder is needed, this thing may be used unexpectedly. "Keep producing some of this stuff for backup." Jin Bing left after saying this, and then turned away. "The virus must be accelerated." "Yes," Xiao Shankenji immediately promised. After Jin Bing left, Xiao Shankenji wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a researcher came to Xiao Shankenji. "Professor, Xiao Shankenji knew what the researcher meant very well. Jin Bing asked them to create a virus that is just right for infectiousness and lethality, and then use the virus to create a large-scale plague. This is Jin Bing's plan. He intends to use the virus vaccine to make a fortune while intervening in politics through the vaccine. In order to meet this plan, this virus must perfectly meet several standards. For example, infectiousness and lethality. In fact, they have already tested it in Japan, and the effect can only be said to be not quite in line with expectations. The virus is too lethal. The host died before it had time to spread the virus, so the infectiousness is naturally not strong. But even so, Japan also brought Jin Bing a lot of benefits. But that's all. So Jin Bing needs a new virus to complete his plan. The infectiousness must be strong, otherwise it will be just like the time in Japan, just a circle of self-sustaining, at most making some money, and nothing else. But the lethality cannot be weakened too much, otherwise if the lethality is low, others may not really care. Although Jin Bing is just a gangster, he knows the thoughts of the politicians above too well. For those politicians, voters are actually not important, but the votes in the hands of voters are important. What are voters when they are not voting? Nothing. If the lethality is not strong, even if the infectiousness is strong, it will be useless. If the lethality is strong, those politicians may dare to tell you that it is a big cold. Although if the infectiousness is strong, even if the lethality is not high, as long as the base is enough, many people will die. But don't underestimate the integrity of these politicians. If the number of deaths is not shocking, these politicians really dare to ignore it and even don't let you report it. Don't look at these American politicians shouting about sesame oil all day long. If you really believe it, you are a big idiot. So the lethality must be strong, but not too strong. And the stability of the virus must be guaranteed. At least a mutation of the virus must be under control, and the vaccine and antidote they are researching must be able to perfectly restrain the virus. Otherwise it would be a lot of fun to create a virus that destroys the world. Jin Bing just wants more power. If all the people are dead, why does he want power? To rule over flowers, plants and trees? In short, Jin Bing is like the worst party. He not only wants colorful black, but also wants black to be so black and white to be not so white. Well, there will always be a way. Maybe we can change our thinking. Xiao Shankenji has been thinking about this problem. How can we perfectly meet the requirements of Jin Bing? For example, give up air transmission, Xiao Shankenji said. The unnamed researcher was stunned, but the bus requires to ensure infectiousness. Air transmission is the fastest way. No, not necessarily, such as plague. Historically, plague is a pandemic with a high mortality rate. It was called the Black Death in the 14th century and killed about 50 million people in Europe. The transmission routes of plague are flea bites, droplets, skin wounds, and digestive tract infections. The researcher pondered for a while, but modern sanitary conditions seem unlikely to allow this situation to happen again. In fact, plague still exists until now, but it has been well controlled. At present, plague only occurs in epidemic areas. Because the living standards of humans have improved, they often eliminate rats or clean up harmful garbage in their living environment, so the living environment of rats is isolated from that of humans, which reduces the occurrence of plague. So this is difficult to accomplish. Hemorrhagic fever and dengue fever, which are the same as plague, only occur in backward areas. Sanitary conditions determine it. This is an idea. Ideas are dead, but people are alive, said Kenji Koyama. He felt that there was no need to limit himself to mosquitoes, rats, and ants. He should open his mind. Science is about daring to think. Let's go back to the battlefield. Just when the four little spiders were about to tie up Poghead Beaver, an RPG suddenly shot over. Stacy was the first to notice the RPG. Her first reaction was to use spider silk to wrap around the RPG and throw it away. But the explosion didn't pay attention to the landing point, and it suddenly exploded on the billboard in the distance, and there were ordinary people below. Seeing that the tragedy was about to happen, the little spiders had no chance to rescue. Stacy was even more shocked. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flew there, and when the billboard was about to fall, he grabbed the billboard. Fuck. Do you want to die? Then the figure began to spit foul language and cursed at the onlookers below. A group of people originally wanted to cheer, but they could only run away in shame after being scolded. It was Jessica. Jessica used to be mixed up at the bottom of society, so her mouth was really dirty. Even if she is now in the special department, she should not be so. She doesn't indulge those onlookers at all. In fact, Jessica has been complained many times for inappropriate words. Even if this guy helps others, his mouth is full of fragrance. This leads to Jessica being a superpower, but not being regarded as a superhero at all. People call her a foul-mouthed dead cop, a bitch with a bad mouth, etc. Her popularity is quite bad. That is to say, she was protected by Kai, otherwise she would have gone home to eat herself because of various complaints. Kai also knew about Jessica's fragrant mouth, but he didn't care too much. It's enough to do the job. The police are not waiters. It's enough to save people and fight criminals. You can't ask a person to be able to handle cases, fight, be beautiful, have a strong sense of justice, be upright, and be polite and set a new trend at the same time, right? You need to understand that everyone has advantages and disadvantages. As long as it doesn't affect their job and doesn't commit crimes, that's enough. You ask so much, do you think it's a beauty pageant? Seeing Jessica save the situation, a group of people breathed a sigh of relief. No, the next second, another RPG was fired. Now everyone was in a panic. At this time, a slender woman in a red samurai costume and several guys in black ninja costumes rushed over with the RPG. The parachute cord and heavy artillery reacted very quickly, turning the gunhead and starting to shoot fiercely at the guys who suddenly appeared. The two black ninjas reacted half a beat slower and were knocked to the ground. The female warrior in red didn't even look at her companions being hit, and rushed to the trapped Pughead. These ninjas are from the Bigfoot gang. Their goal this time is to ensure that these two idiots are not easily killed. No matter what, they are also precious assets. The rocket was not aimed at Spider-Man and his men, but at Pughead Beaver. Beaver is now entangled in spider silk. If the spider silk is not burned, Pughead Beaver may really be captured. Chapter 1252 Reckless. At this time, Parker, Andrew Garfield version, was the first to react. He shot out spider silk directly, stuck a manhole cover not far away, and then threw it hard, and the manhole cover was thrown right on the RPG. Boom. The huge fireball exploded in the air. Although the shock wave caused a little impact, it was still good that Pughead Beaver did not escape from the spider silk. Roar. On the other side, Rhino Head Rostity also climbed up. He twisted his big head to look for Saji's figure everywhere. He looked clumsy and actually was very clumsy. He looked around twice before he found Saji's position. It is said that rhinos have poor eyesight. Perhaps because of this reason, Rhino Head Rostity looked around twice before he found Saji's position. This reaction speed is really amazing. Facing the rhino head rushing over, Saji and the parachute cord immediately dispersed and shot him in a skirmish formation. Unfortunately, the effect was not very good. The bullets could not penetrate his skin. It was just luck that Saji blew his eyes just now. In fact, in a gunfight, not many people can maintain a hit rate in a mobile war. That is, Rhino Head is big, wide, and a clear target. As long as you shoot at him, most people can hide him. But it is a bit difficult to replicate Saji's operation of shooting his eyes. Fortunately, just when Saji and his men were at a loss, a figure flew over and grabbed Rhino Head's tail. Rostity didn't react at first, and kept arching forward, but slowly, his speed became slower and slower. Obviously, he was only a few steps away from Saji, but he couldn't move any further. After trying several times and failing to catch Saji, Rostity finally realized that his butt was a little uncomfortable, so he turned his head. He found a woman who was only as tall as his waist, with her back to him, holding his tail, with both feet stuck in the concrete, and desperately exerting force in the opposite direction. Rostity felt that he was fooled. How could such a small person compete with him in strength? With that in mind, Rostity swung his tail fiercely and immediately threw the little woman out. Jessica, Saji and the others knew that Jessica could fly, but after seeing Jessica being thrown out, they couldn't help but shout. But the next second, Rostity rubbed his eyes fiercely. Because after the little woman was thrown out, she was actually suspended in the air, and then turned around and rushed towards him. Rostity was a little confused for a while. He looked left and right, as if he was going to ask others if he had seen it wrong. But before he could speak, Jessica raised her fists, cosplaying as Superman, and hit Rostity's head fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, Rostity's huge body hit the ground like a felled wood. When the special forces saw this scene, they almost reflexively raised their hands and cheered. Jessica. Great. Well done. Only the funny guy who opened the parachute rope couldn't help but grin. The heavy artillery noticed his expression. What's wrong with you? I was planning to get along with her. Kesu is a typical scumbag who only cares about sex but not love. He only likes Jessica because she has a good figure and is beautiful. He has no intention of falling in love with her. He just wants to learn from the Italian artillery and shoot her. Now he feels that his original idea was a bit hasty. If he gets hit on the head like this, he will definitely be crushed. Just thinking about it. It feels like walking around the gates of hell. Chongpeo, a tough guy who likes music, couldn't help but show a high mountain expression at this time. It's too damn suicidal. Be careful. That monster is not dead yet. At this time, Saji's reminder resounded throughout the battlefield. Everyone looked at the rhino head in the middle of the battlefield. The rhino head Rosted stood up unsteadily. He covered his head and kept shaking it. He seemed a little dizzy. Such a loud noise. Even steel would be penetrated, right? This guy just felt dizzy? Of course, this is because these people don't understand the price they have to pay for mutating like this. The price is, their brains are probably only the size of a fist, otherwise they wouldn't be so stupid. As for Rostity, his skull is much thicker than a steel plate. After shaking it, he was fine. Jessica was stunned. You know, her fist was swollen. But the other party actually shook his head a few times, and then nothing happened. What the hell? When Rostity put down his hand, he found a touch of red on his hand, so he wiped it again reflexively, and a mess of eyeballs came out of his blood-red left eye. This made him even more manic. Then he looked at Jessica. Jessica was stunned for a moment. Wait, you blame this on me? Obviously, this is the case. The rhino-headed Rostity buried his body, and 2 streams of white steam spurted out of his huge nostrils. His huge feet stomped on the ground twice, and then roared and rushed towards Jessica. Jessica was also stunned. She didn't even think about it. She roared angrily, grabbed a knocked-over car from the side, blocked herself in front of it, and rushed towards the rhino head. Saji opened his mouth and wanted to call Jessica. He wanted to say, "Girl, we don't have to be so tough. In fact, that guy can only run in a straight line. Let's hide, it's not shameful." Unfortunately, Jessica was obviously the type of person whose body was faster than her brain. She didn't think too much at all, and the two of them bumped into each other. The distance between the two was not far, and the surrounding participants were shocked by Jessica's fierce fighting style. This girl is really a man. The rhino head is 3 meters tall and very large. It rushes like a truck. Jessica's figure is actually not that tall, about 1.75 meters, which is considered tall among girls, but compared with a rhino head, she is like a dwarf, but she rushed up without fear. That scene is really distressing. When the rhino's horn hit the car, There was a loud bang sound. Under the violent collision, the car was directly broken in half. Jessica was knocked away holding the two halves of the car. But halfway through the flight, Jessica held the car and hovered in the air, and then continued to rush. The rhino shook his head and saw Jessica rushing up again. He was not afraid at all and kept his head down and prepared to continue. Fuck. Everyone else was stunned. You said that the rhino was sick. They could understand. After all, he looked like this, and it was not unacceptable to have no brains. Moreover, this thing seemed to be a joke from beginning to end, and it was normal to have no brains. But you, Jessica. Come on, you are also a big beauty. Why are you like this? In the past, everyone in the special department knew Jessica. I think Jessica is a carefree beauty. When you get along with her, you will quickly forget that she is a woman. Even though she is a beauty in every way, she is not very feminine in private. She doesn't like to wear makeup or buy clothes. She wears either police uniform or work clothes all day long. She is a complete mess of a man. But this is the first time I have seen someone so reckless. Boom. Jessica lifted up two pieces of cars and hit Rhino head hard. The huge force made the parts of the car fly everywhere. Rhino head was hit twice and was a little confused. Jessica took advantage of the situation and grabbed two pieces of cars and threw them at his head. Boom. A piece of bumper flew out. Boom. Spring steel flew out. Boom. The engine was directly blown up. Boom. The shaft flew out. Boom. A large number of parts flew out like flowers from heaven. Rhino head was really stunned. Every time Jessica hit the car, everyone present frowned. The audience watching the live broadcast also had similar expressions. After all, the scene was too exciting. After about a dozen hits, the car in Jessica's hand was smashed to pieces, leaving only a twisted steel plate, which seemed to be a steel plate on the chassis. The tip of the steel plate was broken, forming a sharp fracture. Jessica looked at the remaining steel plate in her hand, and without thinking much, she grabbed it and flew into the sky. Then she hugged the steel plate in the air and aimed the sharp fracture at the rhino head. Then she threw it from the ground and accelerated from the air. The rhino head was indeed stunned. He had a small brain, not no brain. He was caught and beaten for a long time, so he was dizzy. Originally, Jessica was aiming at the rhino head's eyes, intending to insert a whole steel plate through the wound of the left eye. As a result, the rhino head was dizzy, so he was staggering. Fortunately, when the steel plate was about to pierce him, he dodged, so the steel plate that was originally intended to pierce his eyes was inserted into his shoulder. Jessica's steel plate was inserted smoothly, but she didn't expect that the rhino head's body was incredibly strong. With Jessica's strength and the acceleration of gravity, the steel plate was definitely enough to pierce an elephant. But in the case of the rhino head, the steel plate did not move after it was inserted into the rhino head's shoulder for 7 or 8 centimeters, and even one arm was not removed. Jessica was very dissatisfied. She stepped on the rhino head's shoulder and pulled out the steel plate with a crash. The blood pressure in the rhino head was extremely high. After the steel plate was pulled out, the blood rushed to 2 meters high. Jessica was drenched in blood. Jessica was like an ancient warrior. She ignored the blood dripping on her body and the screams of the rhino head. She held the steel plate with both hands and planned to hit the other eye of the rhino head. The rhino head almost instinctively turned its head and used its rhino horn to meet the steel plate. Jessica shook her hands violently, and a string of sparks burst out from the steel plate, and then the steel plate flew out of her hands. Perhaps the sparks and the severe pain made this crazy rhino completely crazy. Jessica was just hit by its randomly waving fist and was knocked out. Not only that, one of her arms also drooped limply at her side. Obviously, this arm was broken. As for how it was broken, no one knew. There was also an unlucky ninja who was just passing by and was hit by the rhino head's fist. He was hit and stuck to the top of the truck. Every place on his body that could breathe was spraying out messy things. The madness of the rhino head made the red-clothed female warrior go crazy. Obviously, the pighead had not been rescued yet, but the other one also went crazy. What kind of thing is this? The person who came was Tang Jing, the adopted daughter of the Bigfoot gang ninja leader Shredder who had appeared before. She didn't want to follow such a mission, but there was no way, because these two guys were too stupid. But it was precisely because of their stupidity that the higher-ups felt that someone must cooperate, so she still came. Asshole. Stop immediately, Tang Jing shouted weakly. Now the situation is not good. At first, They only planned to cause some damage and then retreat immediately. Their purpose was just to make New York chaotic and give those superheroes something to do, so that they would not stare at Kingpin all day long. Give Kingpin some time. As long as the virus is completed, their goal will be accomplished. As a result, something went wrong on the first mission. What the hell? While Tang Jing and Red was shouting, a figure that Tang Jing was impressed by suddenly flew in the air. Nightingale. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the sky, and the other eye of the crazy rhino had also exploded. There was a girl with blue twin ponytails hanging on Nightingale. She was holding a pistol at this time, looking at the people below with a smile. Hey. Good evening, everyone. Why didn't you invite us to the party? The faces of those ninjas changed. Oh no, it's that crazy woman. During this period, if anyone is the most persistent towards Kingpin, it must be Nightingale and Quake. There is no way, because of the deep hatred. As for the other members of the Pretty Girls Special Forces, that is, Kai's 3 adopted daughters, they don't have much time to go out and do activities, because they have to go to school, so they can only go out and do activities during holidays. When the ninja saw Nightingale and Quake, they immediately looked at Tang Jing. Retreat. Tang Jing was also very decisive. If they dragged it on, they themselves would not be able to leave. As for Bieber and Rostity, wish them good luck. Liz, seeing the ninja retreat, Quake Kais immediately shouted to her companions. Got it. Nightingale and Quake flew over the roof of a building. Quake immediately flipped over and landed on the roof, while Nightingale continued to fly towards the ninjas. At the same time, a hole appeared in Nightingale's wings, and then many flying machines flew out one by one. Those flying machines were a bit like bat darts, but with bigger wings, and looked like little birds. As soon as these flying machines flew out, they immediately scattered and flew towards the ninjas at high speed. Quake, who landed on the roof, grinned nervously while assembling her beloved fish bones. Let's continue the party, fuck. Everyone felt their heartbeats speed up. During this period, Quake could cause a lot of noise, especially her bombs, powerful and crazy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1253 Gap. Wait, even a reckless man like Jessica felt that Keith was going too far. Because of Keith, the Special Forces and the New York Police Department had always turned a blind eye to the Pretty Girls Special Forces. But this was not the lair of any gangster, but in public, and it was the famous Cranberry Street. If they were to use a fishbone here, the entire New York Police Department would be in trouble tomorrow. By then, the New York Police Department would not be able to avoid seeing the Pretty Girls Special Forces. Why is that? Keith was extremely dissatisfied when he saw the fishbone being snatched away by Jessica. But when he saw Jessica drooping one arm, Keith did not go up to snatch it forcibly. Although Keith was a lawless bear child, he was not so vicious. Seeing that Jessica was so miserable and came to stop him, Keith did not make any extra moves except being a little unhappy. Jessica rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to say more to this bear child. Everyone said that she was reckless and did things without considering the consequences. But compared to the bear child in front of her, Jessica felt that she was already very stable. Waiting for the blinding thunder to subside, a huge metal giant appeared in the middle of the street. When Keith saw the giant, he immediately curled his lips and turned around to run away. But as soon as he turned around, he grabbed Jessica's 2 pigtails. Where do you want to go? Hey, muscle girl. What are you doing? Be careful, I'm going to bite you. Hey, bite me. If you dare to bite me, I'll tell you. Jessica was now showing off. She knew very well that her boss had high hopes for Keith, so he always wanted to throw her into school and let her study hard. Even if she didn't want her to really become a good student, at least she shouldn't be as crazy as she is now. Like all Chinese parents, they always think that school can make their children better. But Jessica didn't want to, especially since Kai, this guy, inexplicably became her guardian without her consent. In fact, Jessica didn't hate Kai, but she didn't like him either. Kai was always serious and looked like he was doing it for your own good, which made her feel that Kai was a difficult person to get along with. Keith doesn't like others to arrange her life, even if it's for her own good. She is such a willful person. More importantly, compared to Adrian, Kai is really too long-winded. He can't help but whisper in your ear, saying things like this is not good, you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to do this and so on. As a result, Keith's head hurts when he sees Kai. He, just accept your fate. I heard that your teacher Barbara has called the boss several times, and the female teacher also threatened the boss to sue him at OCFS. The so-called OCFS is the New York State Office of Children and Family Services. It is a government agency, and you can tell what it does by looking at the name. Huh? Keith was stunned. Why, Barbara is your teacher? That's right, she is a kind-looking middle-aged woman. And it is said that she is dedicated to protecting the rights of children and women, and is a politically active person. She is also Keith's teacher. Because you have skipped classes too many times, and the boss is too busy. Barbara wanted to talk to him about you several times, but she missed it for various reasons. This made her suspect that the boss did not fulfill his adoption responsibility and did not care enough about you. She thought the boss was not qualified, Jessica said gloatingly. The boss finally dealt with this social activist. I heard that the boss was very angry. For Kai, the profession of teacher is more sacred than police, especially when you have children. Except for some idiots, no Chinese parents dare to disrespect teachers. So in the face of Barbara's criticism, Kai not only did not dare to get angry, but also had to coax her. This is also a very rare experience. In the United States, there are really not many people who dare to show their teeth to Kai. But it was a fat middle-aged woman who did it. When Keith heard this, he immediately made a bitter face. It's over. I'm going to be scolded again. Speaking of Kai, Kai immediately attracted the attention of the rhino head as soon as he appeared. Now the rhino head had lost much of his rationality and would only attack any living creature he saw instinctively. And Kai appeared in the form of a destroyer, which was too conspicuous. So the rhino head immediately noticed Kai, and without any hesitation, he roared angrily, lowered his head and bent his body, and rushed towards Kai with his hands on the ground. Kai stood there waiting for him. At the moment when the rhino head was about to hit Kai, he lightly jumped to the side, making way for the rhino head's horn, and then swung the battle axe from his waist and chopped the rhino head's waist. This opened a huge wound in the rhino head's abdomen, revealing the rhino head's thick fat layer and the faint internal organs inside. Then Kai ignored the rhino head's screams, held the axe in both hands, chased after the rhino head who was bending over and holding his belly, and swung the axe on his head. The rhino head almost instinctively turned his head and used his rhino horn to meet Alvin's axe. Kai's hands holding the axe shook violently, and the axe chopped off the rhino horn in front of the rhino's nose and most of the nose, making this crazy rhino completely crazy, but this was just the beginning. Kai took advantage of the situation and swung the axe back on the blind rhino's forehead. Because he used the hammerhead on the other side of the battle axe, the fierce force did not break the rhino's head, but under Kai's huge strength, the power of this thing was not weaker than the axe blade. The huge force burst out with terrible lethality on the hammerhead, smashing the rhino's head down. Crack! After a creepy cracking sound, the rhino that was hit by the axe had two pink brains spurting out of its blind eye sockets. The terrible rhino who was so majestic just now, with brains spurting out of his 7 orifices, stood and shook twice, and then fell to the ground with a bang. But even so, the chest of this thing was still heaving. It's not dead yet. Kai was also surprised by the strong vitality of this monster. However, no matter how strong the vitality is, it has become like this, and now it is basically dead. As for the pig head, in fact, this guy is even funnier than the rhino head. He is just here to make up the numbers. At the beginning of the battle, he was making fun of himself, and then he was tied up into a big ball by 4 small spiders with spider silk, with only a funny head exposed outside. After dealing with the rhino head, Kai noticed Liz flying back. Liz just went to chase those ninjas. Although she killed a lot of ninjas, it was a pity that Tang Jing still escaped. Liz is no longer the little girl who only wanted Keith to protect her before. She has even become accustomed to killing people. I don't know whether this is right or wrong. Seeing Kai standing there, Liz landed from the air very obediently. Mr. Wayne, Nightingale was a little afraid of Kai. To be honest, Kai had a good impression of Liz. After all, she is a good student. Although good academic performance does not necessarily mean good people, as a Chinese, I naturally have a good impression of good students. After all, this is a scholar. Especially since Kai was a poor student. If he wasn't a poor student, he wouldn't have gone straight to the army without going to college. If college students join the army, the treatment is much better. Kai eliminated the destroyer armor. He faced Liz with his true face. Seeing Kai's actions, Liz was a little hesitant. She was thinking whether she should also come out of the armor. After all, it was polite. But just when she opened the armor and was about to come out, Kai stopped her. It's okay, just be like this. After all, if your appearance is made public, there will be a lot of trouble. Liz is not Kai. Kai debuted very early, and he is a policeman himself. He has never hidden his identity. People are used to having such a policeman. The key is that Kai's relatives and friends are not ordinary people. It is very difficult to use relatives and friends to threaten Kai. But Liz can't do that. She still has a mother, and her mother is just an ordinary person. Not to mention the bad guys, even those annoying reporters can drive her mother crazy. Don't underestimate the integrity of those reporters. In order to make a big news, they don't care whether they will bring any harm to a poor woman. In fact, Kai and Liz didn't have much to say. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other. Kai just said something like, asking her to stay in school more and not run around, and that her mother was worried. As for Liz, although she didn't hate Kai's persuasion, she didn't intend to listen. She was much smarter than Keith. She knew very well that Kai had actually acquiesced to some of their actions. Otherwise, with Kai's strength, wouldn't he be able to catch them? The reason why he was nagging was entirely out of concern. You can choose not to listen, but there is no need to show impatience. He said, just listen, in short, don't refuse, don't promise, nod to everything he says, so that he will be happy and you can also relax. Everyone is good. Sure enough, seeing that Liz was so obedient, Kai immediately let her go, and then turned around to find Keith. Keith was not so lucky. He was dragged to school by Kai. That Barbara almost blew up Kai's phone. It seemed that his appearance was just to catch Keith back to school. The Rhino Man and the Pig-Headed Man were taken away. Anyway, there are definitely many people who are interested in them, such as the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD. When the Rhino and the Pig-Headed Man were taken to the police station, the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD had already arrived at the scene. Kai did not issue any specific instructions to the two monsters, so the New York Police Department did not make any arrangements. Since the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD were interested, then they would be given the rights. Anyway, the conditions of the New York Police Department were such that they could not be detained at all. If they made trouble in prison, the losses would still be borne by the New York Police Department. So it would be better to simply hand them over to the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD. This way, they could still get some favors. The Shadow Bureau and SHIELD did not expect Kai to be so happy this time. After all, based on past experience, Kai did not like them very much. The Shadow Bureau was still okay because they had no conflicts with Kai. SHIELD was different. Kai had publicly stated long ago that he did not like SHIELD and rarely cooperated with SHIELD, so the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD had already made plans and tried to persuade them. But they did not expect it to be surprisingly smooth this time. However, there was still a problem before them. Now there are two targets, so, how to distribute them? Someone said, 2, 1 for each. Why can't it be distributed? If the two are intact, then there is no problem. But now, although Rhino Head is not dead, he is also half dead, and it is a question whether he can survive. With discrepancies, there will naturally be disputes. Especially the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD. Not only are they in the same industry, but the Shadow Bureau itself is used to benchmark SHIELD, plus Carter and Steve of the Shadow Bureau are very clear. SHIELD still has Hydra, and they will face each other again sooner or later. So the relationship between the two is not just as simple as competition. Naturally, the Shadow Bureau will not give in, and even if possible, they want to take both monsters into their pockets. SHIELD is much simpler. They are SHIELD no matter how embarrassed SHIELD has been recently. You have to admit that SHIELD has always been the boss over the years, and there is a kind of arrogance of I will protect the world from top to bottom, which makes them look down on other agencies. For example, the FBI often takes the blame for SHIELD. SHIELD agents operate in China under the name of the FBI. The CIA takes the blame for SHIELD overseas. As for the Shadow Bureau, they look down on it even more. SHIELD can reach its current size after decades of development by a bunch of geniuses, such as Ms. Carter and Howard Stark. And what about the Shadow Bureau, which has only been established for a few years? Whether in terms of background or scale, the Shadow Bureau is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of SHIELD. They naturally cannot let the Shadow Bureau make decisions there. So the two parties quarreled in the New York Police Department. The bigwigs of the New York Police Department naturally could not intervene in the dispute between them. Anyway, it doesn't matter who gets it, you can discuss it among yourselves. But it was precisely because the two parties refused to give in that the rhino head and the pig-head man stayed in the police station. Chapter 1254 Baron Stark's Legacy. Is Kai not interested in rhino heads and pig-headed people? Not really. It's just that, for now, Kai really doesn't have the manpower to study this stuff. Whether it's nanoworms, dark elves technology, or newly added parasitic beasts and symbionts, each research requires a very professional team to conduct public relations. Kingsman has his own research institute, which is not small in scale, but the problem is that the cracking and application of dark elf technology alone is a huge project. Here I have to sigh that the dark elves have done a really good job in protecting knowledge. Although many technologies are still lost, the remaining technologies are enough for humans to digest for 100 years. Let alone the aviation technology of the Dark Elves, it is enough for Kingsman's research team to do nothing for decades and concentrate on understanding those technologies. As for the nanoworm technology, it is also very complicated. Fortunately, Stark is the main force in this regard, and Kingsman only needs to connect. Kingsman also set up a research group for the remaining parasitic beasts and symbionts, but the main force is still the Stark group and the Wayne group. There is no way that Kingsman's research on biotechnology can be compared with the Stark group and the Wayne group. Because of this, Kai's scientific research force is stretched to the limit. After all, scientific research talents are not cabbages. Even if Kai has more funds, it is impossible to put together a whole reliable scientific research team in a short time. In particular, these studies are very important and require high confidentiality. It is not enough to just form a scientific research team. There are many things to pay attention to. So Kai can only give up. And Kai doesn't like turning people into half human and half beast. There are many ways to enhance human strength. Why do you have to do this? Besides, if Kai really wants this technology, how dare SHIELD and the Shadow Bureau not give it to him? So Kai didn't get involved in this matter at all. Instead, another thing interested Kai. You said, SWORD is infiltrating Hydra. Raven finally found an opportunity to go home off work that day. The children were very happy. After all, their mother Raven had not been home for a long time. The three children were very sensible and knew that Raven's mother was going to work, so they did not make a fuss. But it was a pity for Kai, who had to be both a father and a mother during this period. He was always called to see the teacher. Kai had never bowed and apologized to people frequently in his life. As a result, Kai's old face was completely lost for these three naughty children. Fortunately, Kai himself was not very resistant to such things. After all, raising children was also a new experience for Kai. In the evening, the family ate and talked at the dining table, from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. It was not until little Bernard finally couldn't stand it anymore that the family ended. By the time Raven had settled the three children, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. It was so hard for the two of them to lie in bed like a couple, but they still talked about work. It was outrageous. But Raven did find a lot of information from SWORD. Yes, SWORD seems to have found a mutant research base of Hydra. It's in Sokovia, a country Kai had never heard of in his previous life, and rarely heard of in this life. It is a small mountainous and barren country bordering Slovakia and the Czech Republic. It is a small country with no sense of existence. Unless there is unrest again, it is difficult to appear on international channels. Even if there is unrest, it can only be a short message on the news channel at most. It is such a country, but there is actually a Hydra base. It's really interesting. Hydra infiltrated SHIELD, and then the subordinate agencies of SHIELD infiltrated Hydra in turn. What's more interesting is that SWORD was actually infiltrated by aliens. Raven smiled after hearing this. Don't forget us, we infiltrated aliens. The word chaos is enough, it feels like a spy war. Why is SWORD so concerned about Hydra's mutant base? I don't know, huh? Aren't you the director? Kai asked curiously. Have you been discovered? No, Raven shook her head confidently. That group of people couldn't have discovered me. It's just that although Maria Rambo is the director of SWORD, in fact, I found that since Maria Rambo fell ill, some parts of SWORD have been out of her control. For example, the infiltration of the Hydra base in Sokovia, those aliens. Humph, only Nick Fury, that idiot who overestimates his own abilities, would think that he can control an alien race that once established an interstellar empire. Until now, Kai couldn't understand what Nick Fury was thinking. How dangerous are those Skrulls? Apart from anything else, the ability to perfectly transform is enough to make anyone wary of them. Not to mention, the Skrulls' technological level is far superior to that of humans. Why does Nick Fury think he can control them? As for Nick Fury's surrender to aliens, Kai actually doesn't believe it. Because no matter how you look at it, Nick Fury is a paranoid man who is full of control over everything. Would he turn to someone else? It's impossible. The only explanation is that Nick Fury feels that he can control the Skrulls. But this is even worse in Kai's opinion. When did Nick Fury do something? He was always full of confidence? What was the result? Although the Skrulls are refugees now, their ancestors were rich. The former Skrull Empire was well known throughout the universe. In the eyes of the former Skrulls, the Earth was a barren land in the corner of the universe where no one lived. Others simply looked down on it. Even if they were in decline, they would never accept the rule of an uncivilized savage. Anyway, Kai couldn't understand it. Then find out what they are going to do. I've already started. Raven naturally couldn't let go of this information and had already started investigating. And, are you really going to talk to me about this all night? Kai was stunned. Who started it first? Raven didn't care about that. She turned over and sat on Kai's body. What are you waiting for? It's almost dawn. After dawn, I will become that dark and ugly old woman again. Or do you like that kind of style? Bah, Kai felt insulted. Isn't this doubting his aesthetics? The Sokovia Hydra base they were talking about was also undergoing a huge change. Clairvoyant Garrett walked into the main control room of the base. And behind him, followed Scorpion and a group of death warriors. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to convey an unfortunate news to everyone. Our beloved Baron Strucker had a little accident in the United States not long ago. So he can't continue to lead the work for the time being. And I am your new commander. I hope we can work together to continue our great cause. Hail Hydra! Garrett raised his hand and made a very old gesture, raising his right arm high, fingers together and forward to salute. Nazi salute. Hail Hydra! And others in the command room also raised their right hands. As for those who were unwilling to raise their hands, they had already been lying on the ground. As soon as Garrett took over the base, all of Baron Strucker's loyal followers were cleared out. So the ones left were able to see the direction of the wind. Garrett was very happy to see everyone cooperating so well. Now that Baron Strucker's power has been swallowed up, the biggest problem they face has been solved. Baron Strucker has been hiding in Eastern Europe. It seems that he has no sense of existence, but in fact he has secretly accumulated a lot of strength. Otherwise, Strucker would not want to go directly to the United States to grab land and invade Alexander Pierce's sphere of influence when Alexander Pierce's power was declining. As a result, Alexander Pierce was more skilled. Baron Strucker had a son who was sent to the United States when he was very young. Even the child himself did not know the identity of his father. As a result, Pierce found out, but after Pierce knew it, he turned a blind eye to the child for decades, completely ignoring him. Let Strucker think that he has hidden it well. After all, with the nature of Hydra, if other people knew about his son, they would definitely make a fuss. In addition, Alexander Pierce's power was severely weakened, so this old antique who had led Hydra since World War II was a little bit arrogant. It happened that his son's first child was about to be born, and Baron Strucker attached great importance to the birth of his family's eldest grandson. So he secretly went to his son's place, intending to welcome the eldest grandson into the world. Unexpectedly, Alexander Pierce had been waiting for it. At the moment when his eldest grandson was born, Garrett raided Baron Strucker with the Death Warriors. Not surprisingly, Baron Strucker was defeated. This power struggle ended in a bloody way. Hydra was silent about this bloody struggle. They knew that this was Alexander Pierce demonstrating. After all, if he didn't fight back fiercely, his sphere of influence would definitely become a meal for other branches of Hydra. Not only that, Alexander Pierce unified Strucker's forces in a very short time, and made many of Strucker's men surrender directly. This is another deterrent. Let them not forget that the strongest force within Hydra is always their American branch. It is also because of this thundering method that other branches acquiesce to the fact that Alexander killed Baron Strucker, and made others pinch their noses to recognize Alexander's occupation of the Eastern European branch of Hydra. So there was Garrett's move to Sokovia to receive Baron Strucker's legacy. Sokovia is Baron Strucker's lair. After World War II, many Hydra members hid in the country. Since then, Hydra has established a secret base in this country, and began to erode the power of this country. Today, the remnants of Hydra have established an underground kingdom in Sokovia, and they control all aspects of this country. It can even be said that Sokovia is Baron Strucker's back garden. Everything in this country is danced by Baron Strucker's mind. If he wants, he can make the country peaceful and tranquil. Similarly, he can turn his hand to plunge the country into long-term turmoil and war. With this place, Alexandria will no longer lack manpower and financial resources. After sorting out Baron Strucker's legacy, Garrett discovered a project of Baron Strucker, Scarlet Witch. He quickly found the person in charge. The person in charge is a scientific researcher, and he doesn't care who is the leader. We are all Hydra, as long as you pay. So there is no concealment of this plan. It turns out that this is a mutant project dedicated to the development and training of powerful mutants. Now Garrett is interested. You know, when Baron Strucker was attacked, there was a mutant named Carl Creel beside him, who is very strong. He can imitate any material he has touched by changing the molecular structure of his body. During the imitation process, his strength, endurance, and ability to withstand blows have been improved to varying degrees. If it weren't for Scorpion's help, it would have failed. So Garrett was particularly impressed by the mutants under Strucker. Currently, this project has only 2 test subjects. We call them Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. What are their abilities? According to our classification, we divide mutants into 5 levels. Levels 1 to 5 are Epsilon, Delta, Gamma, Beta and Alpha. Oh, Garrett was interested. It was the first time he heard that mutants were classified, a bit like taking a job title exam. How do you distinguish them? Then the person in charge explained in detail the differences between the 5 levels of mutants. Level 1, Epsilon mutants, refers to mutants with weak abilities, and even some mutants with some relatively large defects in their abilities. This kind of mutant may not be as good as ordinary people. Level 2, Delta mutants. Mutants are still weak in terms of their abilities, and can control their own abilities, but most of them are more inclined to auxiliary abilities. Level 3, Gamma. This type of mutant has lethal abilities, or has powerful abilities but cannot fully control them. And this type of mutants is the most numerous. Level 4, Beta level mutants, are mutants who can fully control their abilities, and most of their abilities have powerful effects. For example, Carl Creel, Logan, and Red Tank are of this type. They are masters of mutants. There are few in number, but they have great destructive power. As for the last level 5, Alpha level mutants, it is their speculation, each of them has the ability to destroy the world. So far, they have not found a living specimen. If you really want to give an example, it is the Night King. In short, they are idealized mutants. What level are Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver? The person in charge suddenly became excited. Level 4, Beta level mutants. More importantly, they are still very young. They are our masterpieces. The most likely to become level 5, Alpha level mutants. Chapter 1255, A Mistake. Garrett was even more interested now. If they could create a mutant that could rival the Night King, then what would Hydra be afraid of? Now Garrett understood why Strucker was so confident in going to the United States to grab territory. The few rotten garlics under Strucker were not strong enough to fight, and they surrendered collectively after being fooled by him and Pierce. This made Garrett and Pierce think that Strucker was stupid in this small place of Sokovia, and thought that he could go wild in the United States after S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a heavy blow, so they always looked down on him. But others have worked hard in this broken place of Sokovia for decades, and finally it is the harvest season. They are about to become invincible in the world with their magical skills, but they are not allowed to go wild, although they will be gone if they go wild. So, this battle was won by luck. If Baron Strucker is a little more cautious, they can't win. Thinking of this, Garrett couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat in his heart. But winning is winning, and losing is losing. There is nothing to say. Now everything of Strucker belongs to them. Go and see these 2 secret weapons. Garrett almost rubbed his hands in excitement. Soon he was taken to the outside of the two closed cages in the deepest part of the base. Before approaching the cage, the person in charge handed him a helmet. "Put this thing on, otherwise the Scarlet Witch will find you. She is a girl and doesn't like people prying into her privacy." Garrett looked left and right with a helmet. "Can this thing restrain the Scarlet Witch?" The person in charge sneered. "How is it possible? If it was that easy, we would not regard her as the most likely seed to become a level 5 alpha mutant. This cage is made of special materials, which can isolate Wanda. Oh, I forgot to introduce it. The Scarlet Witch's name is Wanda Maximoff, and she and Quicksilver Pietro Maximoff are twins." The person in charge put on the helmet first. Then the two passed through layers of doors and finally came to the outside of the cage. The so-called cage is actually a large room built with a material similar to black crystal. The room was fully equipped with daily necessities. Wanda Maximoff was floating cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes tightly, and her right hand kept turning and making various gestures. On her right hand, a magic cube composed of crimson energy was also turning with the gestures. A crimson energy kept surging around Wanda. That is, Garrett felt that this scene was a little familiar. The energy used by the Dark Elves in London last time. "You want to talk about this, right?" The person in charge obviously knew what Garrett wanted to say. Garrett looked at the person in charge seriously. The person in charge nodded. "Very similar. We call it chaos magic internally, which can create something out of nothing and change the power of reality. Even now we don't know where the limit of this ability is, so we are so sure that she can be called a level 5 alpha mutant. The cage where Wanda and the others are located seems to be transparent. In fact, you can see inside from the outside, but you can't see outside from the inside. But if you don't wear that kind of helmet, then Wanda will sense the gaze of the observer. Although Wanda is not cruel by nature, she will definitely not mind using means to teach the peeping pervert a lesson." Garrett didn't understand, but was shocked. "So if we let her deal with the Night King?" Garrett shut up. Because he saw the person in charge's eyes changed, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. "As I said, Wanda is not a level 5 alpha mutant yet. Letting her deal with the Night King now is simply courting death. If he didn't need this guy's ability, Garrett would have shot him in the head." So Garrett decisively changed the subject. "Where is Quicksilver?" "Where is he?" Quicksilver's room was empty. "He's always here," the person in charge said proudly, then took out a tablet, clicked on the surveillance screen and slowed it down 1,000 times. Inside the room, a shadow was flashing at a very fast speed. "This is, yes, Speed Force. It's similar to the ability of the Flash in Los Angeles. But there are still differences between the two. At least when Quicksilver moves at full speed, lightning will not be generated. We are very interested in this topic. Perhaps we can discover the secret of super speed ability from it. So, sir, can you give us more research funds in the future?" Sure enough, those who do scientific research like to cheat for funds. Garrett didn't think it was a big deal. After all, they are really useful. Unlike the SHIELD Science Department, which has so much funding every year. As a result, they only develop things like the aerospace carrier, which looks awesome, but is actually very useless. In comparison, the one in front of him is too childish. In fact, there is no way to do this. All large institutions are like this, taking more money and doing less things. On the contrary, small workshops like Baron Strucker are more efficient. "No problem," Garrett agreed to add research funds without hesitation. "But, it seems that they seem a little, oh, this is normal. Their abilities are what we think are enhanced, so they can't control their powers too well for the time being." Hearing the person in charge say this, Garrett also noticed that Wanda was injured and bandaged, and as for Quicksilver, I can't see him clearly. But from just now to now, Garrett has not really seen Quicksilver's appearance clearly. He has been moving all the time and has never stopped. You can think of strengthening the abilities of mutants. Garrett was surprised and happy. If they can really do this, doesn't it mean that they will have an endless supply of mutant warriors in the future? Judging from this, Hydra will soon rule the world. That's right. The person in charge scratched his cheek a little embarrassedly. It's just that the success rate is very low. When Garrett heard this, he was immediately poured with a basin of cold water. Yes, if it was really that powerful, Baron Strucker would have rushed out of Eastern Europe to rule the world long ago, so how could he give them a chance to take advantage? But Garrett still held on to his luck. Very low, hollow, about 1%. Garrett had dealt with people from the science department. These guys who cheated funds couldn't help but believe what they said, but they couldn't believe it all. If he said it was 1%, then the real data was probably only 1/10 of this. 1,000th, the person in charge pulled the corner of his mouth and wanted to explain, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say it. Damn, this guy is not easy to fool. The most feared thing for scientific research is investors who know the business. It's too damn hard to fool. What is the concept of 1,000th? In other words, in order to organize a strong team of mutants, Garrett must prepare at least 10,000 mutants for them to conduct experiments. Fuck. If they can control 10,000 mutants, what kind of bullshit experiments are there? Wouldn't it be better to form an army of 10,000 mutants? After all, no matter how weak mutants are, they are stronger than ordinary people. How did they succeed? Garrett was a little unwilling, so he asked. It was an accident. The person in charge didn't dare to fool around. After all, they repeated the experiment according to the successful experience of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and the success rate was 0. The Maximov brothers and sisters were born in Sokovia in 1989. Their childhood was the most chaotic era in Sokovia. At that time, the domestic opposition and government forces fought fiercely. No, it should be said that the whole of Eastern Europe was in a heated situation. In a war judged by the government army, a missile from Stark Industries attacked their neighbor's house. The attack caused their parents, Oleg Maximov and Irina Maximov, to die, making them orphans at a very young age. They had a very hard time to survive until they showed their superpowers and were discovered by Hydra. Interestingly, the attack that year allowed them to see the logo of Stark Industries, which led them to believe that their parents were killed by Stark Industries. Until now, they are still full of hatred for Stark Industries. This kind of idiotic logic is simply laughable. You don't hate the person who killed your family with a knife, but you go to hate the person who made the knife? But this doesn't seem to be a problem for Hydra. They don't want weapons to be smart. On the contrary, the simpler and dumber they are, the easier they are to be used. So not only did they not think about correcting this, but they continued to deepen this idea and let them live in hatred. Perhaps it was because the obsession with hatred was too heavy that they survived the inhumane experiment. Is that it? Although the success of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch cannot be replicated, it does not mean that their value is not great. On the contrary, the abilities they have shown now are valuable enough. How long will it take them to adapt to their own power? Very soon. They are doing very well now. You should really see what they were like at the beginning. That's good. I have a feeling that we will need them soon. What Garrett didn't know was that his every move was under surveillance by others. Skrulls. However, compared to Garrett's disdain for the mutant transformation experiment, the Skrulls took this experiment very seriously. A long time ago, there was a legend among the Skrulls. The Skrulls were on their home planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, and at first they were just like humans today. Later, the gods came and created the Skrull humanoid race with superpowers. One of them, the mutated Skrulls, can transform into various creatures at will, analogous to the mutants in the human world. The other Eternal Skrulls cannot transform, but their own power is very strong, similar to the Titans from which Thanos came. The mutant Skrulls eliminated all competing species and became the ancestors of the contemporary Skrulls. The last member of the Eternal Skrulls, Clayburn, nickname Eternal Skrull, married a female leader of the mutant Skrulls, Sligold, and became the supreme god of the Skrulls. His direct descendants are the so-called Super Skrulls, a bit like Dragon Ball. Super Skrulls are different from ordinary Skrulls. Although ordinary Skrulls can transform into another person, they cannot copy other people's superpowers. Super Skrulls can not only copy other people's appearances, but also copy other people's superpowers. It is even said that Super Skrulls can copy multiple superpowers. This is amazing. But like all legends, the reason why it is called a legend is naturally because there has never been substantial evidence to prove its existence. After all, this stick pierces the ancient times of the Skrulls, which is too long ago. When the Skrull Empire was still strong, no one took this legend seriously. After all, the Skrulls at that time were already powerful with their strong technological strength and transgender ability. At that time, the Skrulls had 978 subordinate alliances, and the Skrulls almost ruled their own galaxy. Those legends were only regarded as fairy tales. Would anyone verify the truth of fairy tales? Later, the Skrulls were beaten to pieces by the Kree, and a group of dead survivors began to pay attention to their origins. After all, this was their last cohesion. Without such identity recognition, perhaps the concept of the Skrulls as a nation would disappear completely. With the strengthening of such identity education, some Skrulls became crazy and began to move towards fundamentalist extremism. They began to pursue the power of their ancient ancestors. The Super Skrull plan was also conceived in this situation. Those Skrull survivors were no longer the former Skrull Empire. They were just poor wanderers. They had no technology and no resources to advance their so-called plans. After all, they can only wander in the universe in a state of panic. Once discovered, they will either be captured as rare animals or killed by bounty hunters and take their heads to the Kree Empire for a reward. So the so-called Super Skrull plan has always been just a verbal plan. Until they came to Earth. Although Earth seems to be very backward in their eyes, it has everything it should have. They have resources and a place to live, so the Super Skrull plan was also put on the agenda. But, the plan did not go smoothly. Until they discovered Baron Strucker's mutant transformation plan. When the information of this plan was uploaded to the Skrulls' Lausio, the Skrulls realized its value. Perhaps for humans, this plan is too cruel and inhumane. Ordinary mutants cannot withstand such cruel experiments. Many of these experiments also involve the NDA level. Once a problem occurs, it will immediately lead to genetic collapse. But for the Skrulls, this is not a problem. Because the genes of the Skrulls are very special. Take the Skrulls' ability to transform, for example. In some ways, the Skrulls' ability to shapeshift is very similar to that of Mystic Raven. They can both copy others at a genetic level, so once a Skrull has transformed, it is impossible to tell them apart using DNA sequencing. In other words, the Skrulls can withstand the most difficult parts of the enhancement experiment. Chapter 1256 The Last 22 Hours. Maria. I didn't expect you to make it. Nick Fury contacted Maria through the Skrulls' technology. Seeing that Maria was already in a much more energetic state, Nick Fury was sincerely happy. Yes, I defeated the god of death. Maria, dressed as Raven, performed according to Marita's speaking habits. Maria is considered a first-generation feminist. She is not the kind of female fist who shouts about gender equality, but is actually just a disguised demand for privileges. She is a true feminist, and independence and self-reliance have always been a part of her. She is not the kind of person who will back down in the face of challenges, even death. Nick Fury smiled and nodded, but he had already obtained Maria's medical records. Maria's condition has indeed improved, but cancer is really hard to say. Sometimes it is considered cured, but no one knows when it will suddenly relapse. Once it relapses, it will be completely hopeless. What's more, Maria is only getting better in all aspects now, and she is still a little far from being completely cured. This is the Maria I know. Nick Fury couldn't pour cold water at this time. Although I'm happy that I survived temporarily. But when I saw your face, I suddenly felt. I'm not that happy. Raven is a veteran actor. When she transforms into anyone, she will work hard to study the target and restore the character as much as possible. This is not difficult for her, not to mention that Maria is already in their hands. As long as they need it, they can get the most authoritative information from Maria at any time. After all, they can directly read Maria's memory. So even Nick Fury didn't notice that Maria in front of him had changed. Nick Fury didn't have any expression, as if Maria was talking about someone else. Thick skin is also the key to Nick Fury's success. I don't want to bother you, but I need your help, Maria. Maria was not moved at all. Damn, Nick. I have cancer. Can't I retire? You are still so young and have a lot of time. Why retire so early? Nick Fury said humorously. And don't think I don't know that you are actually still secretly working on SWORD, and you obviously want to come back too. No, to be honest, I do want to rest, after all, my body. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Carol again. If Raven had to say what the most valuable information was, it would definitely be Carol Danvers. Although Maria had always resisted their extraction of information about Carol, any memory of this woman was protected by Maria with great perseverance. In order not to hurt this woman, Raven and the others could only grab the information bit by bit. Although Maria tried very hard, it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. At this stage, they already knew that Carol was Maria's best friend. Even Carol's influence on Maria lasted throughout Maria's life. But for some reason, Carol seemed to have left and gone to a very far place. It was difficult to come back. According to their guess, Carol must not be on Earth. Otherwise, with the current transportation environment, even in Antarctica, she could come back quickly. According to the relationship between Maria and Carol, Maria was about to die, and Carol would definitely come back. But Carol still had no news. Speaking of Carol, Nick Fury also fell into silence for a rare time. Maria. You know, Carol is always busy. I know, Maria, or Raven. Immediately realized that this was the best time to collect intelligence, but Raven also knew that she couldn't be impatient at this time. It's just the nagging of a dying person. I've been reminiscing about the past recently, but sometimes when I'm reminiscing, I find that I almost forgot what Carol looked like. How long have we not seen each other? Maria seemed to be talking to herself. She portrayed the image of a fragile woman who had experienced death to the fullest. Although Nick Fury felt that Maria's emotions were a bit problematic, he was relieved when he thought of what she had just experienced. Isn't it normal for others to feel a little emotional after going around the gates of hell? It's been 18 years, yes, my troublesome lieutenant is already 24 years old, Maria said with a smile. According to the 18-year calculation, that is 1995, it fits the information. By the way, I heard that Monica retired from the Air Force and has joined SWORD. Nick Fury was obviously happy to talk to Maria about happy things. Monica Rambeau, is Maria's daughter. She had a good relationship with Carol when she was very young, and Lieutenant Trouble was the nickname Carol gave to Monica. Don't think about her, Maria warned sternly, she is still far away, I don't want her to be involved too deeply. Nick Fury shrugged, then why did you let her join SWORD? It's all because of this damn cancer, Maria said with an irritated face, I don't want to have a gap with Monica when I die. As a result, this girl. I can only say that this is not what I want. Maria has practiced her beliefs all her life and devoted herself to work, naturally neglecting to take care of her daughter. This led to a gap between mother and daughter, which was not eased until Maria fell ill. It was also during this period that Monica learned about the existence of SWORD. As if to pay tribute to her mother, Monica joined SWORD without hesitation. Monica has always longed for the universe, hasn't she? This is not bad, and then continue to work like a slave for you. How can it be working for me? That's for world peace, Raven almost vomited. If SHIELD hadn't been causing trouble everywhere, the crises faced by the Earth would have been reduced by at least half. In fact, this was because Raven didn't know that the resurrection of those titans was actually the work of Nick Fury. Otherwise, she would have probably complained even more harshly. It is undeniable that SHIELD has contributed to the world, but compared with the troubles they have brought, their contribution is worse than nothing. By the way, you can't let go of SWORD, right? Nick Fury quickly brought the subject back. I just don't know what I should do. For 18 years, I have been working on SWORD, and now I have nothing to do. I am not used to it. Then come back, Nick Fury shouted, I need you to help me keep an eye on the Skrulls. Raven almost blurted out, you don't trust the Skrulls. But she immediately thought of Nick Fury's character, this guy doesn't trust anyone. Raven recalled Maria's attitude towards the Skrulls. Well, this woman has always sympathized with the Skrulls, and even always felt that the Skrulls should have a place on Earth. They can coexist with humans. This woman is a typical Democrat, the kind of person who is extremely sympathetic to illegal immigrants. In her opinion, the Skrulls are another kind of illegal immigrants. Raven couldn't understand Maria's idea. That's an alien. You sympathize with illegal immigrants, and you can say you have sympathy. After all, you are all human. But aliens, or Skrulls, a species that is extremely good at occupying the nest of magpies, are she really not afraid that the Skrulls will rule over humans in turn? Maybe this woman thinks that us Skrulls are good people. But even if these Skrulls are good people now, what about their next generation? Or even the next generation? Anyway, Raven thinks this woman is definitely sick. When can you give them more trust, Nick? I am only responsible for the entire Earth. If you really think so, I think you should talk to them. That will be a permanent solution. The they Maria mentioned does not refer to those Skrulls, but other human representatives, such as the US government, such as superheroes. Hell, we have argued many times, Maria. If I dare to appear in front of Kai and Tony with aliens, what do you think their first reaction will be? I have been identified as a traitor by them. And it is the worst kind. I have become a traitor to mankind, but we have to face it, right? Maria continued to persuade. Raven now wants to know where Nick Fury got the confidence to think that he can suppress those Skrulls. SWORD? Anyway, Raven does not believe that Nick Fury can have such power with this organization formed with the help of the Skrulls. I know, doesn't Nick Fury want to restore his reputation? Of course he does, but it requires an opportunity. I'm waiting for what? Waiting for Carol. Raven's eyes lit up, and finally came to the topic that she was most interested in. You want? What the hell are you thinking? Raven didn't know anything, and what she said was completely a rhetoric, just showing that she seemed to know everything. This technique of getting people to speak on their own, Raven has long been familiar with her. Generally speaking, as the king of agents, Nick Fury is unlikely to fall for such rhetoric. After all, he is the ancestor of agent skills. But the problem is that he was deliberately calculated without intention. After all, he could not doubt his close comrades. If he really doubted everything all the time, then he would not have to do anything in his life, and he would be thinking about people all day long. So he was not prepared at all. Yes, Carol can prove it to me, as long as Carol comes back. Carol is coming back. No, not confirmed for the time being. Carol is now fighting against the Kree, and many alien civilizations need her help. Kree. Now Raven finally found out something big. The Kree are very famous. When Kai discovered the Skrulls, he learned about this civilization through Asgard. It is an extremely militarized interstellar empire. Their favorite thing to do is to conquer and conquer again. Carol can actually fight against such an empire. This is really unexpected. Wow, it has already reached the universe. White leftists are really awesome. Cracked voice. In addition, from the conversation, she can guess that Nick Fury has a way to contact Carol. Then you should let Carol do it as soon as possible. I may fall down one day. Raven felt that it was enough and could not continue. It would be bad if Nick Fury found out that something was wrong. At the same time, Raven felt it was outrageous. Did Maria say that Carol was her best friend? Why did Nick Fury, the one-eyed man, have a way to contact Carol, but she didn't? It was just outrageous. Your best friend relationship, is it what you think it is? You are almost dying, and you can't notify Carol. But this black guy has. Well, Maria herself is black, so she wouldn't say that. Also, this idiot Nick Fury keeps saying that he needs Maria, but Maria is almost dead, and he didn't inform Carol. Is there a possibility that he informed her, but Carol was just too lazy to come back? It seems. No matter which possibility it is, it's quite sad. Raven is curious. What on earth have you been trying to achieve in your life? Aliens from tens of thousands of miles away are more important than you, and it's better to have no friends at all. Really, absolutely true. Raven reported the new intelligence to Kai that day. Kai fell into deep thought. If according to Raven, Carol is Nick Fury's trump card? Wait. I'll go check it out. How do I check it out? Just ask Heimdall. Although Heimdall has been staying on the Rainbow Bridge, he is actually the intelligence chief of Asgard. His eyes can see the flapping wings of butterflies 1,000 worlds away, and he can also sense the smallest plants growing in the mountains hidden in the endless forests. For a lot of alien intelligence, it's right to ask him, because if he doesn't know, then there will be no one in Asgard who knows. It's very easy for Kai to contact Heimdall. Because of Kai's axe, the ultimate storm connects to the Rainbow Bridge. And Heimdall is the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, who stays up all day and never closes his eyes. It's not too easy for them to make an interstellar phone call. Sure enough, Heimdall knew Carol Danvers, and he also knew her name in the universe. After all, a cosmic superhero who was trained by the Kree and then fought against the Kree is still very well known. But in the universe, she is not called Carol Danvers, but is called Captain Marvel. Then Heimdall informed Kai about Carol's achievements. Well, Nick Fury's backstage is quite powerful. Really, Raven was very curious about what Kai heard that made him say such a thing. It's absolutely true. Now I understand why Nick Fury dared to do such a thing. It seems that he always thought he had the final solution. Damn, that Carol, Captain Marvel, was able to fight against an entire interstellar fleet alone in the universe. Remember, just one person. The key is that she really did it, and won. By the way, those Kree people are really stupid. They actually created a super weapon that they couldn't beat. The key is that this weapon also betrayed and always beat the Kree people in the universe. Then what was the reason for the Kree to make an Earthling so strong? Chapter 1257 First Update. The Kree are pure idiots. Identification completed. Anyway, if they were Earthlings, they would definitely not do this. Of course, Carol is not much better. You are an Earthling. After gaining such powerful power, not only do you not stay on Earth, but you also go to an alien planet to do justice. What kind of spirit is this? So there is nothing on Earth worth your concern? There is no peace on Earth yet, and you are actually worrying about the shitty things on alien planets? Anyway, Kai couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. Moreover, so many things have happened on Earth recently, but this person has never appeared. If it weren't for the coincidence today, Kai would not even know her existence. It's just outrageous. The Kree are pure idiots, but Carol is not. She is an idiot. Such a person, not only does not care about the Earth, but also becomes the accomplice and backer of Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon. This is fucked up. We need to pay attention to this person. It sounds like this person seems to be a good person. Seeing Kai silent, Raven asked carefully. A good person? Maybe, but definitely not smart. Kai didn't think highly of Carol. She gave Kai the feeling of those public intellectuals on the internet in his previous life. Their own country hasn't even developed yet, but these people are praising foreigners every day. Maybe the white left is poisoned. In short, Kai doesn't have any expectations for her mind. The more capable such people are, the more reactionary they are. So it doesn't matter whether she is a good person or not. What matters is whether she will become a stumbling block. Don't let Nick Fury fool you and turn against them. Then nothing can be done. Kai shook his head. This is the most helpless thing. Others are far away, the real horizon. Only Nick Fury can communicate with her on the entire Earth. This creates an information gap. Isn't Nick Fury the one who decides what's going on with the Earth? You can't communicate with her at all. So it doesn't matter whether she is good or bad. At the same time, you can't do anything. Does that mean this information is meaningless? How can it be meaningless? At least now I know what Nick Fury, that bastard, got when he messed around, Kai said seriously. This was not a consolation, but a real one. Kai and the others have always wondered what made Nick Fury so confident that he could control the Skrulls. Now the truth is out, it was Carol. As long as Carol is still alive, the Skrulls will have no ability to resist Nick Fury. Then do we still deal with the Skrulls? Raven asked. After all, if this is really the case, then for us, the Skrulls are not a threat, and they should be controllable. How? Kai sneered. How is it possible? I don't trust this kind of thing at all. An aggressive race suddenly changes its taste? Do you think it's possible? Kai is not unable to accept aliens. It is undeniable that he is a nationalist and an earthist at the same time. But it doesn't mean that he can't stand other nations or people of other races. But the premise is that you are not a threat to the Earth. But the Skrulls are obviously not in this group. There is no way. Their innate abilities are too easy to cause trouble. As mentioned before, the Skrulls may hope for peace because of their own experiences. But what about the next generation? What about the next generation? There will always be Skrulls who are no longer satisfied with their current status. It just so happens that they are born with the ability to cause trouble. So the Skrulls are destined to never get Kai's trust. If this group of people were on other planets, Kai would at most sigh that this Skrull was so miserable that he could only wander. After all, in a situation that has nothing to do with their own interests, anyone will appear generous. Just like European environmentalists, you ask if you want to be environmentally friendly? Yes. Of course you want to be environmentally friendly. You have to be environmentally friendly even if you die. But if you make the lives of environmentalists fall into hardship for the sake of environmental protection, what do you think he will do? He will definitely give you a big slap in the face. The same goes for the refugee issue. I agree with the refugee issue because refugees will not affect my life. If you really send refugees to his house, he will definitely jump up and down. It's just talk. There is no need to really come, right? This is what Kai thinks. I feel sorry for you, but that's not the reason for you to come to my house. In the final analysis, it was none of his business whether the Skrulls lived or died, but it was his business if the Skrulls ran to Earth. Then we keep investigating, and as long as the time is right, we'll wipe them all out. What about Carol then? What do you mean? Kai asked in confusion. She must have agreed, so those Skrulls stayed on Earth. Can she represent Earth? Kai said in surprise. Who authorized it? China? The United States? Or the United Nations? I'm so powerful, but I can't represent Earth, so why should she? Do I need to care about her? The Skrulls must be eliminated. As for Carol, at most, we can just fight. Even if we really fight, it doesn't matter. After all, They are all earthlings, how can they destroy the earth? Then I know what to do. Raven understood now. Just when Kai discovered the truth about Carol, the Skrulls also began to act. They contacted Nick Fury and reported the new movements of Hydra. What are you talking about? Nick Fury shouted at the virtual screen in disbelief. We found out. Garrett is Hydra. His code name is Clairvoyance, and he is responsible for intelligence work. He has established an organization on the periphery named after his code name. Skrull Agent Cart repeated the intelligence they got very professionally. Nick Fury still couldn't believe it. Garrett is a senior agent. When Nick Fury entered SHIELD, Garrett even worked with him, and they were considered old colleagues. Not only that, Garrett has also trained many agents, such as Phil Coulson, who worked under Garrett. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is that Garrett has always been the iron confidant of his old leader Alexander Pierce. John Garrett is Hydra. Do you know what this means? Nick Fury felt that he was fooled for the first time. Whether it was out of self-confidence or trust in his old friend, he found it difficult to accept. I know. John Garrett is the confidant of Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. If Garrett is identified as Hydra, then Alexander Pierce will also be in trouble, Carter said calmly. They are Skrulls, aliens, and the mess on Earth has nothing to do with them. Tell me your findings from beginning to end. Nick Fury is worthy of being the king of agents. He quickly calmed down. No matter how unrestrained a fact is, as an agent, you should not deny it the first time, but learn more intelligence, and then judge based on the intelligence, not based on subjective emotions. Carter quickly repeated their entire investigation process. The process is actually not complicated. They noticed a clairvoyance before, so they used the ability to transform to infiltrate. But Garrett is very cunning and has never shown his true face. He is more of a remote control. Only a few people in the entire clairvoyance organization have really seen him, such as the Flower Skirt. But the Skrulls cannot infiltrate so thoroughly in a short period of time. They need to collect more intelligence before they can continue to infiltrate. It's Alexander's fault that they were unlucky. Because they were short of manpower and funds, they planned to annex Baron Strucker's forces to supplement their own strength. In this way, they needed manpower to clean up Strucker's forces, which required manpower. But they were no longer the huge force that infiltrated a quarter of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they were short of people. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people could not be transferred at will. Now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel were being watched by too many people, so the Hydra hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. could not be used. Who else could they use? They could only use the people of Clairvoyance. So Garrett began to carefully select a group of elites from Clairvoyance. Unexpectedly, it was so coincidental that a SWORD agent, Skrull, was chosen. Then everything could not be concealed. Isn't this inviting a rat into the granary? Now, not only was Garrett himself exposed, but even Alexander couldn't be saved. What's the matter with Baron Strucker? Nick Fury felt his lungs explode. He has been playing with others all his life, but now he finds out that he has been played by others all these years. The key is that he is still very grateful to the person who played him. Even before today, Nick Fury still feels guilty about Alexander Pierce. He feels that he has betrayed his old friend. But now looking back, damn it. Not only has he been played like a monkey, but he has also helped others count money. Even Nick Fury's mind can't stand it. It's too bullying. According to the intelligence we obtained from our investigation in Sokovia, he was a senior member of Hydra during World War II and a staunch supporter of the Nazis. After World War II, he led a part of the remaining Hydra members to operate in Eastern Europe, and used Sokovia as their base, and has been developing to this day. He has also received many help from the American Hydra, that is SHIELD, at least that's how they describe it. This sentence is really heartbreaking. The Hydra in Eastern Europe believes that SHIELD is the American Hydra branch. Is there anything more hurtful than this? The key is that you still can't refute it. Nick Fury's psychological activities are hard to describe now. It's too complicated to describe. He only now realized that S.H.I.E.L.D., which he has always been proud of, is actually the #1 sucker. No wonder Captain America is unwilling to mix with S.H.I.E.L.D. If it were Nick Fury, he would not be willing either. I paid my whole life just to destroy Hydra. As a result, I was frozen for 60 years, and Hydra was not only not destroyed, but it has blossomed all over the world and prospered in recent years. Hydra was so awesome back then. But it was only rampant in Germany, and at most it was a bully in the German-occupied areas. But now, Because of the cooperation of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra not only went out of Germany, but also counterattacked the American continent. It took over the Magpie's Nest. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become their own. When Steve and Carter learned the news at that time, they probably even wanted to die. It was also because Nick Fury had a good mentality. He just resisted. But then, Hydra came up with the inside plan, but was defeated by the superheroes. Seeing that the plan failed, they turned around and let Nick Fury take the blame, and by the way, abandoned the cart to save the general, so that the biggest traitor was kept alive and continued to shine. Thinking of Alexander Pierce's earnest teachings to him before, and repeatedly persuading him not to start the inside plan. Thinking of all these scenes, Nick Fury had the guts to use the soles of his feet to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living room on the deck of the Skrull spacecraft. No, dig out a White House. It's so damn damaging to his self-esteem. It turns out that both the good and the bad have been done, and in the end, I became a traitor, and you're still a good person. What's more exaggerated is that now others have begun to recover, and he can only hide on Mars and play with a group of green aliens. Huh? Nick Fury took a deep breath. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. What are you going to do next? Carter on the opposite side was stunned. Us? Didn't we listen to you? We are waiting for your order, sir. This is a situation they have never encountered before. In the past, the Skrulls had no autonomy. All actions were under command. After all, Nick Fury doesn't trust anyone. But now Nick Fury actually asked them what to do? Nick Fury also reacted immediately. Where are Carlson and the others? You mean the Avengers? You ask me about this. Carter felt very keenly that Nick Fury was upset and was no longer the king of agents who was always confident. Such performance made Carter feel disdainful. He pretended to be omniscient every day, and his feelings were just like that. Of course, Carter would not show it. They should still be in Japan. The encirclement and suppression of parasitic beasts has never stopped. There are hundreds of thousands of parasitic beasts that can parasitize humans, and there is no sign of them on the outside. It is not so easy to eliminate them. SHIELD and SHIELD probably will do nothing this year, just eliminate these alien monsters. I know, Nick Fury was in a mess now, so he didn't want to say more. Stand by for now, understood. Nick Fury hung up the call. Then Nick Fury connected Phil's call as quickly as possible. But no one answered. Nick Fury kept dialing. Finally, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Phil Coulson got through. Boss. I'm working here. Why are you rushing? It will kill people. Coulson couldn't contact Nick Fury in front of other people. After all, Nick Fury is now the biggest traitor in the world. Hydra and human traitor. If someone really finds out, Coulson will be finished. So he must find a safe place. Something happened. Carlson immediately quieted down. Nick Fury said that, it must be a big deal. Think about it, if nothing happened, Nick Fury would not violate the communication principle. We were all deceived. Nick Fury naturally didn't need to be polite to Phil. If Phil Coulson betrayed him, then he would just give up. No hope. Phil was stunned. What? Chapter 1258 will be updated twice tomorrow. Please vote for recommendation. Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury almost gritted his teeth when he said the name. Pierce. Phil Coulson certainly knew who Pierce was. It could even be said that his detention and investigation some time ago had a lot to do with this person. But Coulson didn't hate the former director that much. After all, if you were in his position, he would do the same. Nick Fury was declared a traitor, and Phil was his absolute confidant. Who else would he investigate? Moreover, the several crises of S.H.I.E.L.D. were all caused by the old director running around to get through. Phil was very grateful to him for this. Even Nick Fury said several times that he felt the most guilty about Pierce. After all, Nick Fury had cheated him so many times. But now, what happened? Phil wanted to know the reason. That bastard is Hydra. Nick Fury lowered his voice and shouted this sentence in his throat. What is lightning struck? This is it. Phil was stunned, and there was even a hint of uncertainty in his mind for a moment. He thought he was hallucinating. The former director was Hydra? I was used. Nick Fury seemed to have lost his strength at this moment, and even his tone did not have the previous hatred. He really should reflect on himself. The Inside project has been around for a long time. The first time I knew about this project was when Pierce told me. At that time, he repeatedly warned me how terrible this project was and how many laws it violated. Now that I think about it, He was reminding me to start the Inside project. Nick Fury felt that Pierce knew that he would not be able to help himself, so he reminded me so deliberately. I have to say that this grandson is really good at judging people. Nick Fury really fell for it. He is still very clear about who he is. What is illegal, what is terrible, etc., has never been within his consideration. Thinking of this, Nick Fury wants to cry. As for whether Pierce is good to him, Nick Fury himself can't say it without conscience. He's a black man. The time when he entered SHIELD was the most turbulent era of the black civil rights movement. It is really difficult for black people to get along in government departments, but what about him? Not only did he succeed, but he also succeeded so well. Agents of the same period as him either retired or were only level 8 agents like Garrett. But what about him? He has already become the director of SHIELD. SHIELD doesn't talk about political correctness. This is an intelligence agency. Pierce can be said to be the most direct reason why Nick Fury can rise to the top. But now Nick Fury thinks carefully and finds that Pierce promoted him so much, definitely not because he is handsome. He still has his own moral character. As for ability, please, there are many capable people in this world, but how many of them are truly successful? Ability does not represent everything, especially Nick Fury is still an unpleasant person. If Pierce simply likes him, he can be so successful in the workplace. Don't say whether others believe it or not, anyway, he himself can't pass this test. Then there is only one possibility. Nick Fury's promotion is most in line with the interests of Hydra. Or is Pierce so bored that he lets Nick Fury take the position? Nick Fury began to reflect on how many decisions he had made that were in the interests of Hydra. Then something even sadder happened. He hadn't felt it before. But now that he thought about it carefully, his style of doing things. Shit. It turns out that I have been contributing to the growth of Hydra. In the end, I am the clown. Nick Fury took a deep breath when he thought of this. It's not your fault, Nick Fury. It's just that the enemy is too cunning. Everything is a conspiracy of Hydra. This is the case with the Inside plan, and this is also the case with me becoming a traitor later. Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said, as for the details, he couldn't say it, it was too embarrassing. Pierce is Hydra. Yes, the Inside project appeared in 1972, but it has been sealed by Pierce until he thought the time was right to start the plan. Use me, Pierce is Hydra. Are you a repeater? Why do you keep repeating this? No. Director, are you telling the truth? Pierce is Hydra. No matter how you deny it, the development of SHIELD cannot bypass Pierce. Carter and Howard laid a solid foundation for SHIELD. After Carter stepped down in the 1980s, it was Pierce who took SHIELD onto the fast track. Developed it into a huge international organization. During Carter's time, SHIELD was just a circle of the United States and Britain, but in Pierce's hands, SHIELD went to the world and became the world's first intelligence agency. The FBI, which was suppressed internally after the Hoover era, was out of breath, and externally, terrorists from various countries were trembling under the deterrence of SHIELD. Pierce deserves credit. To this day, Pierce has saved SHIELD several times. He is a role model for dedicating one's youth to one's descendants. But now such a meritorious director has become a traitor. What's the fuss? This is even more shocking than Nick Fury being declared a traitor. Many people believe that Nick Fury is a traitor. After all, Nick Fury is so gloomy that it is not inconsistent to be a villain. And Phil knows very well that both the Monarch organization and the Titan weapon project were established by Nick Fury, digging out the corners of SHIELD. From this point of view, it is really no problem to say that he is a traitor. But Pierce. Fortunately, Phil is indeed Nick Fury's confidant and quickly stabilized his position. So what should we do now, Pierce? What should I say? It's okay to say that he is deeply bound to SHIELD. He has too many old subordinates, and his network of relationships is spread throughout the political arena. This is not easy to deal with. Unless you can get irrefutable evidence, there is no way to deal with him. You take the Avengers team back home immediately. Nick Fury has made plans. You plan to use the Avengers to deal with him. Phil was shocked. No, Director. The Avengers are under the direct command of the Director of SHIELD. I can't hide the situation from the Director and mobilize the Avengers. The Avengers received an order to help the Japanese government to eliminate the parasitic beast. Now they are suddenly retreating, and they can't hide it from anyone. Don't be afraid, I will talk to Hill in person about this, you. Director Hill. Phil suddenly realized that there was something behind these words. Yes, Hill is on my side. Nick Fury suddenly felt that his move was really right. Otherwise, it would be really difficult now. Chapter 1259 First Update. Phil suddenly felt the horror of the world. Damn, everyone thought Pierce was the pillar of S.H.I.E.L.D. What happened? He is a traitor. Then everyone thought Maria Hill was a loyal minister of the Security Council, but she is still a traitor. Fuck. What kind of misplaced life is this? Can we have more trust? I understand, I will rush back to China immediately. But what should we do after returning to China? The Avengers are undoubtedly a violent organization. They can't investigate cases. To put it bluntly, they go there to kill people. They can't even arrest people. It's not that Phil has no confidence in their force, but that he has no confidence in the character of these guys. Look at who they are. Calling them scum is overestimating them. They have committed many crimes. You ask them to learn from the police and arrest people with evidence. Phil has never thought about it. Therefore, they must have a clear goal. Don't worry about this, I have arranged it. Someone will contact you, Nick Fury said confidently. Phil was stunned again. Is it Monarch? Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, but immediately thought that Phil was the only person he trusted the most on Earth. It would be fine to tell him, no, Monarch will not participate in such things. They are still, forget it. I know, although Phil had come into contact with Monarch and was the only S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who knew about Monarch, and one of the few people who knew that Nick Fury was behind Monarch, he did not participate in the operation of Monarch. After all, Monarch has its own set of operating procedures, and Phil does not need to get involved. Although Nick Fury brought Phil over to select a successor, it is still too early for him to take over. So Phil would not ask about the movements of Monarch before Nick Fury asked him to officially participate in the operation of Monarch. It is enough to know the general idea. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Nick was silent for a while. He felt that there was something wrong with his emotions. In the past, Phil would never remind him of such a thing. He would not casually reveal those secrets that only he knew. Nick also knew how this mistake came about. The feeling of being played and betrayed, or being backstabbed by the person you trust the most, this feeling is really hard to let go. No, after all, you will come into contact with him sooner or later. Nick thought about it and decided to reveal a little. After all, he really needs a little trust to heal his soul. After all, if even Phil betrays him, there is really no hope. The Monarch organization has discovered the sleeping place of another Titan creature in Antarctica. As for what they are doing in Antarctica and what happened to King Kong, Nick still didn't say. It can only be said that this is his nature. Phil only listened and didn't speak, and it was not his turn to speak. This time, it is SWRD that cooperates with you. Phil was surprised that he was not surprised. Another organization he had never heard of. But thinking that the other party was Nick Fury, it seemed that there was nothing unacceptable. It was too normal. He would not find it strange if he took out any strange organization. But there were still some things that needed to be clarified. SWRD, what kind of organization is it? After all, they have to cooperate. It is impossible that they don't know anything about it, right? That was an intelligence organization I secretly formed to prevent problems with S.H.I.E.L.D. But before that, they weren't always in charge of the affairs of extraterrestrial civilizations, Nick Fury said in a somewhat depressed mood. Why? Because he was telling the truth. If Nick Fury didn't know about the problems with S.H.I.E.L.D., that would be nonsense. It's just that he didn't expect the problem to be so big, and he always thought he could control the situation. But in the end, reality gave him a slap in the face. You can't control it. SWRD. Alien civilization. Phil suddenly thought, if Nick Fury knew about the existence of alien civilization from the beginning, would he know about the problem of the cosmic cube? If he knew about the problem of the cosmic cube, he would still develop the cosmic cube. Phil quickly threw this outrageous idea out of his mind. I understand, he wouldn't ask too much about what SWRD was doing, just knowing it roughly would be enough. Anyway, Nick Fury would definitely tell him what he should know, and it would be useless for him to ask about what he shouldn't know. Just one night 3 days later. Garrett heard the report right after he left Sokovia. S.H.I.E.L.D. raided them. Garrett was shocked, and his first reaction was to contact Alexander Pierce immediately. Boss. Sokovia was raided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander was still sleeping at this moment. When you are old, if you want to live longer, you need to pay attention to health preservation. So generally, unless it is a big deal, No one can disturb him when he is sleeping. So when he saw that it was Garrett's call at first, he was very angry. After all, Garrett is now his only heir. If he needs to make decisions on everything, what is the point of training Garrett? But when he heard Garrett's words, his morning mood was immediately scared away. What's going on? Tell me carefully. It's not clear yet, but it should be S.H.I.E.L.D. Garrett was on his way back to the United States, so he naturally had no time to understand the specific situation. I just want to confirm with you, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. has this action. This is the issue that Garrett cares about most. Although the Hydra forces in Sokovia are very important, Garrett knows very well that he and Alexander Pierce have their roots in the United States. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly launched an attack on Sokovia. It was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but they didn't get any information in advance. This is much more serious than Sokovia being attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. This means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun to guard against them. Don't panic. Alexander was more calm. Tell me everything that happened before and after. Soon Garrett told Alexander everything he knew. It was your people who leaked the information. Alexander confirmed this almost immediately. Impossible. Garrett naturally denied it. The members of the Clairvoyant who were allowed to participate in this action team were all elites who had experienced various tests. There is no second possibility. Alexander was very clear that there was only this possibility. If S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about the problem in Sokovia in advance, they would not have waited until now. The timing was too coincidental. The most important thing now is to protect yourself. How many people have seen your true face? Garrett was uncomfortable now. Although not many people saw his true face, there were still some. And this is not the key. The key is that these people are not with him. They all stayed in Sokovia. He can't stay there all the time, so he naturally needs confidence to control it. So this elite group of clairvoyants were left there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1260, Undercover and Become the Boss. I will go and find out what went wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But Garrett, you need to disappear for a while. Alexander came to his bar in pajamas and poured himself a glass of whiskey. Drinking in the middle of the night is very harmful to health, but Alexander can't care about that now. Garrett is not feeling well either. His disappearance means he may not be able to inherit the entire legacy of Alexander Pierce. Don't underestimate this part of the legacy in the son. It is a real influence, and with influence, you can do a lot of things. In fact, according to Alexander Pierce's plan, Garrett will retire soon, and there is no objection to this. He is a little younger than Nick Fury, but for the profession of agent, he is indeed old. There is nothing wrong with retirement. After retirement, he will enter the management according to the path arranged by Alexander. But he will not become the director. After all, Hill is very young, and there is no age limit for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as he is not driven down, he can continue to serve. Garrett has no advantage over Hill. He has been working in the field and rarely intervenes in administration. So the route of becoming the director is not feasible. Alexander Pierce's idea is that although Garrett will enter management after retirement, he will become a consultant or something like that. Then, through Pierce's connections, he will become a senior official, such as a minister, and enter politics. It all depends on his future development. Pierce is already so old, how many years can he still protect him? The rest of the story depends on Garrett himself. But now, if the worst happens and Garrett is exposed, then all of this will be gone from him, and he may only be a clairvoyant for the rest of his life. John Pierce knew that Garrett would not be able to accept it in a short time, but now was not the time to dwell on this. Garrett quickly came to his senses. I understand. Garrett knew that it would be best for him to disappear for the time being. Things may not be that bad, you still have a chance. Pierce could only comfort him in this way. The agent industry actually believes in Murphy's Law. If things are likely to go wrong, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. Instead of waiting for things to turn around by chance, it is better to find a way to reduce the losses. Garrett did not speak. What could he say? Blame Pierce? Why blame him? Others are old and have no intention of continuing to hold on to power. Really, Pierce has no intention of continuing to hold on to power. He is really exhausted and just wants to live longer. Anyway, Power will be transferred sooner or later, and he is ready. Garrett is his best choice. He has enough experience and many old subordinates, so no one will be dissatisfied with his promotion. He is capable enough, not to mention that it is obvious to all. He is powerful enough. In fact, the organization of clairvoyance is more operated by Garrett. It is okay to say that it is his power. This is an excellent successor. I don't know if it will make things better, but it will definitely not make things worse. But now, Alexander is so old, and if he wants to find a successor, where can he find one? The key is, if something really goes wrong, a group of people under Garrett will be implicated. For example, Grant Ward, a very promising young agent, is a level 7 agent at a young age. Garrett is only an 8th level agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. He is Garrett's adopted son. Once Garrett has problems, Grant Ward's best choice is to defect. This means that the talent pool that has been cultivated with great difficulty is wasted. Alexander himself is not panicked at all. His identity and prestige are doomed. Without substantial evidence, no one can touch him. At most, he will stand aside. But now, hasn't he already stood aside? Nick Fury, whom he cultivated and supported, has become a traitor, which has dealt a heavy blow to his political career. Although this will never be publicly mentioned, this is the way it is, and someone has to stand up and take responsibility. His influence on S.H.I.E.L.D. will only get smaller and smaller. Alexander himself is very open about this. What else can he do? So he started looking for a successor, otherwise with Alexander's personality, he would not be so decisive. Power is the best poison, and he is unwilling to hand it over if there is any way. But isn't this the only way? With this understanding, he naturally has to start preparing. In order to get a short better, he has already cleared all the evidence that may involve him. He is absolutely spotless now. So he is not worried at all. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. As if to comfort Garrett and prevent him from giving up on himself, Alexander took out the surprise he had prepared. By the way, you will receive my gift when you come back. Garrett was stunned. I am already like this, and you are talking to me about gifts? It's not my birthday yet? But Garrett reacted immediately. Is it the thing? Yes, I found out about the Tahiti project and got GH325. The Tahiti project is a top-secret project of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a confidentiality level of 9. It was ordered by Nick Fury and supervised by Agent Phil Coulson. The Tahiti project began in 2009 with the goal of creating a drug that can revive high-value targets. The confidentiality level 9 means that all information of the project can only be retrieved at the confidentiality level 10. And Phil Coulson, an 8th level agent, actually became the supervisor of the project. You can imagine how trusted Phil is. Phil selected 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with terminal illnesses as participants in the project. After each injection of GH325, their illness stopped. However, before Phil signed the release agreement, the patient began to show signs of insanity, including writing in symbols. After that, Dr. Goodman, the head of the project, has been working on solving this problem. The reason why Pierce waited until now to take this thing out is because he was waiting for Dr. Goodman to find a solution. Dr. Goodman is now said to have found a feasible way to ensure that the memory will not be overridden by the genetic memory of aliens. It's just that human experiments have not been conducted yet. According to Pierce's idea, he still wants Garrett to wait until the human experiment is successful. But now, since Dr. Goodman is so confident, that's nothing. After all, Garrett's life doesn't have much time left, and now he has suffered such a blow. Alexander is afraid that he can't bear it and will die directly. Sure enough, after hearing the news, Garrett's gloomy mood improved a lot. After all, power is important, and life is more important. It's possible only when people are alive, and there is really nothing when they die. I understand. I will remain silent for a while. Just understand, Alexander did not intend to give up Garrett. After all, with him, Alexander's future life would be easier. Alexander could not call Hill directly to ask, why didn't you inform me of your actions in Sokovia? This is not just low emotional intelligence, it is simply brainless. He immediately contacted his subordinates in S.H.I.E.L.D. to collect intelligence. As a result, Alexander felt bad. His people didn't know about this action. What does this mean? Hill is already doubting himself. And it seems that it is not just as simple as doubting himself, but starting to target him. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental that his people don't know this news. Thinking of this, Alexander suddenly felt that his previous thoughts seemed too taken for granted. Thinking of this, Alexander immediately planned to contact his people, and he needed to make some preparations. But the next second, Alexander suddenly found that all his communication devices had lost signal. Alexander was stunned. Then he sat on the sofa and took off his glasses with a little trembling. "Come out." There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Alexander didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Nick Fury came over wearing a black leather windbreaker, holding 2 glasses of wine. One glass of wine was placed in front of Alexander. Nick Fury held a glass of wine himself. "It seems, you have already determined that I am a traitor." Alexander saw Nick Fury coming in person, and he knew that he could not get over this hurdle. After all, Nick Fury is not a man who follows the rules. "Don't you?" Nick Fury sat on the sofa opposite and asked expressionlessly. "Do you have evidence?" Alexander did not touch the wine glass, he just looked at Nick Fury seriously. "Do you think I need that thing?" Nick Fury sneered and said, "Even if there is such a thing, who should I hand it over to as a wanted criminal? You have to protect SHIELD. Alexander immediately understood Nick Fury's idea. Evidence? Even if there is, Nick Fury can't take it out. The reason is simple. After the last time Hydra infiltrated SHIELD and Nick Fury was judged as a traitor, SHIELD could no longer withstand any waves. Once there is evidence that he, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is also a Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. is absolutely doomed. 2 consecutive directors are traitors. Fuck. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. poisonous? So there are 4 directors in total, and half of them are traitors. The federal government will never keep S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, if they really want to review it again, the workload is too heavy. 2 directors, too many people are involved. It is almost necessary to check the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. from top to bottom. Instead of making so much trouble, it is better to disband S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. Even if the government does not do this, S.H.I.E.L.D. is almost doomed. People's hearts are scattered, and the team is difficult to lead. So Alexander must die, and he must die with a clear conscience. Evidence? That thing is neither needed nor can it appear. When Alexander thought of this, he realized that there was no need for him to resist. Nick Fury would never allow him to live. It seems, my end is here. Alexander cannot say that he is not afraid of death, but he is more relieved. You don't look afraid at all. Afraid, Alexander said. Of course I am. But it's more of a relief. Nick, have you ever been an undercover agent? Nick Fury shook his head. He had never done this job. Even though he was the king of agents. When I was first sent to the United States, I was also full of enthusiasm, but I didn't expect that I would need to be undercover for so many years. Over the years, I have been afraid all the time, afraid that others would discover my true identity. I am obviously a German, but I have to pretend that I know nothing about Germany, and even show hatred for this country. Sometimes I can't tell who I am. For a while, I even wanted to see a psychiatrist, but when I reacted, I was afraid that the psychiatrist would report me. Nick Fury was also very curious about Alexander's mental journey at this time. Let me ask you a question. Do you really believe in the Nazis and Hydra? Alexander thought for a while. I was convinced when I was young. Not only did I believe it, but the whole country believed it at that time. What Germany was like after World War II is all in history books. Germany at that time was indeed crazy. At that time, Germany lost the war and was unwilling to accept it. In addition, the domestic economic situation was a mess, and it was carrying a huge amount of reparations. The situation was like a pot of hot oil, and a spark would catch fire. Once someone fooled him, he naturally broke out. Alexander was like this at that time. He really believed in that stuff, otherwise he would not have been sent to the United States as an undercover agent. You really can't do this without some faith. Later, I stopped believing. The older you get, the more reality is more powerful than ideology. I have to make sure I stay alive first. When Germany was defeated, my thoughts changed, from living for Germany to living for myself. At that time, I just wanted to survive, so I didn't dare to have any flaws and had to live very carefully. To be honest, my biggest dream at that time was to change jobs as soon as possible, even to work as a waiter at a gas station, while lying undercover. I even lost my hometown. You can imagine how panicked Alexander was at that time. But the reality is so ironic. I clearly didn't want to do it anymore. I planned to find a job honestly and then return to Germany to reunite with my family in a few years. But I was inexplicably picked and transferred to the Strategic Scientific Corps, and then became Ms. Carter's subordinate. I had no choice. What's even more ridiculous is that I had lost my superiors, but Howard and Ms. Carter actually sent Hydra to me. It was too late for me to quit, and they wouldn't allow it. So I could only pretend that I was still loyal to Hydra, and then, you probably understand, I began to rise rapidly, not only in S.H.I.E.L.D., but even in Hydra. My voice became more and more powerful. At that time, I knew what it meant to be helpless. Even if I didn't want to, I had to move forward. Alexander was full of grievances when talking about the past. Damn, 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years, he really became the boss. He himself felt fucked up. Chapter 1261 Curtain Call. Being an undercover agent is never an easy job. At the beginning, Alexander Pierce had to be more careful even when sleeping, for fear of exposing himself. It was fine during the war, but he didn't expect that he would have to live such a life after the war. For this reason, he had to completely abandon his personal life. He didn't fall in love or get married, and he devoted himself to work because he was afraid. Only work could make him temporarily forget the fact that he was a Hydra spy. Then he became a person who specialized in dealing with Hydra. A Hydra spy was transferred to a department that specialized in dealing with Hydra. It was so ironic. What's even more ironic is that he rose rapidly and was valued by Ms. Carter, and even took over as the director of SHIELD in the end. Do you know how happy I was on the day I took over as the director of SHIELD? Alexander Pierce picked up the wine glass, crossed his legs, and relaxed. I was thinking, now, no one will be able to find out that I'm an undercover agent of Hydra. After all, I'm the boss in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at him coldly. Although he might know the answer, Nick Fury still couldn't help asking, why choose me? He wanted to hear what Pierce said with his own ears. Because you are the most suitable. Pierce didn't want to hide it at this time. I was already not young at that time, and I was too successful. I was so successful that the Security Council was confident that I could continue to stay in the position of director. They were afraid that if they continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. would sooner or later be out of their control. So I had to retire. But I couldn't hand over S.H.I.E.L.D. to those insects. They would not only destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., but also implicate Hydra. So I need a suitable candidate to be the director, so you chose me. Just because I couldn't possibly obey the Security Council? Of course not. I have plenty of such candidates. But you are different. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the one I wanted. You are full of ambition and will do anything to achieve your goals. To be honest, I always felt that you were born to be a Hydra. When you were working under me, I suspected that you were actually another Hydra undercover, but I didn't know it. Until I found out that you were not Hydra, I didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the time. I see, Nick Fury didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Fuck. It turns out that you promoted me because you thought I was a Hydra. But like I said, you are simply a perfect Hydra. Choosing you will only make Hydra continue to grow. The key is that you are not a Hydra yet. You are a clean S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Is there anything more perfect than this? Nick Fury had a cold face. It turned out that this was the case. It all made sense. A Hydra pushed an orthodox S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to the top. This is not just Alexander Pierce's business. If this matter is harmful to all Hydras, then others will not be happy. As a result, Pierce found a perfect balance. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. will naturally not resist an orthodox S.H.I.E.L.D. agent taking the position. Hydra also does not object to a person who perfectly fits the temperament of Hydra taking the position. The only sadness is Nick Fury himself. He thought he was protecting the world, but he turned out to be the biggest accomplice. He suddenly understood why Kai hated him so much. It seems that he can't play with them from the root. Pierce had finished his drink at this time. He said to Nick Fury very calmly, "Come on, do it. Today is a beautiful day, just like the day I took office as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is such a sad thing for a person to carry a secret for so many years. People who are not the person involved cannot understand this feeling at all." One last question, do you really believe in Hydra's tricks? Nick couldn't help but ask this question again. Haha, this question is redundant, Pierce said. How many politicians have you seen who believe what they say? Hydra's ideology, only ghosts believe this kind of thing. Nick's expression seemed to be a little loose. But the next second Pierce continued, I don't believe in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tricks either. No matter what the ideology is, everyone is doing things that are beneficial to themselves. You are like this, and so am I. So I have never felt that there is any difference between you and me. After all, compared to each other, You have done much more harm to the world than me." Bang! Pierce was shot on the head. Nick Fury was a little defensive. So too, Nick Fury didn't realize that at the moment he fired the gun, a hidden camera in the room captured the scene of him shooting Pierce. On the other side, Garrett also met his end. With the intelligence ability of the Skrulls, Garrett was almost nowhere to hide. He was attacked the moment he returned to the clairvoyant base. The unfortunate Garrett was still thinking about using the life-saving medicine to extend his life. In the end, he died without even seeing the life-saving medicine. Garrett did not try to resist, but unfortunately the Avengers did not give him a chance. Although it is very difficult for these Avengers to do good things. But when it comes to killing, these people are better than each other. Especially King Shark. This guy is basically a Hydra in one bite, not to mention killing quickly. The key is that the visual impact is very strong. This guy seems to be particularly interested in the brain, perhaps because there are too many people. Each person can only take a bite, so most of them bite the head. The human skull is the hardest part, but in his mouth, it is like a strange bean, tender and juicy. When Garrett was left alone, he was still holding a head in his hand to chew. "Can't you eat something normal?" Aquaman Arthur looked at his companion with a face full of pain. Although he was used to King Shark's strange eating habits, he still felt a little bit uncomfortable when he saw this guy holding a human head like eating spicy rabbit head. Eat. People are delicious. Heads are delicious. Brains are the most delicious. Arthur is a friend. Here, King Shark is actually quite cute, well, if you can ignore his eating habits. Looking at the smooth skull, Arthur still declined King Shark's kindness. Get out of the way. King Shark was not sad. Seeing Arthur refused, he immediately bit off the skull. The bone hit Phil's shoulder with a snap. He wanted to curse. But when he saw King Shark's cute and innocent eyes, he swallowed the curse words. The 3-meter-tall King Shark is still a child, what's there to worry about? Phil. Can we have a negotiation? Can we find some normal teammates? Even if I am assigned some ordinary special forces, it will be fine. I am not picky. Arthur didn't know how many times he complained. Hey, just get over it. These are already good enough. Phil pulled the corner of his mouth and said helplessly. Doesn't he want to find some normal team members? He has to find them. Ahem. Garrett looked at the people chatting and felt insulted. Hill sent you. Phil sighed and didn't answer directly. I never thought it was you. He used to be Garrett's partner. He had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time and was still a rookie, so he followed Garrett. The two had a very good personal relationship. Ahem. What's the point of saying this now? I just can't figure out why someone like you would join Hydra. Garrett's information is very normal. He was born and raised in Ohio, joined the army and was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. These information are not false. A real American. Phil can't figure out why he joined Hydra. There's nothing to figure out. They just give more. Garrett joined Hydra not because he agreed with Hydra's ideas. That thing can't be spread publicly, so it's not easy to track people. That's right. Phil also felt that he had asked an idiotic question. Any last words? This was the last thing Phil could do for him. I just want to know how you found us. Phil hesitated for a while and came to Garrett. Nick Fury has been watching you. Garrett's eyes widened. Nee. Phil immediately stood up, pointed his gun at Garrett and shot. Bang 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 bang. Sokovia. SWRD agents raided the Hydra base. Carter led a group of agents to the deepest part of the base. That was where Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were. The two were also attracted by the gunfire in the base. But the two did not act rashly. They joined Hydra just for revenge and had no good feelings towards Hydra. After all, they had experienced so much inhuman torture at the hands of Hydra. As long as the person who came was not Tony Stark, they had no interest in helping Hydra. Soon, Carter found their brother and sister. Who are you? Scarlet Witch was very wary of this group of strangers who suddenly appeared. The base seems to be very busy recently. The last time I heard gunshots was a few days ago, and now it's happening again. We are here to help you. Carter looked at the brother and sister a little greedily. The Skrulls have also learned about the special humans on Earth over the years. They have realized their value. This group of people is the best weapon. Especially this brother and sister. If they really grow up as Hydra expects, then they will be the best weapon for them to conquer the Earth. Wanda, who is in the cage, looked at Carter with a sneer. She didn't believe this group of strangers at all. Hydra said it would help them, but what was the result? They have been locked up for so many years, And apart from the crazy experiments, there is no substantial action at all. Do you know what we want? Just say they want to help us, Tony Stark, Carter said confidently. We are not Hydra. They are afraid of those superheroes, but we are not. Who are you? Wanda didn't expect that this group of people knew everything. Is it important? Carter couldn't figure out Wanda and Quicksilver's. I always forget his name, so I just use his code name. It's simple and clear. Attitude towards aliens. After all, not everyone can accept aliens as happily as Carol and Nick Fury, so they don't want to reveal their identities. Why should we believe you? Hydra has been making promises for many years, but they haven't come true. We will take you to the United States. Carter directly put forward the conditions. Wanda and Quicksilver's eyes lit up. They have been fooled by Hydra for so many years, but they have been staying in this dark base for so many years, let alone revenge. They don't even know which direction the United States is. In fact, Wanda and Quicksilver think that with their current abilities, they can find Tony Stark to get revenge. The only problem is how to find Tony Stark. As long as they go to the United States, they don't need this group of people and can get revenge. Alexander Pierce is dead. Kai was also shocked when he heard the news. It was Nick Fury who did it. Natasha handed Kai a newspaper. It said Hydra's revenge, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. sacrificed. Although it didn't clearly state that it was Nick Fury who did it, Natasha had her own source of information. How do you know? Kai opened the newspaper, which used a lot of space to describe the life of Alexander Pierce. What anti-fascist fighter, destroyer of Hydra, etc. A lot of flattering words. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer as mysterious as it was in previous years. After all, the last Inside project was so big that the whole Washington, D.C. saw the flying aircraft carrier taking off. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't hide it anymore. It was also from that time that the mysterious veil of S.H.I.E.L.D. was gradually unveiled to the public. Fuck. This guy actually became a hero. Kai looked at those corny flattering words and felt unhappy. Damn, a villain fighting a boss, a super traitor, became a hero after he died. It also said that the federal government planned to hold a state funeral for him, and President Benjamin would give a speech at the funeral. This guy is Hydra. Where can I go to reason? No way. Who told us not to expose him? Natasha shrugged and said, without evidence, he's a hero. Tisk. Find a time to expose him, Kai said unhappily. We can't let this guy die so gloriously. I guess not, Natasha said. What happened? Kai asked. Hill personally found Tony this morning and confessed the fact that Alexander Pierce was a traitor. She took the initiative to find Tony. Yes. She convinced Tony, Natasha said. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Tony's father himself. If Alexander Pierce's affairs were allowed to be exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely be finished immediately. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been exposed, if there is a scandal that both directors are traitors, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely be disbanded. After all, both directors are not clean, and it is difficult for the public to believe that there is anyone else in this organization who is clean. Kai was silent for a while. Tisk. This old bastard got it cheap. Even Tony accepted it. Kai would not hold on to it. Chapter 1262 Big Event. What about Nick Fury? Kai just remembered that Natasha had just mentioned Nick Fury's name. Alexander Pierce installed a miniature camera in his home, the kind that uses film. He captured the scene of Nick Fury shooting Alexander Pierce. The old guy finally played a trick on Nick Fury, Natasha said. When Nick Fury entered Alexander Pierce's house, he used means to cut off any electronic equipment in his room. But that miniature camera was a product of the last century and was not an electronic product at all. Instead, it was preserved. It must be said that Alexander Pierce is indeed a veteran spy. Some things are not more impeccable the more advanced they are. At least this time, the antiques of the last century defeated high technology. And all this was obviously designed by Alexander Pierce on purpose. Nick Fury was in trouble. He had to choose between saving S.H.I.E.L.D. and saving himself. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is to be saved, then Alexander Pierce must be a decent person, and then he can only be a villain. Well, now the villain secretly killed the Supreme Elder of the Orthodox Elders, obviously for revenge. Or the means of assassination. This is very despicable. Now Nick Fury's reputation as a Hydra member and a traitor can never be washed away. But if he chooses to expose it, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will be finished. The reason has been mentioned before and will not be repeated here. In fact, according to Nick Fury's character, he is actually very likely to sacrifice S.H.I.E.L.D. with his ability to dig holes. He has long been unknown how many alternatives he has secretly. For example, SWORD. But the problem is that all this happened too fast, so fast that Nick Fury had no time to plan. If SHIELD is to be abandoned, the best way should be to hollow out SHIELD and leave an empty frame. Put all resources into the spare tire. It's just that Nick Fury's mind was in a mess because everything happened too fast, and he didn't have time to plan, so he went straight to Alexander Pierce. That's why all this happened. In this situation, it's not a question of whether Nick Fury is willing to abandon SHIELD, but SHIELD itself will not agree. So S.H.I.E.L.D's choice to preserve Alexander Pierce's reputation this time was not Nick Fury's instruction, but Hill's choice based on his own interests. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is to exist, Nick Fury must be sacrificed. What can Nick Fury do about this? Force Hill? In what capacity? Hill was Nick Fury's insider because she felt that Nick Fury was not a traitor. At the same time, she believed that there were traitors inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But now that the traitor has appeared, the basis for her cooperation with Nick Fury is gone. She can't destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. in her own hands for Nick Fury's innocence. In the final analysis, she is really not Nick Fury's person. Nick Fury wants to expose, but he is a traitor, and he is a recognized one. Who will listen to him without someone to endorse him? Now at most Hill knows that Nick Fury is innocent and will not use the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to continue to hunt him down, and even cooperate secretly. But it is impossible for Hill to help him overturn the case. Instead, he will do his best to prevent him from overturning the case. The world is so realistic. Just because you are innocent doesn't mean you will be treated fairly. That's politics. Besides, Nick Fury doesn't need to be angry, he has done a lot of things that are against his conscience. We are not good people. So understanding is the best. As for Kai, it is even more impossible to overturn Nick Fury's case. In Kai's opinion, it is not unfair to shoot Nick Fury now. Such a scum deserves to be wronged. Overturn the case? Overturn your grandma. Go to hell. Kai is not against aliens. After all, after the Earth is exposed, the Earth will sooner or later have to deal with alien civilizations. But the aliens that Nick Fury is dealing with are a bit dangerous. No matter what the purpose is, Kai will not allow the Skrulls to enter the Earth. Don't worry about him, keep watching S.H.I.E.L.D. and see what S.H.I.E.L.D. does. If they can really cut off Hydra, then we can relax our defense against them. Kai set the tone for this matter. Understood. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D. was undergoing a drastic change, a major event also happened in the universe. Ronan, the judge of the Kree Empire, died. The Kree Empire is a militaristic interstellar empire. It is the most aggressive empire in the universe at this stage. The Kree Empire originated from the Large Magellanic Cloud. The Kree and the telepathic semi-plant race Katati lived together on the planet Hala in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Adult Kree are 5 to 8 feet tall, 1.52 to 2.44 meters. They have stereoscopic vision and humanoid limbs, opposable thumbs, and most of them have body hair like humans. Later, the planet was visited by the Celestials. The Celestials like to do this kind of thing. They like to interfere with the evolution of a planet and then observe it. The Celestials sent the two races to the moon at the same time. After a certain period of time, they will come to check the construction results and make a choice based on the results. The Kree built a city on the desolate moon, while the Katati simply used the race's innate psychic ability to make plants grow and built a garden on the designated land. In the end, the Celestials chose the Katati. However, the Celestials do not seem to be able to back up the race they choose. They will only provide a change and then observe. The result of this observation was that the Kree massacred the Katati on the moon and seized the advanced technology left by the Celestials to the Katati. Subsequently, the Kree studied the spacecraft left by the Celestials and grew rapidly. In a very short period of time, they became an influential military empire and developed a supreme wisdom composed of supercomputers to rule. Pure-blooded Kree people have blue skin, blue people, and look similar to humans. At the same time, because of the high-gravity environment of their home planet Hala, the Kree people are very strong. Later, as the Kree Empire expanded, the Kree people also mixed with other races. As a result, many strange Kree people were born, but pure-blooded Kree people were treated as first-class citizens in the Empire. As time went on and the Kree Empire continued, the supreme wisdom was also instilled with the Kree's knowledge of science, philosophy, military, thought, etc., gradually accumulated more and more political power, and was worshipped by the Kree people. It became the highest manager of the entire country and led the Kree Empire. Living people only serve as assistants to the Supreme Wisdom. The Supreme Wisdom became the de facto god of the Kree. It is also under the guidance of the Supreme Wisdom that the Kree people have become more pragmatic, cold, and believe in nationalism, imperialism, and militarism. And a unique political system has been derived from this. The Supreme Wisdom is undoubtedly the leader of the Kree Empire. Because the Supreme Wisdom is purely rational, the entire Kree society is efficient, pragmatic, and cold. Under the Supreme Wisdom, the highest law enforcement agency of the Kree people, the Accusation Group, ensures that the entire Kree Empire is under supervision. They are both soldiers of the Kree Empire and law enforcers of the judicial system. At the same time, the Accusation Group is also responsible for the diplomacy of the Kree Empire. When the Accusation Group determines that a planet has value and can be integrated into the Kree Empire, the Kree Empire will use relatively gentle means to bring the planet under its rule, and it can even be called a dominion. But if the Accusation Group determines that a planet has no value or is even hostile to the Kree Empire, then the planet will be greeted, including but not limited to, armed conquest, genocide, and even the destruction of the entire planet. In short, the power of the Accusation Group is very great. The judge is the leader of the Accusation Group. Since the Kree Empire is very large, there will not be only one judge. Any judge has a huge interstellar fleet under his command. If we have to make an analogy, it is equivalent to a warlord with great autonomy. They can even decide to launch a war. But Ronan is a very special one among them. He is younger, more aggressive, and more irritable than other judges. By the way, this Ronan has been to Earth. But he was pushed back by Captain Marvel Carol and never dared to come back here. Of course, this is also related to Ronan's main target on another interstellar empire in the galaxy. The Xander Empire, another powerful interstellar empire in the universe. This empire has fought a war with the Kree Empire. In fact, to put it bluntly, the Kree Empire has set its sights on the Xander Empire and intends to take it into its pocket. And it is Ronan's family who is responsible for this war. Unfortunately, the Xander Empire has the Nova Corps, which is not weak. After hundreds of years of war, the Xander Empire has not only not been defeated, but due to the development of the Nova Corps, the Xander Empire has become stronger and stronger. Therefore, the Supreme Wisdom judged that if the Kree Empire continued to fight the Xander Empire with its current strength, even if it won, it would cause the Kree Empire to suffer huge losses, which would endanger the entire empire. The Supreme Wisdom judged things with absolute rationality. After judging that the war between the Empire and Xander was more harmful than beneficial, it decisively stopped the war. The Kree Empire has reached a reconciliation with Xander. But Ronan was not reconciled. Ronan's father, grandfather, etc. were all killed by the Xander people. Ronan's people and the people of Xander had grievances for generations. Therefore, he has always been against the Xander people and wanted to destroy Xander. He firmly opposed the truce between the Empire and Xander, but this did not affect the decision of the Supreme Wisdom. Without the support of the Empire, Ronan and his men were not the opponents of Xander, so the judge chose to cooperate with the cosmic terrorist, the Dark Titan Thanos. Thanos' request was simple. As long as Ronan found the Infinity Stones for him, he would help Ronan destroy Xander. Because Thanos' fleet was extremely powerful at the time, Ronan agreed to Thanos' conditions after repeated consideration. Then the power gem among the infinite gems appeared and was obtained by a cosmic predator. The so-called predators can be regarded as space pirates, a group of interstellar gangsters who carry out various illegal activities in the universe. Ronan then seized the power gem. But after getting the gem, Ronan discovered the huge power of the gem, and this guy immediately turned against him. He decided to use this gem to destroy Xander himself. As for the agreement with Thanos, he chose to break the agreement. Then Ronan was killed by the Nova Corps, the Predator and his companions when he attacked Xander. The judge of the Kree Empire was killed. This is definitely not a trivial matter. What's more, the infinite gems are involved. The Xander Empire felt that it could not handle such a big thing. But they didn't dare to hand over the power gem. Just kidding, this thing can really destroy an entire planet. So they had to give up the protection of the Predator and his companions. There is no way. The Kree and Xander have a peace treaty. Ronan committed suicide by violating the order of the Supreme Wisdom and started a war privately. It would be in vain if he died. The Kree could not lose their credibility and tear up the treaty publicly. Of course, for the Supreme Wisdom, credibility is completely the same as not having it. If the strength is sufficient, the Supreme Wisdom will tear up the treaty and destroy Xander in a minute. But the Kree are carrying out conquest activities everywhere in the universe, and it is impossible for them to go to war with the powerful Xander easily. So they can only remain silent about Xander's behavior. But the Predator and his companions are not Xander. They are not under the protection of the peace treaty. So the Kree set their revenge target on these insignificant mercenaries. Typical bullying, but this is reality. Because of the power gem, the Xander Empire cannot protect them to death. Compared with the entire empire, the life and death of a few foreigners is obviously insignificant. However, Xander did not really turn its back on them. Instead, it pointed out a clear way for them. Go to Earth. Under the protection of Asgard and Captain Marvel, Earth is a restricted area for the Kree. It just so happens that the Predator is an Earthling. Hey, Star-Lord. Is this really the way to Earth? A talking raccoon manipulated the spaceship's machine gun to fire back at the Predator's spaceship chasing behind him, while complaining about the Earthling-looking driver. How should I know? The Earthling-named planet answered loudly while dodging the attack behind him with sweat on his forehead. Isn't he an Earthling? A big red-skinned man shouted when he heard this. Please. I was only a few years old when I was taken out of Earth. How should I know? Star-Lord shouted loudly. Star-Lord is an Earthling. When he was 9 years old, he was taken to the universe by a group of predators. He didn't know how to read the cosmic chart at that time, let alone fly a spaceship. He has never been back to Earth for so many years, so naturally he doesn't know the route back to Earth. This time he ran back to Earth, thanks to the help of the Nova Corps of Xander. Aren't we doomed then? Wait. What is that? Yes. It's an Asgard spaceship. We are saved. Asgard does not allow predators to enter their territory, Star-Lord immediately shouted excitedly. At this time, the talking raccoon suddenly reminded, wait? Star-Lord. It seems that you are also a predator, right? Will they attack us too? Star-Lord almost forgot about this. He is indeed a predator. Oh, be careful and hold on. The attack is coming. At this time, a green-skinned girl shouted at the top of her voice. Sure enough, the Asgardians treated them all equally. Hurry up. Enter the space jump. Let's run. Chapter 1263 Guardians of the Galaxy. Solar System, near Mercury. The space suddenly sank, and then a spaceship suddenly squeezed out from the dent. This spaceship looked very miserable, with energy leaking out continuously, and flashes of light similar to electric sparks flashed in the dark space. Saved, everyone in the spaceship was knocked unconscious, and only Star-Lord, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was intact. He was wearing a seat belt. Woo. I want to vomit. The big red-skinned man finally got up, but immediately held his stomach and supported the wall, saying reluctantly. Wait, Star-Lord shouted anxiously, go to the toilet. Go to the toilet. Don't vomit here, woo. I can't help it. Ugh, no, Star-Lord shouted desperately. The talking raccoon picked up a metal ball of unknown substance beside him and threw it over. Too disgusting. What did you eat? The green-skinned beauty covered her nose and said at the side, swamp frog. He ate a whole swamp frog meal yesterday, Groot. At this time, a potted plant next to him suddenly spoke. Don't say bad words. Groot, Rocket Raccoon shouted at the potted plant. There was a very, very small sapling in the potted plant, and the sapling actually had a human form. Amy, Groot, the little guy shouted very unconvinced. Yes, I know. That thing is disgusting, Rocket Raccoon, and the smell. Why would anyone like that thing? I agree that it can poison people to death. The swamp frog meal is actually an alien food. The material is an alien species that looks very much like a toad. That thing is very similar to a toad, but more disgusting. The status of this thing in the universe is a bit like stinky tofu or canned herring. People who can accept it will naturally love it to death, and those who can't accept it. It's impossible to accept it. It's much more comfortable. Ho ha, the big guy obviously didn't listen to the complaints of others. Drax. You damn bastard. You have to clean the spaceship for me. If Star-Lord was not driving the spaceship, he would definitely pounce on it and kill that bastard at the first time. For a predator, the spaceship is everything to them. After all, most predators live on spaceships all their lives. So spaceships mean something very different to them. Star-Lord's spaceship is called the Milano. He has been driving the Milano since he was 10 years old. This ship is like a family member to him. The Milano was damaged in the last battle when Ronan invaded Xander. Xander originally planned to give Star-Lord a more advanced spaceship. But Star-Lord refused and asked Xander to help him repair the Milano. Xander was naturally no problem. Even though the Milano was almost a pile of scrap metal, it was not difficult for Xander, which was technologically advanced. They not only repaired the Milano, but also refurbished and upgraded the spaceship. Otherwise, the Milano would not have been able to escape the pursuit of those predators. Star-Lord is still in the fresh stage of the new Milano. Just like when people buy a new mobile phone, they will cherish it very much in the first 1 or 2 months, for fear of a little bump, but after this stage, the mobile phone can be thrown around. Where are we now? The green-skinned girl ignored the quarrels of the stinky men, but calmly analyzed her current situation. The green-skinned girl is called Gamora, and her full name is very long, Gamora Jean Hubali Ben Titan. Her identity is very special. She is the adopted daughter of Thanos, but at the same time Thanos is also his enemy. Thanos implements a radical population policy throughout the universe. He believes that the reason why the various civilizations in the universe are at war is ultimately due to the competition for resources. The unlimited growth of the population of a civilization will naturally lead to a shortage of resources, and the shortage of resources will cause disputes, which will cause disputes. It is a bit like Malthus's population theory. Malthus's population theory is actually a repeated cycle system. According to Malthus's population theory, a decrease in population will cause per capita wealth, and an increase in per capita wealth will lead to an increase in population, and then per capita wealth will decrease, and the population will decrease, and so on. However, Thanos seems to have only seen the first half of this theory, and even invented a new theory based on this theory, the theory of cosmic balance. In simple terms, he wants to use an absolutely fair way to randomly eliminate half of the population in the universe, so that there will be enough resources. There is no need for disputes. He sees himself as the executor of the balance of the universe, similar to God. So every time he captures a planet, he will kill half of the population of the planet in the most fair way. Then he will leave in style. At least that's what he thinks. Anyway, the planets that have been harmed by him think he is sick. People may not be afraid of bad guys, but they are definitely afraid of a crazy and bad psychopath. In order to pursue his ideals more efficiently, Thanos wants to collect infinite gems. Back to Gamora, she was born in the Zahubari tribe. Unfortunately, she was targeted by Thanos, and even more unfortunately, they couldn't beat Thanos. So Thanos implemented a population balance policy, and what was even more desperate was that Thanos gave the young Gamora the right to choose who should die. As for the method, it is also very simple. Toss a coin. The front is one group, and the side is another group. The coin thrown by Gamora caused all her family members to die at the hands of Thanos. Then Thanos took Gamora away and taught her carefully, raising her like his own daughter. He even sent her as a supervisor to cooperate with Ronan in the infinite gem collection plan. By the way, Gamora's half-sister Nebula also passed, but this person is not important, so there is no need to mention it. In this case, Gamora would not really love Thanos as long as she was a normal person, so Gamora betrayed Thanos as expected, killed Ronan with Star-Lord and others, and left the power gem on Xander. Let's introduce the others here. The big guy is called Drax. The planet he was on was considered worthless and hostile by Ronan, so he was exterminated. Drax became the only survivor. The talking raccoon is called Rocket Raccoon. It is a modified creature created by a Bard alien civilization, a biological gene-enhanced experiment codenamed 89P13, a modified creature created by mixing raccoons and a bunch of messy genes. The potted plant is called Groot. A very strange creature, Groot was born on Planet X. He is the last descendant of the tree race on the planet, the Floral Colossus. Groot has a high degree of intelligence and the unique physiological characteristics of tree people, super regeneration ability. As long as a part of the branches exists, it can grow into a big tree by watering and fertilizing. In addition, it has super strength and defense. It can grow into a giant through self-growth, and stretch its body parts freely like rubber, so that the body made of trees can extend freely and attack enemies. It can also control other plants and heal others by spreading spores. As for how such an awesome race became extinct, no one knows, because Groot can only say, "I'm Groot." Only those who are very familiar with him can understand what he means through the slight changes in the tone of this sentence. So don't expect to get too complicated information from him. Previously on Xander, Groot sacrificed himself to protect them. Rocket Raccoon found a twig from Groot's remains, and then this twig grew into the current baby Groot. Finally, it was Star-Lord. He was from Earth, as I mentioned before. His name on Earth was Peter Quill. "We seem to have arrived at the solar system," Star-Lord shouted in surprise. Through the cosmic star map, Star-Lord quickly determined where he was. In fact, there was no specific location of the solar system in the cosmic star map. This was a truly barren place in the universe. Except for a very small number of explorers, no one would come here. Star-Lord confirmed that this was the solar system, and he saw the Earth. The sun was not rare. There were many stars in the entire galaxy. Except for a little difference in size, most of them looked similar. But the Earth was different. "So, we are safe," Gamora breathed a sigh of relief. After they came out of Xander, they were either being hunted or on the way to be hunted. The Kree Empire offered them a very high bounty. So much so that all the predators and bounty hunters in the universe were eyeing them. For the time being, that's it. Star-Lord looked at his hometown Earth with mixed feelings. He thought he would never be able to return here in his lifetime. Neither the plunderers nor the bounty hunters have come here. And this place belongs to the jurisdiction of Asgard. Without their consent, any intruder will be in big trouble. The reason why our Ronin let the Earth go so easily back then was not just because of Carol. No matter how powerful Carol is, she is just one person. Apart from anything else, the power of Ronin's family alone can push the entire solar system. The real reason is because of the existence of Asgard. If you sneak in a few people, Asgard will also take a nap. They can't watch this place all the time. But you come here with a large fleet. Unless you use the cosmic cube to open a portal like the Chitauri, otherwise you really think Asgard is blind. In that case, it will become a war between the Kree Empire and Asgard. Although Asgard is not expanding much, its strength is there. If the Kree Empire dares to come, it will definitely be in trouble. Under the rule of the Supreme Wisdom, the Kree Empire will never do such a stupid thing. That will only benefit the enemies of the Kree Empire. Then Gamora was still very worried. As Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora knows a lot of secrets that most people don't know. There are not many forces in the universe that Thanos is afraid of. This guy is a terrorist. He is not afraid of ordinary interstellar empires. After all, he is a terrorist. But he is very afraid of Asgard, and he will never set foot in the solar system. Gamora can understand the horror of Asgard better than most people. "Don't worry, I'm an Earthling. Even if Asgard is so arrogant, it can't stop me from going home to visit my relatives, right?" Rocket Raccoon heard this and asked curiously, "By the way, Quill, do you have relatives on Earth?" Star-Lord was stunned. He thought about it carefully. "When I left Earth, I was only 9 years old, and I can't remember many things." Star-Lord remembered that he had a mother, but she died of cancer. Just before he left Earth. His mother had parents, his grandparents, but it has been more than 20 years. He is not sure whether the two old people are still alive. As for other relatives, he really has no impression. At this point, Gamora felt strange. "Why were you taken away from Earth by Yondu? I remember that the Predators have an iron law. Predators can do anything illegal, but they can't do business with children, although the Predators are pirates and lawless. But in fact, the reason why they are collectively called Predators is that there are still rules of the trade. These rules are the iron laws of Predators. Once these iron laws are violated, they will be spurned by all Predators and deprived of the honor of being a Predator. Although it seems strange that a group of alien pirates would care about honor. But this thing is the consensus in the universe. Although Predators are pirates, not all space pirates are Predators. Anyway, Predators value this very much. Among them, the most important rule among Predators is that they must not do illegal business with children, such as killing children, such as buying and selling children, etc. Yondu wanders in the universe. Although he was exiled by other Predators, he still regards himself as a Predator. And he always hopes to return to the ranks of Predators. He cares about this a lot, and this is what Gamora can't understand. If he cares so much, why did he kidnap Quill in the first place? Actually, I don't know either. Star-Lord was naturally curious about why he was taken away from Earth by Yondu. He didn't know how many times he had asked since he was a child. But Yondu always threatened him, saying that he would eat him if he asked again. After growing up, Yondu insisted that it was an accident. They just smuggled some East Evils from Earth, but accidentally took Star-Lord away. Although there were many loopholes, Yondu refused to say, and Star-Lord had no choice. Do you think Earth will welcome us? At this time, the big guy Drax thought of something and asked. After all, a group of bounty hunters like them who wander around the universe are not welcome. Star-Lord thought about his impression of the Earth, and said, "It's okay. My hometown is a very backward place. We have even been arguing about whether there are aliens. When the time comes, we will be careful and hide our features. The people on Earth will never find us." The Earth and Star-Lord's impression is still stuck in the 1980s of the last century. After so many years on the alien planet, to be honest, Star-Lord actually despises his hometown a bit. After all, he is used to living in big cities, and suddenly returning to the countryside where he hasn't been back for many years, he will always feel a little disgusted. Chapter 1264 Unimportant Visitors. Okay, what Star-Lord didn't know was that the moment they appeared in the solar system, they were immediately discovered. Sir. An unidentified flying object was found in the orbit of Mercury. A Dark Elf sentry quickly reported his discovery to the Dark Elf mothership. In order to guard against alien invaders and to find something for the Dark Elves, Kai had long ago issued an order to build a defense system inside the solar system. Of course, this order was a bit nonsensical. The total population of the Dark Elves was only tens of thousands, most of whom were old, weak, and disabled. It was impossible for such a small number of people to build any defense system inside the solar system. It was called a defense system, but it was actually more of an early warning system. In this way, the workload was much smaller. The Dark Elves were allowed to land the mothership on the dark side of the moon and use the Dark Elf technology to build a habitat inside the moon. Even in the entire universe, the Dark Elves' black technology is above average, considering that they were defeated by Asgard. After all, they have long owned the Reality Stone, which is absolutely a physical bug. Even if they only study the fur, they can create black technology with similar magic effects in other races. Very awesome. The most powerful technology of the Dark Elves is actually the stealth technology. This is almost unique in the universe. Even Asgard's protective barrier is ineffective against it. Heimdall is more like having cataracts when facing the stealth technology of the Dark Elves. He didn't realize that the enemy was coming until the Dark Elves' mothership fighters flew to his face. So it's really not too difficult for the Dark Elves to build a secret early warning outpost in the solar system. The only thing to consider is the allocation of manpower. At present, only half of the entire framework has been built, all concentrated in the interior of the solar system, and it will take some time to build the edge airspace. But Star-Lord's spaceship is lucky and happened to appear within the detection range of the Dark Elves' outpost. Can you tell which civilization's spaceship it is? The Dark Elves' commander did not rashly order the destruction of the incoming spaceship. Now the Dark Elves, like the Earth, are fat meat in the eyes of other cosmic civilizations and must be cautious. It's a universal type. The so-called universal type refers to a spaceship model that is widely used in the universe. There are not many such spaceship models, but they are all panaceas. After all, each interstellar civilization has its own unique science tree, and the spacecraft they manufacture have strong civilization characteristics. Some of these spacecrafts have very powerful performance, while others are just average, but they all have one thing in common, that is, after leaving the scope of their own civilization, maintenance will become very difficult. Each civilization has its own counting units and weights and measures. Some people say that mathematics is the common language of the entire universe. This is true. But the weights and measures and counting units are not necessarily the same. For example, humans have 10 fingers, so it is a decimal system. But some aliens have only 8 fingers, and some have 20 fingers. This thing is not easy to deal with. The underlying logic of mathematics is the same, but the expression is not. This also caused that the industrial standards of each civilization are also different. The parts and underlying designs of those spacecrafts are naturally different and cannot be universal. However, the development of interstellar civilization still requires trade and communication, which requires the universality of spacecraft, so some conventional universal standard spacecraft have emerged. Most of these spacecraft will be used by interstellar merchants, pirates, plunderers and even explorers. Because they are universal, parts and maintenance are simpler, which is more in line with the requirements of the above groups. Universal type, the threat level was lowered by several levels. After all, the scariest thing is just the interstellar pirates, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After all, compared to those rabble, the Dark Elves are definitely their ancestors. The Dark Elves are super terrorists who once wanted to destroy the entire universe. Compared with them, Thanos is a moral model. Others only want to wipe out half of the population, and their original intention is to ensure the balanced development of the universe, although it is crazy enough, compared with the Dark Elves who intend to kill everyone in the universe for their own selfish desires. They are indeed much more gentle and modest. If I have to choose, I will choose Thanos. Because he can lead everyone to balanced development. Even if the Dark Elves are now in decline, they are not something that those little thieves can compete with. Just when the Dark Elves were about to take the next step, the spaceship suddenly had a new movement. Sir? The spaceship moved. It's heading to the Earth. This is not a strange thing. After all, the planet in the entire solar system that best meets the standards for the existence of life is the Earth. Mars is not bad, but the environment of Mars is bad just by looking at the appearance. No matter who comes to the solar system, almost the first choice will be the Earth. Wait a minute, don't make any moves for now, keep a close watch. I will report to the Master, and the Master will decide their future. It was midnight when Kai received the call from the Dark Elves. Although Kai was very unhappy about this behavior of disturbing people's sleep. But it must be a special situation for the Dark Elves to contact him at this time. A spaceship? Yes, it's a small spaceship. Milano is indeed a small spaceship, with a load capacity of only 5 people. Logically speaking, a spaceship of this size can only be considered a micro spaceship, but considering that it can travel in space, it is called a small spaceship. For example, the Dark Elves' Razor Fighter, although it can fly in space, cannot complete interstellar travel alone and needs to be carried by a mothership. This is a micro spaceship. They are now heading towards the Earth and will enter the Earth's orbit in about 3 hours. Should we destroy them? Since it is a small spaceship, let them in. I think the Earth needs to be as familiar with the existence of alien civilizations as possible. Humans are a very forgetful race, which is a very helpless characteristic. If you don't remind humans from time to time, you might really forget the pain after the scar has healed. In fact, there has been such a trend recently. Nothing. I understand. Then he hung up the call neatly. Dark Elves are like this, so cold and indifferent. I am your leader. Why don't you flatter me? Even a casual greeting will do. He comes up to talk about something, and then hangs up. If this happens in the workplace, you will never get promoted in your life, I tell you. While slandering, Kai also packed up and went back to sleep. I feel really empty and lonely recently. The 3 Chicago women are all busy with their own careers. Not superheroes, but real careers. Kelly is about to graduate, because she studies art. She is busy with her graduation exhibition. Diana ran to Greece, where the famous Minotaur labyrinth was excavated on the island of Crete. It is actually an underground city with unknown meaning, which was far-fetchedly related to the Minotaur. Since Ares ran out last time, archaeology about Athens has become a hot topic. It has been very popular in recent years. Many Greek myths have been dug up. After all, even Ares is real, so it is not surprising that other myths are true. Crete, as an early civilization of ancient Greek civilization, has always been a hot spot on the archaeological community, and it is only becoming popular again now. Diana is very interested in it, so she took the initiative to join the research. Her external identity is an authoritative cultural relic restorer and archaeological expert, and she can naturally join in with Kai's large sponsorship. And Catherine recently contacted Blade and went to Europe. It is said that the vampires there are digging graves in Rome or doing something, and it is said that they want to unseal a certain magic weapon, which makes the Holy See very nervous. So many organizations related to the Holy See have sent people. Not only the Holy Church under the British Protestant Church, but also the demon hunters from the Orthodox Church have been dispatched. As for the magic weapon, Kai remembered that he had robbed one that year and it had been thrown into the king's treasury. Unexpectedly, after decades, the group of vampires are not honest again. Yes, when have these bugs ever been honest? Kai is actually helpless about vampires. This race cannot be killed. Because vampires are essentially a special kind of human beings. They are all transformed from humans. As long as humans still exist, it is basically impossible to wipe them out. The key is that most of these bastards are old silver coins. Their strength is not very good, but when it comes to survival, these guys are definitely ranked first among all the aliens. And their reproduction method is special. Even if you kill them a lot, the number is small, but as long as they want, an old vampire can reproduce in large numbers in a short period of time. and the number will recover rapidly. Although it is a bit harmful to the body, they can survive anyway. They will recover in 100 or 80 years. So basically every 100 or 80 years, these grandsons will come out to make trouble. Those old silver coins are still good. They usually don't come out to make trouble. They are more afraid of death than anyone else. But the new generation is not necessarily. As long as the number is large enough, their ambition will expand. There is no way. Vampires don't have much fun. Fighting for power and profit is their favorite activity, second only to blood-sucking. So every once in a while, people need to clean it up. But this time, they seem to have made a big deal. So Catherine was called back by the Church of England to support Rome. No matter how much hatred the Orthodox Church and the Protestant Church have for the Vatican, their relationship is there. When it comes to life and death, they will not really ignore it. Especially for a big enemy like vampires. And Susie, who is even more elusive, I guess many people have forgotten this girl. There was originally a branched line about her, but it was cut off by me. The branched line I originally thought of was to connect Susie and Wakanda, but I almost cut the entire Wakanda plot, so this girl has even fewer opportunities to appear. She went all over the world to find artworks for her god, and only when she was free would she run to Kai's place, free and easy. On the contrary, Kai could only stay at home with a few children. Just when Kai was about to go upstairs, suddenly, a little guy appeared at the door holding a doll and rubbing his eyes. "Oh, honey, why aren't you sleeping yet, little guy?" Kai immediately went up and picked up little Bernard. "Dad, I want to pee," the little guy said vaguely. Only she could call Kai dad without any problem. Teresa and Emma could only call him by his name. "I told you not to drink at night." Kai patted her little butt and sent her to the bathroom. Before entering the bathroom, the little girl nervously said to Kai, "Don't peek, I promise." Kai promised immediately and helped her close the door. It's good to be on guard against others. Especially for girls. But just after Kai closed the door, little Bernard's voice came from inside. "Dad? Are you still there?" "Of course," Kai replied with a smile. In fact, sometimes raising a child is quite interesting. Especially when the child is silly and cute. Little Bernard is afraid of the dark, which is the same as all children. So if she wants to go to the bathroom at night, someone must accompany her, but her two sisters are not very willing to accompany her. When children are energetic, they can torture adults crazy, but once they fall asleep, it is difficult to wake them up. They have good sleep quality. "Dad, are you there?" "Yes, honey," Kai answered tirelessly. It seems that this is a very important thing. He even forgot about the so-called alien spacecraft. "Is this the Earth?" Gamora looked at the Earth outside the window, a little shocked by the beauty of the Earth. Rocket Raccoon jumped onto the operating table holding the potted Groot. It's very ordinary." Rocket Raccoon and Groot are old hands. They have traveled to many planets. They have seen a lot, so it's not surprising. In fact, every planet that can give birth to life is a miracle and beautiful. "No, this place is very special." Gamora looked at the Earth and seemed to be fascinated by it. She really likes it here, but she doesn't know why. "Yes, it's beautiful here." Star-Lord also looked at the Earth with emotion. In fact, Star-Lord also looked at his hometown like this for the first time. When he was 9 years old, he also saw the Earth from outer space through the Predator's spacecraft, but at that time he was full of fear and couldn't really pay attention to its beauty. "Huh? A big water ball? Do people here live in water?" At this time, the big guy ran out to spoil the view. The planet where Drax was located had no sea and was relatively dry. So he didn't understand why there were people living in a world full of water. "Shut up." Star-Lord was homesick at this time, so he would never allow others to say that about his hometown. "Okay." Gamora rolled her eyes at Drax at this time, and then asked the main point, "Should we hide ourselves?" Star-Lord thought about it and felt that it was unnecessary. "No, the technology on Earth is very backward. They can't find us." Star-Lord lacked education on Earth, so he had no specific concept of the technology on Earth. He didn't know that after the alien invasion, all countries began to monitor extraterrestrial civilizations, and all countries vigorously developed space exploration projects. What's more, they are in low Earth orbit. Let alone a national detection system, even bored astronomy enthusiasts can see them clearly with some good astronomical telescopes. Chapter 1265, Homecoming. S.H.I.E.L.D. soon noticed these idiots. "Are you sure?" Hill got up from his residence in the middle of the night and rushed to the new headquarters, his eyes full of bloodshot. Recently, she was on her period, and even an agent would have dysmenorrhea. After all, as an agent, especially as the king of trusted agents, Hill's life is irregular, and her diet is irregular. What's more terrible is that she doesn't have a boyfriend, and she doesn't drink hot water. Foreigners are not used to drinking hot water. So she was tortured by dysmenorrhea. Sure, that is definitely not Earth technology. Star-Lord and his men were carelessly parked in low Earth orbit, as if they were afraid that others would not find them. It was difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. not to find them. Director, an agent suddenly ran in and shouted, "Russia is taking action, what are they going to do?" Hill took a painkiller from the secretary and swallowed it, then turned his head and asked, "Painkillers can't be taken randomly, they will be addictive. So Hill will only take one when she really can't bear it. It seems that they are planning to shoot down that spaceship." "What?" Hill almost knocked over the water cup in his hand. "Are they crazy? It's really the Russian style. Although Russians are not actually like this, thanks to the years of propaganda in the United States, when people talk about Russia, they will immediately think of the image of a barbarian who can take action and never talk. It must be said that this kind of propaganda is very successful. Not only do other people believe it, but the Russians themselves seem to believe it. It's really reckless. Notify the State Department immediately. The United States does not have a foreign ministry. The U.S. State Department is the administrative department in charge of foreign affairs and some domestic affairs of the United States. It is a foreign affairs agency directly under the management of the U.S. government and ranks first among the government departments. Therefore, when it comes to exchanges between the two countries, it must be handled by the State Department. With Russia's strength, the dialogue must be conducted in the capacity of the Secretary of State. If it were in the past, SHIELD would have bypassed the State Department and contacted the Russian side directly. It's not possible now. This power has been taken back long ago, even in the era of Nick Fury. After all, this guy has caused so many troubles. The US government must be stupid to continue to let him lose control and mess around. Of course, Nick Fury won't care, but Hill can't do this. It has to do with his personality and his confidence. Don't they know the enemy from the friend first? Do they have paranoia? Hill is in a bad mood now, and women during their menstrual period are like this. Well, can't blame the Russians, right? After all, last time, there are two well-known encounters between extraterrestrial civilizations and the Earth. One was the Chitauri invasion, and the other was the Dark Elves invasion. If it weren't for the superheroes, the entire New York would have been gone during the Chitauri invasion. The Dark Elves invasion was also thanks to superheroes, but the British didn't have many superheroes, and it was Kian the Night King who saved the day, so the oldest and most important urban area in London was destroyed. Now the British are still raising funds everywhere to restore and rebuild it. It is said that the British are planning to raise funds globally. Unfortunately, no one responded. There are really not many countries in the world that have not been destroyed by the British, which makes the British feel very embarrassed. After all, they have always claimed to be the birthplace of modern civilization. Well, France thinks so too. It is not difficult to see from this why the French and the British don't like each other. Let's get back to the point. It's the same thing twice in a row. The people on Earth have a stress response to extraterrestrial civilizations. But the people are the people. Is Russia a country run by the people? There is no such country in the world. So reckless and without any political sense. Anyway, the other party is just a spaceship. Shouldn't we figure out their purpose first? Director. The spaceship has moved, where's the target? Hill asked hurriedly. What Hill wants most now is that the spaceship will land in another country. Because no matter what, the aliens will come, it will be troublesome. It would be best if it can land in an area that the United States can control and not land on their homeland. Russia is so excited, probably because the location of the spaceship is just over Russia. If it lands on Russia, it is unknown what harm it will cause, so they simply plan to blow it up first, at least that way it is safe. The agent's face became strange. They seem to be coming towards us. The entire command center was silent. Hill's state of mind changed immediately. Everyone immediately enters the highest alert state. Closely monitor the alien spaceship. Yes, similar things are happening in the US military and the Shadow Bureau. At the same time, Russia also stopped its attack methods. It was not because they listened to the United States. But they felt that it was the United States' trouble. Why should they get involved? Besides, if they attacked at this time, the missiles they launched would pass through the territory of the United States. If they really succeeded, the Americans would bite back. Now they are happy to watch the show. The United States has experience and is not afraid. The Shield also immediately sent condolences to their American counterparts, asking them if they needed the Shield to help them solve the problem, and they only needed to let the Shield's weapons pass through the U.S. airspace. Of course, the United States could not agree. The Secretary of State, who was just arguing with the Russians, immediately turned around and solemnly stated that this was the Americans' own business and did not need other countries to interfere. In fact, whether it was Russia or the Shield, although they valued the spacecraft, they really didn't have any fear. Such a small spacecraft is not worth their fear. If they really can't even deal with such a small spacecraft, then the Earth can't resist at all, and it might as well be destroyed. More importantly, it is actually disgusting to the United States. Where are we going? My hometown, St. Louis, Missouri. Peter Quill's eyes were full of longing and timidity. Here's a little Easter egg. In the comics, Peter Quill was born in the Colorado Mountains in Colorado, but in the movie, his birthplace was changed to Missouri. The reason is that the director was born in Missouri, so the movie version is used here. Peter Quill was born in a single-parent family and he didn't know who his father was. When he was very young, his mother Meredith Quill was pregnant with cancer. On his 9th birthday, his mother gave him a birthday gift, a tape of top 10 American classics. Since childhood, Peter Quill's impression of his mother is hospital, hospital and hospital. Her health is very poor, and cancer tortured her to death. At the age of 9, Meredith Quill came to the end of her life. The dying look scared Peter Quill. He ran away with his Sony TPS, L2 Walkman and tapes. It was also at this time that Yondu kidnapped him. What made him unable to see his mother off for the last time, and what made Peter Quill feel even more guilty was that his mother ran away in her last moments. That scene has been tormenting him all these years. This shouldn't be the last time they meet, and he's been thinking about how sad his mother must have been in her last moments. Her son hated her. Peter Quill knew that wasn't true. He didn't hate her, he loved her. But he couldn't say it anymore. So he looked forward to going to his mother's grave and seeing her, even if it was across the tombstone. But he was also timid, and he didn't know how to explain why he ran away at that time. Chapter 1266 First Update. After entering the atmosphere, Star-Lord immediately switched the spacecraft to stealth mode. Then he flew all the way to his hometown, St. Louis. Here, Star-Lord gave each person a round badge the size of a coin. The big man Drax asked, holding the coin, "What is this, spy disguise device?" "I got it from Xander," Star-Lord said. Gamora took the badge and said with a strange expression, "Took it, okay. I stole it." Star-Lord knew that he couldn't deceive the other party. Although this group of people are the saviors of Xander, they are really not good people. Star-Lord is a plunderer, and any civilization with a sound legal system will arrest them. Rocket Raccoon and Grodd are also mercenaries who specialize in illegal activities. Drax. He is not a bad person, but he lacks common sense and has an impulsive personality, so he always commits crimes for no reason, such as not paying for meals, fighting with people when drunk, or accidentally destroying other people's property. Gamora, she is Thanos' adopted daughter. Although she was forced, she did do a lot of bad things with Thanos. But even so, she is still a wanted criminal in the universe. Even now, it has not been cancelled. Only Xander has cancelled the wanted order for her. The combined sentences of these people, converted into Earth time, are almost 10 centuries, and they are not eligible for parole. So it is not surprising for these guys to do anything. "Why do we need this?" Gamora asked a little strangely. The others basically had the same expression. Star-Lord had a headache. "We are on Earth, so, for interstellar travelers like them, they have seen too many strange aliens, so no matter where they go, they will deliberately hide their bodies unless they are wanted. But this is Earth, and they think there should be no wanted orders for them here. Oh, this place is more backward than you think. Aliens here are equivalent to legends. You go out like this." "Believe me, you don't think that," Star-Lord explained. This reason convinced them. They only realized at this time that perhaps what is daily for them is unprecedented here. "This place is really backward," Rocket Raccoon complained. Star-Lord looked embarrassed. After all, this is his hometown. Being told that was embarrassing. But there was really no way to refute it. Rocket Raccoon didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of rant. He was usually even meaner. After saying that, he hung the spy badge on his chest, and he immediately turned into a chihuahua. Hey, what is this? Rocket Raccoon was a little confused. He didn't mind turning into an animal because he was one, but this thing looked a little weak. Get used to it. After all, no one here would walk down the street with a raccoon. In fact, when Star-Lord first saw Rocket Raccoon, he was quite surprised. He thought he were from the same hometown. After all, raccoons, he had seen them in the zoo. Later, he asked, and it turned out that Rocket Raccoon had only heard of the Earth for the first time after he met Star-Lord. I don't want this, Rocket Raccoon protested. Okay, I'll change it for you. I want something stronger. Rocket Raccoon is the most irritable and manly one in the team, but his body is unusually petite, which has always troubled him, and he hates people talking about his appearance the most. Then, he turned into an orange cat. But Rocket Raccoon was very satisfied with this image. Look! This is the appearance of a natural predator. This animal is definitely the most ferocious here. The cat is indeed a standard beast, just a little smaller, at least Rocket Raccoon thinks so, because his appearance shows that he is omnivorous. As long as you are happy, the others put on their badges. Drax turned into a white bald man. He was quite satisfied with his appearance. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that Star-Lord asked him to wear a shirt. On their planet, only women would wear a shirt. Well, in their concept, the bear mask is equivalent to a shirt. Although he can accept other men wearing a shirt in the universe, he never wears one, not to mention that wearing a shirt will cover their battle pattern. This is an insult to the warriors. But there is no way, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It is winter now, even a man walking shirtless on the street will be very strange. Gamora turned into a black woman, and she was also quite satisfied with her appearance. As for Groot, there is no need to dress up, as long as he doesn't talk or move. Here, Star-Lord and his party soon found themselves outside a church cemetery in St. Louis. It took them a whole day to finally find the grave of Star-Lord's mother. After all, Star-Lord had been away for more than 20 years, and his impression of his hometown was already very vague, so it was very difficult to find his former home. Finally, he found the information of his grandparents through the municipal system. It must be said that the popularization of computers saved them. Otherwise, let alone a day, he would not have found it in half a month. It was easy to find the cemetery of the Quill family from the information of his grandparents. The Quill family are all devout believers, so everyone in their family will be buried in the community church cemetery. As expected, his grandparents have passed away one after another. What made Star-Lord uncomfortable was that his grandmother died in the hospital earlier this year. This made Star-Lord feel that if he could come back earlier, maybe. But at that time, he had no way to come back. Yondu never told him the route to Earth, and he had no place to find the route map. Earth is so invisible in the universe. In short, Star-Lord was surrounded by the guilt all the time when he returned to Earth. Gamora patted Star-Lord on the shoulder to comfort him. Then a group of people walked into the cemetery. Soon they found the tombstones of her mother and grandparents. Do you need us to leave for a while? Gamora asked caringly. Star-Lord was just about to thank him, but Drax on the other side took out a bottle of vodka and poured it on his mother's tombstone. Fuck. What are you doing? Star-Lord quickly pushed Drax away. Drax was even more aggrieved. I am mourning your mother. It's the custom in our hometown. He looked like you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Gamora quickly grabbed the furious Star-Lord. Peter. Drax didn't lie. And Drax, this is Earth, you are very rude to do this. Gamora actually didn't know the customs of Drax's hometown and Earth for the dead, but looking at the performance of both, she naturally knew what was going on. Star-Lord knew that he overreacted, but he didn't want to apologize, at least not now. He knelt on the ground, wiping his mother's tombstone with his clothes. Hey. I don't want to bother you at this time. The orange cat who had been lying on Drax's shoulder suddenly said, but we seem to be surrounded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1267 Is This Earth? Everyone immediately tense up. Although Star-Lord had repeatedly emphasized before that people should not be enemies with the Earthlings, They still showed good qualities in the face of the sudden siege. At this time, a bald man with a friendly smile walked in from outside the cemetery. "Hello, Peter Quill, you know my name?" Star-Lord looked at the bald man in a suit in surprise. "Now it's confirmed. After all, your every move is in our eyes, and among the entire Quill family, only Peter Quill meets your conditions." The person who came was Phil. Although Hill also knew that Phil was Nick Fury's man, she didn't care too much. As long as Phil didn't harm the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D., she could tolerate it. And Phil was indeed suitable for doing these things. He was friendly enough. As for how to find out Star-Lord's true identity, it was actually very simple. Just make an assumption and verify it carefully. Peter Quill's disappearance was quite a sensation more than 20 years ago. After all, Star-Lord's mother, that poor woman Meredith Quill, her only son, actually disappeared at the last moment of her life. At that time, many people in the town spontaneously organized a search for the son, hoping to find the son for the poor mother, but Peter Quill seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, without any clues, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. After so many years, a man who was so close to Peter Quill's age suddenly came back and checked Meredith Quill's grave. It didn't take much imagination to associate it. What's more, this guy came from outer space. An alien came to check Meredith Quill's grave. Even such a bizarre thing happened. This alien must be the son of Meredith Quill who disappeared that year. It seems that there is nothing unacceptable, right? As for guessing wrong, then guess wrong. Can you fire someone for this? It's just a guess without cost. I didn't expect it was really you. You disappeared when you were 9 years old. Were you abducted by aliens? Even though this guess was Phil's own, he was still shocked after it was confirmed. A person who has been missing for more than 20 years appears again, and he is from outer space. How can this not be surprising? That's right, Star-Lord shrugged. Although Yondu's motive for taking him away was unclear and he had raised him, there was no problem with kidnapping. At this time, the orange cat spoke. "I don't object to you chatting, but can you let those guys put down their weapons? It makes me feel very irritated." Star-Lord looked around carefully. Phil still smiled. "This is a necessary precaution. I hope you can understand." "Huh." The orange cat smiled contemptuously. "Can you still arrest us?" 10 minutes later. The group was taken away with special handcuffs. "Asshole. Didn't you say that the Earth is backward?" Rocket Raccoon returned to his original form at this time and was cursing at Star-Lord. The group was a bit miserable. The big guy Drax was unconscious, and Gamora's eye circles were also beaten purple. Groot, even the potted plants were put into a sealed glass cover. The young Groot could not leave the flower pot, but still tried hard to escape. Only Star-Lord was intact. "Don't say bad words. Groot, you're just a kid," Star-Lord said to the little tree man. Then he said helplessly, "It was like this when I left." Who would have thought that after more than 20 years, the Earth would develop so fast? He was used to the time of the universe. In the universe, most of the civilizations that can travel between stars are highly developed, but it is precisely because of their high development that the development of such civilizations will slow down. At least they will not undergo earth-shaking changes like the Earth civilization. It's like a billionaire who makes a few million. No one will think it's a big deal. But if an ordinary person suddenly makes a few million, isn't it earth-shaking? In short, Star-Lord underestimated his hometown. Originally, Star-Lord didn't want to conflict with his hometown people. His plan was to stay on Earth and go back after the storm passed. That's right, he didn't plan to live on Earth. He was used to the life in the universe. And there was nothing here worth his nostalgia. He did know that he was an Earthling, but he didn't know much about the cultural customs of the Earth. It's like a child who grew up in a foreign country, received foreign education, and completely accepted their set of values. Can you still say that this kind of person is your compatriot? After all, culture is more important than blood. Star-Lord is still good. He still admits that he is an Earthling and has not forgotten his ancestors, but that's all. He has no pride in humans. They are just backward natives of a backward planet. So when Phil surrounded them, Star-Lord had already thought about it. He wanted to show his strength and shock them. Then he could live as comfortably as possible. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten up. Their so-called high technology was vulnerable in front of the Avengers. Star-Lord didn't do anything, and he surrendered early, so he was not attacked. The others were miserable. Raccoons can talk. Arthur held his hands and looked at the excited Rocket Raccoon shouting something to Star-Lord. "Well, The prophecies between them are not connected. Although they have translators, the thing has been taken away by SHIELD. This thing is a good thing. It can intelligently collect and analyze prophecies, and then store and analyze new languages in a very short time, and do real-time translation. It's very powerful. But Arthur was still surprised that a raccoon could speak. Is he from Earth too? Arthur asked Star-Lord. Star-Lord knows English. After all, he is 9 years old. He can recognize words, but not many. No. He is a genuine alien product. As for why he's a raccoon, I don't know. Maybe other aliens came to Earth to collect genes, and then became like this. Star-Lord was very honest and even took the initiative to introduce. As a predator, he really doesn't have much moral integrity. He just looked down on the Earth, but now he immediately started to please. By the way, brother, how can you be so powerful? Are you an alien too? Star-Lord was very impressed with Arthur. Rocket Raccoon's weapons were basically ineffective against him, and he knocked Drax unconscious with one hand. He was so fierce. No, I'm from Earth. It's just that I'm a hybrid of Atlanteans and humans. Arthur didn't hide it. Anyway, he was free, so he chatted. Atlanteans, people. Star-Lord felt as if he had heard this before, until he remembered where he had heard it after a while. Atlanteans. Atlantis really exists. When Star-Lord was a child, the legend of the Haitians was already very popular. Many novels and stories would use this. Of course, well, I forgot. Although you are an Earthling, you have always lived in outer space. It is normal that you don't know Atlantis. Originally, Arthur was going to ask him why he didn't know Atlantis. Star-Lord looked like an Earthling, so it was easy to confuse him. Peter, what are you talking about? Gamora asked curiously. I'm asking him where he is from, Gamora asked casually. Where? Haitians? Gamora had a question mark on her face. What's so strange about this? There are all kinds of strange civilizations in the universe, and underwater civilizations are not a rare thing. Gamora didn't think it was strange. So she couldn't understand why Star-Lord was so excited. Okay, Star-Lord turned around and continued to collect intelligence. Then Star-Lord knew a lot of things that he didn't know at all. What? There are a lot of people like you. Of course, Arthur was a generous person, and Star-Lord was not annoying most of the time, so the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. Are they all Atlanteans like you? Well, I don't like to say that I'm an Atlantean. I'm a mixed blood and grew up in the human world. So I'm more used to calling myself a human. Besides, other people are also humans. What? Why have I never heard of them? Oh, before you left, those people were very low-key. After all, it's hard for ordinary people to accept them. In order to avoid trouble, people generally don't use their abilities casually, Arthur said, but it's different now. Since the emergence of superheroes, people are no longer as afraid of people like us as before. Superheroes, like in comics, Star-Lord has read comics. He also knows superheroes. Yes. Then Arthur told them about some of the major events that have happened in recent years. The Chitauri invaded the Earth. As the two of them talked enthusiastically, other people also joined in. With Star-Lord translating, it wasn't too difficult. For example, Gamora was surprised that the Chitauri had invaded Earth. Of course, what surprised her even more was that she didn't know about it. Then, Dark Elves? Is that the one I know? Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. Star-Lord was in the era when Dungeons and Dragons was popular. When the first edition of the D&D rulebook appeared in 1974, the concept of drow was proposed. Star-Lord had played it at that time. Oh, no, it's the one in Norse mythology. Star-Lord looked confused. He did know Norse mythology, but he had basically forgotten it all. There was no way Arthur could do anything but popularize it. Then Star-Lord looked like he was shocked. He didn't expect that Earth had been invaded twice by such a fierce alien race, and the key was that they fought off the invaders. The Chitauri are a famous war race in the universe. They have been conquering everywhere with Thanos. I don't know how many planets have been balanced in their hands. There is another more powerful dark elf. Damn, is this the Earth I lived on? Why don't I recognize it at all? But Star-Lord immediately thought of another thing. Gamora is Thanos' daughter, and the Chitauri are Thanos' subordinates. Gamora, please don't talk about your relationship with Thanos. Gamora looked at Star-Lord with an expression of looking at a mentally retarded person. Isn't that natural? Is the identity of Thanos' daughter something to be proud of? Thanos is despised by everyone in the universe, and he is simply disgusting. Gamora is even more unwilling to have anything to do with him. She is greedy. Your Earth is so powerful. Rocket Raccoon was also dumbfounded. What should we do then? Before, they thought that Earth was a backward planet and they didn't have to worry about anything here, but now, Rocket Raccoon is a little scared. Don't panic, we are not really in trouble. Besides, they don't know that we are wanted. What are we afraid of? In fact, Phil heard their conversation clearly. Don't forget, the translator is in their hands. So he heard everything he should and shouldn't hear. Thanos, Phil muttered his name. He had never heard of this name. But it sounds like he's not easy to mess with. Soon a group of people were sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. base. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not able to handle the matter fully this time. Both the Shadow Bureau and the White House sent people. Hill looked at Ms. Carter with a frustrated look on his face. There was no way, because she was in a high position. Without her, there would be no S.H.I.E.L.D. Although she also left a big hole for S.H.I.E.L.D. She and Howard were the ones who led the paperclip project. It can be said that she played a great role in the revival of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. But Hill couldn't blame her for this. As I said before, there would be no S.H.I.E.L.D. without her. But this is not the most aggrieved thing. What's more aggrieved is that although the White House sent people this time, the one who made the decision was not the White House envoy, but Kai Wayne. The White House entrusted Kai as a consultant to participate in the whole process. By the way, this job was requested by Kai. The White House considered the relationship between Kai and Asgard and felt that it was a good match. So they agreed without saying anything. What's more outrageous is that Kai was late. He hasn't come yet. Can we start questioning? Hill looked at the White House envoy with a cold face. The White House envoy looked embarrassed. He was only here as eyes and ears, and the one who made the decision was Kai. But since Kai didn't come, he really couldn't say anything. Let's ask first, and then wait for Kai to come and let him look at the records. Carter was more face-saving and made the decision directly. The White House envoy naturally had no problem. He only needed to report what he heard and saw to the White House, and let the president and government leaders judge. He didn't need to take responsibility, and it didn't matter what happened. Soon several aliens were separated. Phil began to interrogate them separately. We don't need to do this, do we? Star-Lord is an old hand, not nervous at all. He was not nervous when he was thrown into prison. I'm just going home to visit my relatives. Visiting relatives is no problem, but I don't believe that there is no such thing as entry permits on alien planets, Phil said with a smile. But I don't know where your immigration office is. You don't even have an airport. Star-Lord naturally had to quibble. But you still committed a crime, didn't you? Ignorance is not a crime? This set of rules is not feasible in modern society. Okay, what do you want to know? Star-Lord gave up. After all, Earth wasn't a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, so he couldn't fool them. He could also tell that the other party didn't have much ill will towards him, so he asked Phil to speak frankly. Chapter 1268 Life History. What's your purpose? Phil asked directly. He had collected a lot of information that should be collected before. Otherwise, do you think Phil would really let Arthur, who was careless, talk about all sorts of things with a target mission? During their communication, a lot of information was accidentally revealed. This information was what Phil wanted. As for whether Arthur would reveal the information here to Star-Lord and others, the information Arthur knew was not very confidential at all. If it was revealed, it was revealed. Arthur didn't know much about the real top-secret information. After all, Arthur's identity was complicated, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was very careful about what should be done. My purpose, isn't it obvious? Visiting relatives and sweeping graves. Phil was not satisfied with this answer. Visiting relatives and sweeping graves, haha, you have been missing for more than 20 years. When can't you visit relatives and sweep graves? Why do you have to choose this time? Who is Thanos? Phil directly exposed Star-Lord's lie. Although Phil didn't know who Thanos was, it didn't stop him from using this to fool people. How do you know Thanos? And the effect was really good, at least Star-Lord was really scared. Phil didn't say anything, but stared at him. This was to put pressure on him. Fortunately, Star-Lord was not an honest child. Others were standard old-timers and would not be scared at all. He even quickly realized that their previous conversation was monitored by these people. When Star-Lord thought of this, he wanted to slap himself in the face. He was already arrested, Why did he still look down on his fellow Earthlings? I can guarantee that we came to Earth for no other purpose, Star-Lord said evasively. But you brought Thanos' daughter. Phil continued to be straightforward. Although it was unclear who Thanos was, Phil heard one thing from their conversation, that is, Thanos must be a big shot and very difficult to mess with. Otherwise, Star-Lord would not specifically ask the woman named Gamora not to say that she was Thanos' daughter. Not a biological. She was adopted, but her appearance on Earth means that she may bring trouble to the Earth. Phil seemed aggressive this time, and he was oppressing Star-Lord from beginning to end. After all, Star-Lord didn't look like a rookie, and getting close to such an old-timer would not have any effect, so it was better to oppress him directly. No, Star-Lord said firmly. This is Asgard's territory, and Thanos will not come to Asgard's territory. This is also the reason why they ran here. But we can't believe it so easily, right? Especially after the Earth has suffered 2 invasions. When Star-Lord heard this, he also understood why this group of people would treat them as enemies. After all, the 2 encounters with aliens were not very pleasant. We need to be responsible for 7 billion people in the world. And you may bring us trouble. Don't we even have the basic right to know, Thanos' daughter? At this time, the door of the room was opened, and a tall man in a suit and leather shoes walked in. When Star-Lord saw this man, he actually felt ashamed of himself for a moment. Even with the alien race aesthetics that Star-Lord has formed in various parts of the universe for many years, he had to admit that this man was really handsome, and most importantly, he had a temperament and was too manly. When Phil saw the person coming, he immediately acted very weak. There was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. had this expression when they saw Kai. After being confronted too many times, the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. subconsciously looked shorter when they saw Kai. Boy, wait, you are not from Earth. Kai was late. After all, he had to send his children to school, and Christmas was coming soon. Although he didn't celebrate it much, it was the custom here. If he didn't pay attention, the children would be sad. So he could only go to the mall to choose gifts after sending the children. Kai originally planned to let Afu take care of it. But Afu suggested that it was best for Kai to do this kind of thing himself. The amount of money really didn't matter. What mattered was the thought, so it was best to choose it in person. Kai had never raised a child and had no experience in this area, so he accepted the advice very humbly. He really went to the mall to carefully choose gifts. This was also thanks to Kai being a typical straight man. Straight men buy things with a strong purpose. They often rush into the store, buy things as quickly as possible, and pay and leave immediately. Otherwise, it's unknown how long they will be late. Phil had originally adjusted his mentality and planned to question Kai in a teasing tone that he was late. But he didn't expect Kai to suddenly make such a violent statement. Not only Phil, but even Star-Lord was stunned by what he said. What do you mean? Although he had looked down on the technological level of the Earth before, he never thought that there was anything wrong with his identity as an Earthling. He was even proud of his identity as an Earthling. Kai's words made him feel offended. Phil was also surprised that Kai would say that. He was sure that Star-Lord was an Earthling. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already checked this. They even did a DNA test before and confirmed that Star-Lord was Peter Quill. But he didn't think Kai would lie. Could it be that this Peter Quill was fake? After all, there had been aliens with the ability to transform, such as the Skrulls. Unexpectedly, Kai didn't answer immediately, but grabbed Peter Quill's arm. Then bursts of light appeared in his hand, and then something even more magical happened. Those lights actually flowed along Peter Quill's arm and into his body. Then Peter Quill's body also changed. His body actually emitted bursts of blue light, and then strands of light threads similar to silk thread stretched out from his body. Star-Lord did not lose consciousness, and he clearly felt the changes in his body. He could feel those light threads, and even those light threads could change according to his thoughts. It's just that it's more difficult for him to control it. Then Kai let go of his hands, and everything returned to calm. This is not something that an Earthling can do, eh? Star-Lord looked at his hands. What just happened was, Phil asked tentatively, could it be a mutant ability? No. There's a powerful force in his body. This thing is a bit like a demigod. But it's not quite the same as the demigods I know. Kai had seen the gods on Earth and was too familiar with their power. But the power in Star-Lord's body did not belong to Earth. God? Star-Lord looked at Kai in surprise. How could you be so awesome? No, you're not a demigod. Just similar, with an essential difference. However, you are indeed not human. At least not completely. Then Star-Lord thought of Yondu. He kidnapped him. Maybe because of his bloodline. Do you know who my father is? Star-Lord asked excitedly. As a single-parent family, he has always been very concerned about who his father is. What's more, this may also be related to the reason why he was kidnapped, so he couldn't help but care. How would I know? It's definitely not a god on Earth. Kai had learned about Peter Quill's past before, and he was considered innocent. It was definitely not a love affair left by any god. After all the gods have left, and the only god left on Earth is Ares, the god of war. But Kai is too familiar with the power of Ares, the god of war, so it's impossible. Another suspect is the Asgardian gods. But the problem is that Kai is also familiar with the power of Asgard. And it's impossible for the blood of the Asgard royal family to flow on Earth. Odin doesn't allow it, and the Asgardians don't allow it. As for ordinary Asgardians, there is no such thing as divine power. According to the fact that you were kidnapped to outer space at the age of 9, it is very likely that your father is a powerful alien. Phil and the others who have been monitoring this place were stunned. They were originally going to interrogate Star-Lord, but instead of getting any information, such a thing happened. Star-Lord looked at his hands, and then asked with a little expectation, then why did I never know that I had this ability? Wait, he suddenly thought of something. He did show his ability. On Xander, he grabbed the Power Stone with his bare hands. The power of the Infinity Stones is very strong. Any Infinity Stone cannot be touched directly, at least not by ordinary people, so all the Cosmic Stones have been packaged. For example, the Power Stone is placed in the Cosmic Orb, the Space Stone is knocked into the Cosmic Cube, the Reality Stone appears in the form of an ether particle, the Mind Stone is placed in the Scepter, and the Time Stone is placed in the Eye of Agamotto. In short, it is impossible to leave it outside carelessly. Ronan said that he occupied the gems, but in fact, he also placed the gems on his warhammer. If he held the gems with his bare hands, he would be finished. But Star-Lord could do it. At that time, he thought that a group of people were united and shared the power of the Power Stone hand in hand. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. It is him, Star-Lord's ability, that can withstand the power of the Power Stone. You have touched the Infinity Stones, right? Kai didn't guess what Star-Lord wanted to say, but he felt the residual power of the Power Stone from Star-Lord. Others might not know what the thing is. But for Kai, who has 3 Infinity Stones, namely space, mind and reality, it is very conspicuous. How do you know? You actually know about the Infinity Stones. Infinity Stones are more like legends in the universe. Many people know about them, but not many believe them. Only some interstellar civilizations with strong foundation know that the Infinity Stones really exist. But in theory, the people on Earth should not know this. Phil touched his nose a little embarrassedly. The last time Thanos sent the Chitauri to Earth was for the Infinity Stones. At this time, Star-Lord suddenly remembered that Arthur had told him about the alien invasion. At that time, he was still curious about how the Chitauri were teleported to Earth. Now listening to Kai's words, he immediately thought of it. Space Stone, yes. It must be the Space Stone. Otherwise, the Chitauri would not dare to confront Asgard head-on. Only the Space Stone can bypass Asgard and appear directly on Earth. Moreover, although there are many advanced civilizations in the universe, the technology that can teleport an entire fleet from one end of the universe to the other at once, that is already a myth. It is not science at all, and no one can do it. Where is the stone now? Star-Lord immediately became nervous. If Thanos got the thing, the consequences are unimaginable. Please give me the stone. The Earth is absolutely unable to protect this stone, and it will only bring disaster to the Earth. Star-Lord said this completely out of good intentions, but unfortunately, he was a little clueless. Kai and Phil looked at him as if he was an idiot. Why are you looking at me like that? Wait, you don't realize the seriousness of the matter. I have to take the Space Stone away. That thing can't stay on Earth. It's not something that Earth can have. Sorry, Kai interrupted directly. I know who Thanos is, and I know what he wants the thing for. And the stone is in a very safe place. There is no need to worry about it. Why? Star-Lord wanted to reiterate the seriousness of the matter. He felt that the people on Earth didn't realize the horror of the matter at all. In addition, I'll give the stone to you, Kai said strangely, although it's a bit rude to say this, don't you think it's more unsafe to give the stone to you? Star-Lord then found out awkwardly that he was handcuffed. This image is indeed not very convincing. The Earth is not as weak as you think, and there is Asgard, Kai was comforting, After all, he could see that this man looked unreliable, but in fact he really didn't have any bad intentions. Star-Lord was relieved at this time. Indeed, there is Asgard. Well, this guy still doesn't believe that the Earth itself has the strength to protect the Infinity Stones. At this time, Phil couldn't help it. Can I ask Thanos who he is? Star-Lord looked at Kai. A super terrorist, Kai said. Star-Lord completely believed that Kai knew who Thanos was. Yes, the most vicious criminal in the universe. A super terrorist, the Mad Titan. Thanos' real name is Thanos. He was born on Titan, which was a powerful civilization. However, for some reason, this civilization was destroyed. It was also the destruction of his hometown that gave Thanos the idea of balance in the universe. In fact, before the destruction of his own race, Thanos also proposed a similar proposal. That is to randomly and indiscriminately massacre, so that the population of Titan would be halved and his civilization could continue. Unfortunately, the Titans thought Thanos was crazy. They exiled Thanos. Then they died. Very hasty. But Star-Lord didn't know the details. Not only him, but the entire universe didn't know what happened on Titan. Anyway, when Thanos appeared again, he became the Mad Titan. Then he started to massacre and began to promote his theory that only a psychopath could think of. But no one can do anything to him. Of course, if everyone unites, they can destroy him. But there is intrigue between countries, not to mention the interstellar civilizations. It is impossible to form a joint force, and many people are even happy to see what the Mad Titan does. So he has been at large until now, his reputation is getting bigger and bigger. And his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This makes it even more impossible to destroy him. Chapter 1269 Small Actions. Phil took a breath. As if to enhance his persuasiveness, Star-Lord also gave a brief introduction to Thanos' record. Thanos has been at large so far, and has carried out balance on dozens of civilized planets. Gamora's hometown has been visited by Thanos, and it is also because although Gamora is Thanos' adopted daughter, she hates Thanos to the core. Star-Lord also excused his companion. What should we do? Phil looked at Kai in a panic. It's not that he knew that the gems were in Kai's hands, but he knew very well that the gems were most likely on Earth. Coldish. Can we still rush out of the universe to find Thanos and kill him? Kai was not anxious at all, because there was no point in being anxious. Anyway, do your own thing and try to strengthen the strength of mankind. Although Asgard is in the front, we can't just rely on them. Asgard. Phil still had great doubts about Asgard because of Nick Fury. But Star-Lord nodded quickly. That's right. Thanos is very afraid of Asgard. Asgard is one of the few top forces in the universe. Although it doesn't often move around in the universe, many people know of Asgard's name. Phil couldn't tell outsiders about his doubts about Asgard, so he had to change the subject. You haven't told me yet. Why did you come to Earth? Tisk. Star-Lord said a little embarrassedly. Actually, it's also because of Asgard. Maybe because Kai had revealed his identity. Star-Lord didn't plan to hide it anymore. We are wanted and had to take refuge in Asgard's territory. Phil immediately became serious. Wanted? This is not a good word. Seeing Phil's expression, Star-Lord didn't wait for him to ask, and explained himself. You are asking me why I am wanted, right? The reason is very simple. We destroyed an evil plan of Thanos because of an Infinity Stone. The judge of the Kree, Ronan, defected to Thanos and wanted to help Thanos collect the Infinity Stones in exchange for Thanos' troops to help him destroy Xander. Kree. Kai heard a familiar word. When he collected intelligence on the Skrulls, he also found a description of the Kree. How do you know? Star-Lord was very surprised. I am very familiar with the Asgardians, Kai said casually. Star-Lord immediately understood. Although the Asgardians are not active in the universe, it is still easy to collect intelligence. Phil could only drool on the side. It's not that S.H.I.E.L.D. has not contacted Thor and the three warriors of Asgard, but it's useless. No one else pays attention to them. Thor and his friends had lived on Earth for a while before. Thor was even a police officer of the 15th precinct. Now they were all laid off, but his photo was still posted in the police station. The 15th precinct seemed to think that this was a good publicity. They didn't remove Thor from his position, but gave him a vacation. Kai didn't understand. What publicity do you want for a police station? Thor had disappeared since he was blinded in one eye and had one arm chopped off by Malekith last time. He hadn't been back to Earth for a long time. Kai knew that this guy was still alive. As for the blind eye and arm, they were well treated. Well, the eye was blind, and wearing an eye patch would be fine. Anyway, Odin was also a one-eyed dragon, so it was just right for his father to inherit his power. As for the broken arm, Odin also found a way to install a new one. It is said that the dwarves helped to forge it, a metal arm. Now Thor is in Asgard for special training. The last defeat made Thor finally start to face himself. He even put his hammer aside and concentrated on developing his own divine power. Kai said before that he is the god of thunder, not the god of hammer. It is not right to always rely on the hammer. Let's get back to the point. What about the Kree? Let's continue. Wait, Phil shouted immediately. Can you explain in detail? You two know, but we don't. Help popularize it. Star-Lord had to popularize the terms such as the Kree Empire, and Xander. In short, we stopped Ronan on Xander and snatched the power gem. But because we offended the Kree Empire and Thanos, Xander couldn't protect us, so we had to run away. Under the advice of Xander, we fled to Earth, that Kree Empire. Phil felt like his head was exploding. Thanos was not over yet, and the Kree Empire that sounded so scary was coming again? Don't worry, the Kree Empire won't come here, Kai suddenly said. Why? Phil couldn't help but question. Asgard can't help us fight everything, right? This time it has nothing to do with Asgard, Kai said. It's because of another person. People? From Earth? Phil asked puzzledly. Kai could see that he really didn't know. Captain Marvel. What? Now it was Star-Lord's turn to be surprised. Captain Marvel is from Earth. Phil was confused. What's going on? Yes, she is from Earth, please. You two don't keep saying things that we don't understand. Who is Captain Marvel? She? A woman. Star-Lord touched his chest to calm his excitement. Captain Marvel. She is a cosmic idol. The cosmic version of a superhero. She fights against the evil forces in the universe alone. She not only fights against the Kree Empire, but also fights Thanos. Star-Lord is also a fan of Captain Marvel. I have a full set of Captain Marvel cards. It seems that the universe also has card collection games. But I never knew that she and I are from the same hometown. Oh. What a pity. If I knew, I would have teamed up with her. This is of course nonsense. The best outcome for him, a predator, to meet Captain Marvel is to be thrown into the nearest interstellar prison. But Star-Lord's admiration for Captain Marvel is not nonsense. Many people in the universe do admire her. It's the same reason as liking superheroes on Earth. So who is she? Phil was going crazy. Carol Danvers. Kai looked up at the camera. Ms. Carter should have heard of this name. Carter's face outside immediately became very strange. But Kai didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he said to Phil, go to the archives of S.H.I.E.L.D. and you will know. Star-Lord asked vigorously, you know Captain Marvel. You like her too, right? Can you get me an autographed photo of her? Sorry, on the contrary, I don't like her very much, Kai refused mercilessly. Why? Star-Lord shouted immediately, and his look was as if you told a boy that Ultraman didn't exist. He couldn't understand. It's all on TV. Believe in the light. Humph. The Earth is facing so many threats, but she doesn't care. Instead, she has time to meddle in the affairs of alien planets. She has nothing better to do. There's a hole in her brain. Kai is such a factionalist. How can you say that? Do you know how many planets she has saved? None of my business, Kai still disdainfully said. I only know that Earth has been in so many dangers over the years. If she were here, we could have saved more people. In addition, there is this bastard who actually let the Skrulls stay on Earth. Fuck, who gave her the power? She is nothing. At the same time, Carter came to New York with a man and a woman. Can you tell me your plan now? Scarlet Witch Wanda immediately found Carter after settling down and asked him to fulfill his promise. Carter smiled and said, so anxious. In fact, he felt that the hatred of these two people towards Tony Stark was very nonsensical. Their parents were killed in the bombing. What did Tony Stark have to do with it? How could he become the murderer? Carter knew about the civil war in Sokovia. At that time, Eastern Europe was in turmoil, and the United States and other Western countries were stirring up trouble. The opposition at that time was funded by the United States, which not only gave money but also a large number of weapons and equipment. The Stark Group was the largest arms contractor for the U.S. military at the time. It was normal that the weapons provided by the U.S. military included weapons from the Stark Group. Tony Stark was wronged. He sold the weapons to the U.S. military, but the US military gave them to the opposition armed forces. It has been passed down twice, and this can be attributed to Tony Stark. Isn't this unfair? Tony Stark probably doesn't even know where Sokovia is. Is he worthy of targeting this country? But the brother and sister just put the account on him. Isn't this nonsense? Carter also admires Hydra's brainwashing ability. In fact, if the two brothers and sisters had more experience, they would not continue to hate Tony Stark so stubbornly. But after Hydra accepted the brother and sister, it constantly strengthened this concept for them, so that hatred was deeply rooted in their hearts. Such ridiculous things were all done by Hydra. It's no wonder that Hydra was hated by everyone, but it can still come back to life and create glory again. It's impossible without some skills. Wanda didn't say anything, staring at Carter. They have already thought about it. If this guy wants to fool and delay like Hydra, they will run away decisively and deal with Tony Stark themselves. Okay. This is Tony Stark's information. After reading it, we will talk about the plan. Wanda and her friends can read. Hydra is quite principled. Not only did they teach them to read and write, but they also taught them English. Otherwise, communication would be a problem. Tony Stark's information is actually irresponsible. He is rich. Very rich. This is nothing. The real problem is that he has a bunch of superheroes around him. This is their trouble. We have to pay special attention to this person. Carter pointed to Kai in the information. He is very scary and has the best relationship with Tony Stark. If you can't deal with him first, it will be difficult for you to take revenge later. Wanda checked the information very seriously. She also felt it was tricky. Although she was very confident in her two brothers and sisters. But the problem is that confidence can't solve the problem, let alone make the problem disappear. We still need to do it step by step. Then tell me your plan. Our plan is to start with him, still referring to Kai. Wanda frowned. If we deal with him first, it will alert the enemy. Such a stupid person naturally can't say something as high-sounding as an idiom, which means this. Carter rolled his eyes in his heart. You deserve to be fooled. Why don't you think about your ability? You mean, that's right, as long as you get close to him, you use your ability to confuse him. I'm not very sure. Wanda told the truth. Her ability can indeed control people's hearts, but the problem is that it depends on who it is. Ordinary people will naturally have no problem, but if the above information is correct, this kind of person can't be controlled by him at all. I don't need you to control him, I just need you to make him fall into coma. Our people will pretend to be him and then get close to Tony Stark, Carter said with a smile. After several major events, the Skrulls saw clearly that the only ones that the Earth could really fight were the superheroes. As long as they were controlled, everything would be simple. As mentioned earlier, the Skrulls were not honest, and they had no way to be honest. They were once a terrifying empire in the universe. Even if they were down and out now, they were not something that an Earthling could control. They were not satisfied with taking refuge on Earth at all. They wanted more. If they could control the Earth, there would be too many benefits. First, there would be a secret and stable base to restore their vitality. Secondly, the Earth had what they needed. Mutants. After discovering that there were a large number of humans with extraordinary powers on Earth, the Skrulls began to think about it. Those humans with extraordinary powers were simply the best weapons for them. If they controlled the Earth, they could organize a superhuman army. With their super Skrulls, they would have the confidence to take revenge, and even the revival of the Skrull Empire was not impossible. For example, the two in front of them were simply perfect weapons. Strong enough, but also stupid enough. I'm sure about this, but, can you do it? Wanda doubted. Makeup can't be 100% perfect. It's meaningless if it's exposed. Don't worry, we have many people with special talents like you. After saying that, she clapped her hands, and a Skrull walked in, of course in human appearance. Then the person directly changed into Wanda's appearance. How is it? Cart said proudly. This is the Skrull's signature skill. Wanda looked at the person opposite her who looked exactly like her in shock. It was understood that the other party did not deceive them. Then when do we start? This still needs a little time, Cart said a little embarrassedly. On the one hand, it's because we still need to prepare, and on the other hand, we also need to have more information. You don't want to be exposed, right? How long? A few months at most. A few months. Wanda broke the casserole to get to the bottom of it. No more than 6 months. They need time to digest the technology of Hydra to complete their super Skrull. No. It's too long. You have waited for so many years, why do you care about these few months? Too long, Wanda still gritted her teeth and said. Then 5 months, Wanda continued to shake her head. 4 months. There is no way to compress it anymore. You don't want anything to go wrong, right? Carter could only try his best. Of course, even if it was not completed by then, he could continue to delay. After all, these two people were stupid. Wanda was struggling. After all, what the other party said was not wrong. Okay, Wanda could only agree. In fact, you should give us a little more time. After all, they are not ordinary people. Intelligence gathering must be done carefully. Once discovered, all our efforts will be wasted. 4 months, Wanda bit her tongue. She felt that she could not compromise. Okay. We will try our best, but if we are not well prepared by then, I hope you can understand. Wanda did not speak. But Carter did not care. Chapter 1270, The 5 Black Generals. Kai naturally didn't know that just when he suspected the Skrulls, who were not of our race and had different hearts, the Skrulls really planned to make trouble. He was still interrogating Star-Lord. It's not quite accurate to say that he was interrogating them. After all, after they were sure that they were not a threat, the handcuffs on them were opened. By the way, your spaceship was taken away by us, Kai said. What are you going to do with Milano? Star-Lord immediately jumped up and asked. Kai looked at him like a fool. Star-Lord immediately understood that they were going to dismantle his Milano. After all, this is alien technology, and the Earth cannot be uninterested. Please, don't dismantle my Milano. That's my family. Then I'm sorry, it's too late for you. Based on Kai's understanding of Tony, the spaceship is probably now in parts. But Kai immediately comforted him. But don't worry, we will put it back for you. Star-Lord actually wanted to hit someone, but considering the difference in force between the two sides, there was no need to consider what he would choose. How can you do this? This is my personal property, that's right, but I think, for a group of criminals who entered the country illegally, we have the right to check their belongings, Phil said at this time. SHIELD will not undermine at this time. After all, Tony's research this time will not be exclusive. This is good for everyone. If there are some alien viruses or something like that, it will be bad, don't you think? Phil doesn't believe that other alien planets don't have similar practices. You landed on my planet without a single greeting, and I checked what happened to your spaceship? Okay, these are all minor details. We promise to help you repair your spaceship. Kai concluded the matter. Let's talk about your next plan. Star-Lord was a little skeptical about the level of technology on Earth. Whether it can return his spaceship to him intact. But looking at Kai's appearance, the other party seemed not to intend to talk about this matter, and he didn't dare to entangle. He is an old hand, and naturally knows when to resist and when it is best to be honest. Don't think that the law enforcers on alien planets really care about human rights. On the contrary, in the deep space of the universe, the so-called savages are a minority. For example, the Kree Empire, such as the former Skrull Empire, those powerful interstellar empires have nothing to do with savage seed oil. In fact, the civilizations that have developed to that point are basically the same. Savage seed oil sounds good, but in fact, this thing is just a brain-dead bluff, and it is easy to argue. The universe is very dangerous. Not every civilization has such a unique environment as the Earth, with Asgard protecting it externally and the Great Guardian protecting it internally. This is the opportunity to give birth to a group of people who are bored and screaming as a whole. In this environment, the law enforcers of various star civilizations treat criminals, especially interstellar criminals like Star-Lord, basically as rude as they can. Otherwise, they really can't suppress this group of lawless bastards. In fact, we haven't thought about it. We are forced to have no choice, so we will stay away from the limelight on Earth. There are people who want to catch us everywhere outside. Star-Lord told the truth. Okay then. By the way, there are some things we need to interrogate Gamora about. I hope you don't mind. After all, we really need Thanos information. Whether he will come to find us or not, there are some things we need to know. Okay, Star-Lord suddenly realized that he seemed to have never cared about this aspect of the problem. Damn, no wonder others are professionals while he is just a small thug. Soon Star-Lord followed Kai and the others to the room where Gamora was. Seeing that Star-Lord appeared intact, Gamora immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant that they had no ill will towards your group of people. Gamora. They already know that you are Thanos' adopted daughter. You betrayed me, Gamora looked at Star-Lord in shock. There was a little ambiguity between her and Star-Lord. At least she felt that Star-Lord liked her, but you betrayed me in such a short while? No, Star-Lord quickly explained, our conversation was monitored by them, and the translator is also in their hands. I underestimated my fellow countrymen. Gamora felt better at this time, at least she was not betrayed, but then she immediately got angry again. Isn't this still you who betrayed me? If you hadn't mentioned that I was Thanos' adopted daughter, how would they have known? You just mentioned that sentence for no reason. Gamora remembered that it was the idiot Star-Lord who reminded her not to reveal the fact that she was Thanos' adopted daughter. Fuck, although he didn't take the initiative to betray me, in the end, it was you who betrayed me. What can Star-Lord say? He can only hide aside as if he had done something wrong. This matter is indeed too nonsensical. In the final analysis, it is because he despised his hometown too much? The translation machine itself is a foolproof operation. This thing doesn't need to be designed to be complicated. In the end, I didn't think of this. Please don't be so excited, Ms. Gamora, Phil said first. We have no ill will towards you, and we respect what you have done on Xandar. We just need some information. What do you want to know? Gamora said calmly, but still glared at Star-Lord fiercely. Thanos, yes. They just want to know about Thanos. Oh, and there are Infinity Stones on Earth. Star-Lord also chimed in to fool around. What? Gamora immediately became nervous. Where are the Infinity Stones? Please give us the stones. We will take them away. Leaving them here will only bring disaster to you. Phil and Kai looked at Star-Lord helplessly. They both had the same reaction, and they were equally clueless. Star-Lord blushed, and then quickly grabbed Gamora. Don't embarrass yourself. We were all captured by them. How could they trust us with the stones? Gamora was stuck for a moment. We can destroy the stones. Star-Lord didn't need to speak now. Kai said directly, you are lying. The Infinity Stones are the crystallization of the universe, and they can't be destroyed at all. The origin of the Infinity Stones is said to be the product of another explosion after the last collapse. In the current universe, the Big Bang is also popular, and it is believed that the universe is cyclical, and the universe is always going on, an infinite cycle of explosion, collapse, explosion, and collapse. The Infinity Stones are the realization of this cycle. They represent the highest rules of the universe. Gamora was speechless for a moment. In fact, before meeting the Collector, Gamora did think so. She wanted to find the Infinity Stones first and then destroy them. In this way, Thanos would never succeed. It was not until they handed the Power Stone to the Collector that they truly learned the truth about the Infinity Stones. In fact, it was also at that time that they knew that the cosmic orb they found was the Power Stone, and they also knew the specific names of the 6 Infinity Stones. We can hand the stones over to a force that is capable of keeping them. Gamora herself felt a little guilty. To be honest, the Infinity Stones are so powerful that no civilization would be willing to throw them away. Only small scoundrels like them who run alone would throw them away because they can't keep them. No need, Asgard is right next to us. Kai still ruthlessly broke her lie. There's really nothing to refute this. Asgard is so awesome. However, just when they talked about Asgard, Odin, who was far away in Asgard, suddenly felt a palpitation and sat up from the bed. What's wrong, dear? Frigga, the Queen of Gods, was awakened by her husband's actions. She quickly got up to check on Odin's condition. Odin is very old, even for a god. Asgard is different from other gods. For example, Zeus of Olympus is still alive. The Asgardian gods are closer to mortals. Although Odin is not weaker than Zeus, and is even stronger than Zeus, he will still have his end. Perhaps this is why Asgard is stronger than other gods. They will be replaced by new generations. Like the Olympian gods, after so many years, the main gods are still the same, like a pool of stagnant water. Asgard has been making progress, and they have been replacing new generations. So as the Queen of Gods, Frigga has always been concerned about Odin's physical condition. After all, it would be good if her husband could stay with her more. No. I'm fine. Odin wiped the cold sweat from his head, but soon he overturned his statement. No, I have a very bad feeling. It seems that something is going to happen. Is it because of the prophecy? The closer Odin gets to the end, the more he cares about one thing. That is the gift given to them by fate. A prophecy. The prophecy of Ragnarok. The prophecy is vague, but it shows that Asgard will be destroyed and all the gods will die in pain. Starting from Odin's father, This prophecy has always been taken seriously. They have also been preparing. Odin's father, Bor, thought that Ragnarok was the Dark Elves. After all, the Dark Elves intended to destroy the entire universe. But he defeated Malekith. Odin has not met his strong enemy yet. He does not recognize that his previous battles are worthy of the prophecy, even against Mangago. Although the monster is powerful, it is only unkillable. Odin has always expected and always been afraid that Ragnarok will appear in his own era. This is also the reason why he launched the war to conquer the 9 realms. Unfortunately, it has never appeared. Unexpectedly, he felt more and more that the prophecy was coming. As a person by his side, Frigga knew this kind of thing best. I don't know, Odin couldn't tell where this feeling came from. Frigga could only hug Odin tightly, and she could only comfort Odin with this behavior. The older this old guy gets, the more stubborn he becomes. He will never accept verbal comfort, which will only make him feel weak. Odin looked at the magnificent starry sky outside the window with his one eye, as if he wanted to see where the crisis came from. And in the starry sky, there was indeed a force that was plotting against old Odin. Are you sure they have escaped to Earth? Thanos sat on his throne, looking coldly at the 5 people kneeling in front of him. The strongest under Thanos belonged to the 5 Obsidian generals. They are General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, Supergiant, and Black Dwarf. Gamora said, they are the 5 generals that Thanos trusts most. They are also adopted by Thanos. They call themselves the Sons of Thanos. Then Gamora introduced 5 people separately. General Corvus Glaive, his real name is unknown, only Thanos knows it. He comes from a destroyed race, but the destruction of this race has nothing to do with Thanos. The reason why Thanos has such a bad reputation in the universe, but he is still not destroyed, is because even without Thanos, countless races and civilizations are destroyed every day in the universe, and the universe has never been peaceful. Everyone is used to it, but Thanos' reason for taking action is more nonsensical. It was Thanos who adopted him and trained him to be his right-hand man. General Corvus Glaive has super strength and healing ability, and can quickly recover from any serious wound. He also has a war blade that toasts his soul. It is a divine weapon that Thanos made for his child. Even if his body is destroyed, as long as this war blade is still there, he can continue to resurrect. Proxima Midnight is the most brutal of the 5 black generals. She can kill most people by just throwing the magic gun forged by Thanos himself. It is said that no one can survive under her gun. At the same time, she is the wife of General Corvus Glaive. Like General Corvus Glaive, she was also adopted since childhood. The difference is that she is a slave. Because of the civil war in her hometown, they were robbed by pirates. She was caught and was originally sold as a slave. As a result, she met Thanos. Thanos would not be polite to pirates. He always looked down on such unclassy criminals. He saved her and renamed her Proxima Midnight. By the way, the planet she was on was conquered by her and her husband General Corvus Glaive. Then she achieved balance by herself. Since then, her planet has ushered in peace. So she madly worshipped Thanos' theory. If there is anyone in the universe who is most loyal to Thanos, it is only them. Ebony Maw is the most terrible of the 5 Obsidian generals. He may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the most cunning. At the same time, he is also a rare person in the universe who can control the energy of the universe. In short, he can be regarded as a mage. Ebony Maw is the most efficient of Thanos' sons, and is loyal to Thanos. He is also the most loyal propagandist of Thanos' theory. He has always claimed that the civilizations destroyed by Thanos are actually being saved. His position is military strategist and high priest. As for his origin, no one knows. He is very old, older than the 5 generals of Black Diamond. When Proxima Midnight and General Corvus Glaive were adopted, he was by Thanos' side. Superstar, she is an orphan. She does not know her parents or her origin. Her experience is also the most tragic. She was sold, played and tortured by many slave owners. The endless pain made her full of despair for life. When she wanted to commit suicide, she was discovered by Thanos. It was Thanos who saved her and gave her the dignity of living with the purpose of life. She is a psychic with the ability of mind control, telepathy, mental transmission, memory stealing, etc. Black Dwarf, his origin is very clear. He came from a planet visited by Thanos. On that planet, his people were known for their violent temper and bellicosity. They had many warlords and fought each other. It can be said that the whole world was in chaos. Until Thanos came, Thanos killed half of the population of his planet. When his people were desperate to accept reality, only he was still resisting. But Thanos did not kill him, because he had completed the target of killing half of the people on that planet. He would not kill one more person. Even if this person still planned to resist him, he would not kill him. Black Dwarf was unwilling, and he followed Thanos for revenge. But with a contact with Thanos, he was captured by Thanos' extraordinary personality charm, and after returning to his hometown, he found that the people in his hometown began to understand the preciousness of life and began to become peaceful. The original enemies became friends who helped each other, and the world that was once destroyed by war was also repaired. So he also accepted Thanos' things and followed Thanos loyally from then on. He has super strength and indestructible skin. Chapter 1271 Thanos' Plan. Ebony Maw knelt in front of Thanos and explained in detail the intelligence he had collected. Yes, Master. We have confirmed that they have gone to Earth, Thanos, the super terrorist in the universe. Although the chaotic universe has never had peace since its birth, things like the destruction of cities and countries happen every day and every moment, and even the destruction of entire planetary civilizations in an instant also happens from time to time. But even so, Thanos is still the most shining one among them. Because his theory. It really doesn't seem like something that a person with a sound brain can come up with. What's even more unacceptable is that this guy actually implemented it seriously, and so far his execution is quite good. Dozens of planets have been conquered by him, and countless planets have been balanced by him. That's why he is called a madman. Madmen are not scary, but madmen who dare to think and do are scary. Of course, this does not mean that Thanos looks as reckless as his name. On the contrary, Thanos is extremely full of intelligence that surpasses most people in this universe. He has an unparalleled personal charm, which makes many people work for him. For example, Ebony Maw and the other 5 generals of the Black Order, and the various alien races under his command. The Dark Cult composed of these alien races is the most important elite force under Thanos. The Chitauri are not elite forces, they are at most soldiers. Their status is slightly higher than that of the Vanguard and Sakharin mercenaries. The Vanguard, a barbarian from a technologically backward planet, has dark skin, a slender figure, and 4 arms. They are not good at technology, but are known for their worship of death. They are very crazy and think that dying for Thanos is the highest honor. These guys who look more like monsters than intelligent races have extremely strong bodies and a huge number. They are Thanos' best vanguards. Generally speaking, they are the first batch of cannon fodder deployed in ground battles. And they are quite happy to do this job. Sakharin mercenaries, the natives of the garbage planet Sakhar, are a kind of human-like insect life, with 4 fingers and hermaphrodites. The queen hatches offspring in the hive and hates the disturbance of those interstellar travelers. But because they are on the interstellar route, their homeland has become a colony of many alien civilizations. In order to make a living, a large number of Sakharins go to the universe as mercenaries, relying on their loyalty to win corpses for food and parasitic eggs. But in fact, they have been serving Thanos. The Sakharins develop biological weapons technology, and various equipment can be integrated into their exoskeletons. They usually use necromancy burst rifles that fire some kind of sticky endoplasm, and there are also necromancy burst cannons, daggers, V-wing aircraft, etc. for vehicles. They are specially for Thanos to collect intelligence in the universe. Ebony Maw is their direct superior. Earth, as one of the few people who know the most secrets in the universe, Thanos is different from others. He knows that the Earth is special. Of course, he doesn't know how special it is. But there are indeed many secrets hidden on that planet. My Mind Stone and Space Stone are on that planet, right? Yes, wise master, Ebony Maw admitted without hesitation that the Mind Stone and Space Stone belonged to Thanos. Even though Thanos had never owned a Space Stone, Ebony Maw still thought it was natural. After all, other people would only get the stones for their own selfish desires, but only his master, Thanos, wanted the stones for the entire universe. Master, Black Dwarf stood up and knelt on the ground. Please allow me to lead the team to Earth. I guarantee with my life that I will get the 2 stones for you. Black Dwarf admired Thanos very much and sincerely believed that Thanos was the savior of the universe. Dark Proxima stood aside and said sarcastically, "Shut up, idiot. Asgardians are not so easy to mess with." Black Dwarf stood up and glared at Dark Proxima. He would not allow anyone to insult his loyalty. Dark Proxima also confronted him without showing any weakness. "Enough, General Corvus Glaive immediately stood up and stopped the two people who were about to clash with his own sword. Pay attention to your manners. This is in front of the master. General Corvus Glaive may not be as good as Ebony Maw in strategy, but he is the one who has the most overall view. So he is the leader of the Black Five. Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight immediately knelt on one knee and apologized for their rudeness. Thanos waved his hand. Proxima, you shouldn't question Black Dwarf. His loyalty is unquestionable. Thanos always looks majestic, not because he is pretending, but because of years of conquest. He has naturally formed such a character. But for his sons of Thanos, he will always give them instructions. This may be his last tenderness. Proxima is obviously a little unconvinced. In terms of loyalty, she thinks she is not inferior to anyone, even her husband. General Corvus Glaive grinned. His wife is like this, with an impatient personality and full of pettiness. She always hopes to show off in front of the master, and hates others competing with her for favor. But there is no way. Personality is something that cannot be changed. Thanos also knows, but he doesn't care. After all, Proxima would never delay important matters because of these little tempers. But the Asgardians, no, it should be that old guy Odin, who is indeed a trouble, even though Thanos thought that there were not many people in the entire universe who could confront him head-on. But he still had a deep fear of Odin. He had faced Odin before, but Thanos was beaten by Odin at that time and fled. Even though Thanos is no longer the same as before, he is still impressed by this old guy. Moreover, there are many black technologies hidden inside Asgard. If a real fight breaks out, Thanos asks himself that even if he can destroy Asgard, there will be no one left on his side. Thanos is just crazy, not stupid. He will not do such a thing that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts himself by 800. The key is that it is not worth it. Infinity Stones, now count, he didn't even get one. At this time, fighting with Asgard head-on will definitely be a big loss. If he only lacks those 2 Infinity Stones, then he will fight no matter what. A madman who wants to wipe out half of the universe's population doesn't care about the lives of others, not even his own. But everything has a price. Master, maybe we should prepare earlier. Ebony Maw saw Thanos' concerns, and he could understand the reasons, but he felt that it was too annoying for Asgard to always be there. Although the Power Stone has fallen into the hands of Xander, it is not a problem for us. We just need to know where the stone is. In addition, Sakharine has also found clues to the ancient civilization's steel. As long as we find the steel, we can know the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. Together with the 2 Infinity Stones on Earth, we now only need the whereabouts of the last 2 stones. And, according to ancient legends, the Dark Elves who possessed the Reality Stone also appeared, but were defeated by Asgard. In other words, the Reality Stone is very likely to be in Asgard. We only need to find the last Time Stone to collect the 6 Infinity Stones. And 3 of these stones are related to Asgard. If we can defeat Asgard, we can get 5 Infinity Stones. With 5 Infinity Stones, it will be much easier to find the last one. It really is true. After what Ebony Maw said, Asgard really has to be defeated. Indeed, maybe we should do something. Thanos rested his chin on his hand and thought carefully. Ebony Maw, I need you to do something. Yes. Master, it is my greatest responsibility to fulfill your wish. I need you to find the lost world, Helheim. Ebony Maw is also knowledgeable, but he has never heard of this name. Thanos explained, that is the world sealed by Odin himself. Not many people in the universe know about this world. And I happen to know it. Odin unified the 9 realms, the so-called 9 realms, including Vanaheim, Midgard, Asgard, Helheim, Nibelheim, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, Alfheim, Watheim, Vanaheim. Among them, Hell's Hades, the kingdom of the dead, and Muspelheim, the place where the flames start, are the most mysterious. Even though the outside world has been spreading the 9 realms, few people really know about these 2 kingdoms. And Thanos is one of the few people who know these 2 worlds. Then my mission, release Odin's daughter, Hela. Ebony Maw was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly realized. Yes, Hela. This name is unknown in the universe now, but thousands of years ago, when Odin was conquering the universe, this name was very famous in the universe, and it can even be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that she is as famous as Odin. She is Odin's eldest daughter, the former heir of Asgard, and the wielder of Thor's hammer Mjolnir. However, it is said that Hela finally turned against Odin and started a rebellion. It was suppressed by Odin. No one knows whether she is dead or alive, but the outside world basically believes that she is dead. Odin at that time was not the Odin of today, who would only hide in Asgard to retire. At that time, Odin was the most irritable brother in the universe, and he was iron-blooded. So no one would think that Odin would show mercy. But since Thanos said so, it is obvious that Tila did not die, but was imprisoned in Hell Hades. It's just, Master, can this woman really fight against Odin? After all, she is a loser. Haha, don't underestimate losers. Besides, am I not a loser too? Besides, how do you know I only have this one trick? Then, if Hela fails, then you go to Muspelheim to find Surtur. This is another name that Ebony Maw has never heard of. As a last resort, Thanos can only popularize the fierce battle record of this fire giant. Surtur is the ruler of Muspelheim. He owns a huge fire sword, Twilight Sword, and has fought with Odin. Long before Odin became the God King, Surtur had been eyeing Asgard, but the God King at that time, Baal, did not have the strength to compete with Surtur, who possessed the eternal flame. So, he sent his 3 sons, Willy, Faye and Odin, to Muspelheim to steal the eternal flame to weaken Surtur's strength. Unexpectedly, the actions of the 3 brothers were discovered by Surtur, who attacked them. The 3 fled all the way, but they could not get rid of Surtur's pursuit. In the end, Odin's 2 brothers sacrificed their lives for justice. The elder brothers Willy and Faye sacrificed their lives to give their power to Odin, which made Odin's power suddenly increase. In the end, he successfully repelled Surtur and took away the eternal flame, successfully preventing Surtur from invading Asgard. Surtur is a huge, evil being with the power of 1,000 blazing suns. He is a huge fire giant over 1,000 feet tall, composed of living flames, powerful enough to affect the temperature of the earth from Asgard. He is closer to a natural force than a physical enemy. He can manipulate cosmic energy to produce intense heat, flames and shock waves, and can also use it to cause various effects, including levitation, changing his own size and appearance, interdimensional teleportation, immortality, molecular manipulation, invisibility, mind control, etc. And this guy is immortal. As long as his country Muspelheim is not destroyed, then he's immortal. So basically he will not be completely defeated. Then why not go directly to him? Since Surtur is so powerful, why not go directly to him? After all, Hela is Odin's daughter, and the 2 fathers and daughters have reconciled? Because finding Muspelheim is more troublesome than finding Hell's Hades. It is not in our dimension at all. If you want to find it, you can only enter it through some special channels except through the World Tree. Well, does the above description look familiar? That's right, the dimension he is in is the demon world. Surtur is a demon king. I can't help you much in this regard, because I haven't entered that world either. So I can only rely on you. Ebony Maw will not shirk because of the difficulty of the task. On the contrary, he will only be more excited because it means that he needs to take more responsibility. This feeling of devoting himself to his master is simply the supreme reward for him. It's just about the Soul Stone. Ebony Maw is responsible for collecting information about the Infinity Stones in the universe, which is also very important. But he obviously can't do 2 things at the same time. Now General Corvus Glaive and others are eager to try. Thanos pondered for a moment, then said, "Then let Black Dwarf and Supergiant do it." Black Dwarf immediately became excited, while Supergiant looked dazed, as if he had not woken up, but he also nodded. Instead, Proxima Midnight was unhappy. She felt that such an important task should be given to her. Thanos naturally could not forget her. As for you and Corvus Glaive, you are responsible for bringing the Power Stone to me. I believe you will not let me down. Compared to looking for things, it is obviously more difficult to capture Xander. This is not something that 1 or 2 strong men can do. A large army must be dispatched, and some tricks are needed. After all, the Nova Corps is not easy to mess with. If the Nova Corps is not taken away first, Xander will not be easy to fight. Yes, General Corvus Glaive was satisfied with such a task. His name contains the word general. So he is naturally better at leading troops. Proxima Midnight was also happy. Also, tell the people below not to relax their search for the Time Stone. I don't believe that this Infinity Stone will disappear without a trace. If there is still some news about the other Infinity Stones, then there has been no news about the Time Stone since a long, long time ago. No one has ever heard of any civilization owning this stone. It is said that the Time Stone is hidden in the Torrent of Time. It really exists, but it is untouchable. Yes, 5. Chapter 1272 Prophecy. Oh. No. My Milano. No. No. You can't treat him like this. Star-Lord, dressed in a strange outfit, jumped and shouted in a huge workshop of stark rope. That fat body looked particularly ridiculous. Star-Lord's performance attracted everyone's attention. After all, Star-Lord's leather jacket, which seemed very ordinary to aliens, looked a bit like the relic of hippies in the 1980s on Earth, and it was a non-mainstream version. It was really hard not to pay attention. Who is this idiot? Tony came over in work clothes, goggles, and tools in his hands. It was hard to believe that a billionaire would dress like this. Tony rarely dresses like this. This guy dresses like a handsome guy even in the laboratory. Who are you calling an idiot? Star-Lord felt unhappy when he saw Tony. Of course, this is no exception. It is rare for people to not feel unhappy with Tony when they first see him. Even Kai, when he first saw Tony, he was also unhappy with him. Maybe this is a superpower. He is the owner of this spaceship. Although I support you to dismantle his spaceship, I still think that you should be polite. Him? Isn't he a human? Tony was polite? Anyway, he had never been polite to anyone in his life. So he ignored Kai's suggestion. Mixed blood, half human blood, Kai was not surprised. This guy is just like that. Huh? Tony was immediately interested. Star-Lord could tell from Kai's attitude that the mechanic in front of him was not simple. He quickly hugged himself. What are you going to do? Tony greeted him enthusiastically. This is the first time I have seen a hybrid of humans and aliens. Can I study it? I am very curious about aliens. Don't they have reproductive isolation with Earthlings? Bah. Don't even think about it. Study? This is not a good thing to say. As for reproductive isolation, he really doesn't know. After all, he doesn't even know who his father is. However, other alien races do have reproductive isolation, and alien civilizations rarely produce hybrids. The Kree are a minority. On the contrary, the Kree can produce hybrids with many alien races. It's amazing. No. I'm here to stop you from touching my spaceship. What on earth are you doing? You cut my Milano into pieces. Tony then replied with an unhappy look on his face. Don't worry, the technology on your spaceship is nothing special. Only the space warp engine is a little interesting. The rest, I will install it back for you, and in return, I will upgrade your spaceship. So don't thank me. Kai introduced it this time. He is Tony Stark. If you still remember your childhood, you should have heard of his company, Stark Group. Star-Lord naturally couldn't remember this. When he was 9 years old, who would worry about who the best technology company in the world was? So what? Okay, Kai shrugged. It seemed that he didn't know. Anyway, he is one of the smartest people on Earth. Wrong. Take away one of. I am the smartest person in the world. Tony began to brag as usual. Really? Crack. It was the sound of thunder. Huh? Thunder? Star-Lord looked at the clear sky outside and was a little confused. Tony looked at Kai instead. If it's not you, then it's that Thor. He actually returned to Earth. Kai also looked up at the sky. After a while, a red figure cut through the sky and flew towards this side quickly. What is that? Thor from Asgard. Tony answered Star-Lord's question. Asgardians, although Star-Lord had seen many aliens, he had never seen Asgardians. Boom. A figure directly broke through the dome of the workshop and crashed not far from them. No. Star-Lord saw with his own eyes that one of the engines of his spaceship was smashed. The workers and scientific researchers around him also ran around in panic. They thought they were attacked. But soon the crowd calmed down. Because many people had recognized the figure. Thor. You bastard. Tony looked at the precious alien engine being smashed, and his expression was more sad than Star-Lord's owner. Although Tony commented that Star-Lord's spaceship was very ordinary, many of the technologies on it were of great use to humans. Thor stood there in bewilderment, not knowing what he had done wrong. Hey. Man, I thought you would welcome me. Tony and Thor were friends. As for why they were friends, it had to do with their personalities. Tony was arrogant and mean, and Thor was not a good guy, a well-known irritable guy. And Tony had always been upset that Thor's brother Loki had not been tried on Earth. So the relationship between the two was not that good. However, these were all small matters. Anyway, Thor had fought for Earth, so they were comrades in arms, barely friends. After Tony saw Thor's current appearance, he forgot about the trouble Thor had caused. He asked in astonishment, how did you get into this? Thor's current appearance was indeed very different from before. Although Thor looked silly before, he was a handsome guy after all, but now, he had become a disabled person. Thor now wore an eye patch, and his left hand had turned into black metal. Thor raised his left hand and smiled bitterly. It was chopped off by Malekith when the Dark Elves invaded last time, but soon, Thor returned to his usual cheerful and silly self. You know what? This is the arm that Odin asked the dwarves to make for me. Cool or not? Let me tell you, it's made entirely of Yoru metal. It's even purer than a destroyer armor. Tony's expression was a bit complicated. No matter how much the two of them liked to quarrel, Tony never really hated Thor. He also regarded each other as a friend. Tony didn't know what to say when his friend lost his eyes and arms for the earth. But he still walked forward and tapped the arm with his fingers. It was indeed Yoru metal. Tony had thought about getting some back when he went to Asgard last time, but Asgard refused. As the most precious special alloy in the universe, Yoru metal can only be forged by Asgard and the dwarf kingdom of Vanhelheim. This metal has a lot of energy and can be endowed with magic. Weapons made of it can communicate with the user's mind and can also repair themselves. Weapons that can be made of this metal are called artifacts. For example, Thor's hammer. Another example is the destruction armor. Moreover, this thing is difficult to manufacture. Even Asgard itself does not have enough, so how can it be given to Tony? In short, Tony's complicated expression just now immediately turned into a hot one. Thor, we are friends, right? Although Thor is not smart, he is not really stupid. What are you going to do? I mean, can you let me cut off a finger? Or how about the little finger? Anyway, it won't affect your use. Get lost, just a little. I have a good idea recently. I need this metal. Just a little bit. You give a little. No. Star-Lord finally got out of the sadness of his engine explosion, and then saw this scene. Thor, is that so? Asgard has a great reputation in the universe, but it rarely moves in the universe. This has led to many rumors about Asgard in the universe. It is unknown when Asgard gradually became a synonym for high-end. Now seeing Thor, Star-Lord feels a little disillusioned. What else do you think? Oh, I thought he would be more majestic. Don't think of them as too scary. They are just a group of Earthlings with great power. Earthlings? Asgard? Star-Lord was shocked. What's so strange about this? Otherwise, why do you think Asgard cares so much about the Earth? The Earth hides many secrets. This is not an insignificant little place in the universe. On the contrary, it is more important than anyone else. Your good neighbors, the Spider-Man team is here. Don't be afraid. All the troubles will be solved by us. Just when Star-Lord was about to ask more, a cheerful voice suddenly came. Then 4 Spider-Men suddenly jumped in from the hole in the dome. Then they found that nothing happened at the scene. Star-Lord was also stunned. He looked at the 4 Titans stupidly. Is this popular on Earth now? Kai pulled the corner of his mouth. He felt inexplicably ashamed when Star-Lord said that. No, only they wear it like this. Kai tried his best to deny it. They are, Kai, superheroes. They are still minors, so you should understand. Oh, that's no wonder. Who hasn't been young before? Are you Thor? Peter found Thor the first time. He immediately jumped in front of Thor, touched his head, and said a little stiffly, "Hello, Mr. Thor. I am Spider-Man. I am very happy to meet you. I am your idol." There was silence at the scene. Peter quickly reacted, No, I was wrong. You are my idol. Hey, little spider. Didn't you say that I was your idol some time ago? Peter's confession made Tony dissatisfied. No. So you lied to me. That's not what I meant, Peter explained awkwardly. You are also my idol. Ha ha ha. This kid is really interesting. Hello. I am the thunder god of Asgard. The future king of Asgard. The son of Odin. Thor. Faced with Thor's serious self-introduction, Spider-Man was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Fortunately, Kai couldn't stand it anymore. I said, you suddenly came here, not just to chat with us. Thor then noticed that he seemed to have something serious to do. Yes. He looked around. Then he said, I need a quieter place. It's very important. Soon Kai and Tony took Thor back to Stark Tower, and Star-Lord was handed over to Spider-Man. After several Spider-Mans learned about Star-Lord's life experience and that his companions were all aliens, they immediately expressed their excitement that he would take good care of these alien visitors. This is a diplomatic matter. Or interstellar diplomacy. Several Spider-Mans immediately took it seriously. After all, none of them except Benjamin had ever seen a real alien, and Benjamin had encountered a symbiote, a strange species. So he happily accompanied the fool Star-Lord away. Star-Lord was obviously here to stop others from touching his spaceship, but the spaceship was not only dismantled, but the engine also exploded. As a result, this guy still happily accompanied a group of miners away. He completely forgot his purpose, this silly child. Tell me, what is it that makes you so cautious? Kai was really curious. After all, Thor really had nothing to do with the word cautious. I saw the prophecy. Thor said with a serious expression, I have been training before. One of the items is to enter the water of vision and see your soul clearly. The water of vision, the water that can reflect your own soul in legend. This water of vision exists in every galaxy in the 9 realms. It is the mirror image of each galaxy. Once the water of vision accepts the soul of the subject, then some illusions can be seen through the water of vision. Those illusions will reflect the mirror image of the subject's soul, perhaps what you think, or perhaps the shadow of the future. In short, it is very magical. But the scene I saw there. I saw the disaster of the earth, I saw the death of many people, and I saw the twilight of the gods. We are powerless to prevent the disaster from coming. Tony was a little unconvinced. Come on. Man, prophecies and such don't work on us. Tony had come into contact with the wizards of Camelot and had entered the inner world of the earth. He knew the truth of a corner of the world. The earth is not on destiny. In order to free the earth from the so-called destiny, the ancient immortals fought against the gods, defeated them, created the inner world of the earth, and engraved the runes that blocked destiny, so that the earth could break free from destiny. So if we were to say who in this world believes the least in the so-called prophecy, it must be Tony. He believes in science himself, and now that he knows that the earth is free, it is naturally impossible for him to believe in the so-called prophecy. That's for you. The Asgardians are in the prophecy, Thor said seriously. The prophecy of Ragnarok has been circulating in Asgard for a long time. It is the curse of fate on Asgard. He will always come, but we don't know when this destined death will come back. My grandfather is preparing for Ragnarok, so is my father, and so am I. Then you? Kai asked. I need your help, Kai, Thor said seriously. Asgard will be cursed, but it is not inevitable. Asgard is connected to the earth. If there is still a chance to break the curse, we can only seek help from the earth. What does Odin say? Kai did not agree directly, but asked Odin's opinion. After all, Odin is the one who makes the decision in Asgard, and Odin is an old stubborn man. I didn't tell my father about this, Tony said disappointedly. Odin is getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 1273 First update. Isn't your father always asleep? This is not unusual. Tony had been to Asgard and knew some things. For example, Odin began to fall asleep frequently. After all, he had lived for thousands of years, and it was not unusual for him to be sleepy. No. This is different. Thor didn't care about Tony's disrespect. This bastard was always like this. I can feel that Odin is getting weak. I think this is a sign that Ragnarok is about to begin. Tony stopped talking. After all, he was not an expert in this area. He looked at Kai. Kai was not as indifferent as Tony, because he knew too well how important Odin was to Asgard. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but I saw the great destruction, and my father did not appear in the illusion. You should know how incredible this is. He would not miss such a battle. This is honor. No one can stop the Asgardians from pursuing their own glory except death. So the situation is very clear. Is Odin dead? Tony asked, but he felt that it was nothing. Even if the Asgardians were special, they would also meet their end. This was nothing unusual. Isn't it still you? Although it's a bit rude to say this, haven't you taken over as the king of Asgard? Thor shook his head. There's nothing rude about that. I have indeed been preparing to become king. This is my responsibility. But you still don't understand. I'm not ready yet. What preparation do you need? You have been a prince for more than 2,000 years, and it's much more miserable than that guy named Charles. Aren't you ready for your speech before boarding the plane? Tony couldn't understand why a guy who had been a prince for thousands of years was afraid to ascend the throne at the last minute. Charles would probably be envious to death. No. You don't understand what he means, Tony. The throne of Asgard is different from those kings on Earth. The title is not worth mentioning. What is really important is the power represented by this title. Thor has the legitimacy to inherit the throne, but he doesn't have the power to sit firmly on the throne, Kai explained to Tony. Is there anyone who is against you? Your evil brother is gone. Who will oppose you? I think you are quite popular in Asgard, Thor explained distressedly. The opponents are not my subjects. They are absolutely loyal. The real opponents are outside, my dear friend. Asgard is very special in the universe. In a way, Odin represents Asgard. Among them, let's make an analogy. It's like if you're gone, what kind of predicament will the Stark group fall into? Can you imagine? Kai could only explain this matter in the words that Tony could understand the fastest. Sure enough, Tony understood it quickly. So I understand. Simply put, Thor is not strong enough. When he becomes the king of Asgard, those enemies who were originally intimidated by Odin will immediately come back, and the Ragnarok just mentioned will happen, Odin's beard. You finally understand. Although Thor was a little ashamed, this was indeed what he meant. He couldn't lie with his eyes open, thinking that he could be compared with Odin. Before he was educated, he did arrogantly think that he could be like his father, but the reality made him realize that he thought too much. Especially after losing an eye and breaking an arm. I think this is an omen. Then what do you want us to do? Kai looked at Thor and said. This is indeed a tricky problem. In this troubled time, if Odin falls, the consequences will be unpredictable. No matter how confident Kai is, he understands one thing very well, the Earth needs Asgard. Especially now. I don't know, Thor was like a helpless child. I need help, but I'm not sure what kind of help I need. Tony thought for a while. If we can extend your father's life, can we delay the coming of the prophecy? I don't know. Fate is so unpredictable. No one can confidently think that they can control that damn fate, but it's worth a try, isn't it? Poor Asgard's technology can't do it, the technology of the Earth. I'm not despising it, but Tony was not angry. Things like the level of technology are not something that can be influenced by personal will. It's what it should be. I know, but sometimes, life is always full of surprises. Tony took a small bottle from the intelligent robot and handed it to Thor. In the void of the universe, a very secretive spacecraft smuggled into the realm of Asgard. Unfortunately, no one knew that this was Asgard's territory. This place is extremely remote. Even if someone accidentally passes by, they will only think that this is the empty void that can be seen everywhere in the deep space of the universe. This is it. A high-ranking Chitauri general came to Ebony Maw. General, Ebony Maw quietly looked at the empty space within tens of thousands of light years. After waiting for a long time, the Chitauri general couldn't help asking, General, why do we come here? There is nothing here. Ebony Maw floated in the air, touching his chest with his 10 fingers, looking very graceful, and this grace made his ugly face look much more pleasing to the eye. That's the eye you didn't see, Ebony Maw said with a smile. This is exactly the superiority of Thanos. He has a vision that ordinary people don't have. He can see things that ordinary people can't find. Okay, let's start preparing for the ceremony. We don't have much time. Once the ceremony begins, it will inevitably attract the attention of Asgard. So we must be fast. Yes, although he didn't know what Ebony Maw was going to do, his subordinate still faithfully executed it. Soon, a ceremony was prepared deep in the spaceship. Several witches of Cassistar were ready. Cassistar, an extremely inconspicuous planet in the deep space of the universe. This planet was also visited by Thanos, but the only difference was that Thanos did not make the so-called balance on this planet. There were too few people on this planet. Thanos didn't need to do anything, otherwise they would be extinct. Adhering to the concept of balance, Thanos not only did not destroy them, but also helped them mercifully. The galaxy where Casa is located is very strange. It has 2 stars. Logically speaking, the planets in this galaxy do not have the necessary conditions for the birth of life. But there is always no lack of miracles in the universe. Casa is a satellite of 2 giant planets. It is in the shadow of the 2 planets and is always in the dark side. Logically speaking, such a planet would definitely be cold and silent. But the other satellites of the 2 giant planets brought it light. Well, you can see 7 moons on Sakar. Although it is always in the eternal night, since Sakar is not too far from the 2 stars, although it is cold, it is not to the point where life cannot bear it. It was also under such circumstances that life and civilization were born on Sakar. Originally, if this trend continued, it might not be impossible for an interstellar civilization to develop here. But the problem was the 2 stars. Stars can emit electromagnetic storms, which is nothing. The sun often erupts solar storms, and the planet's magnetic field can solve this problem. Sakar not only has a magnetic field and an atmosphere, but also has 2 huge planets to protect them from wind and rain. So for billions of years, Sakar has been safe and sound. As a result, this time, It was unlucky. Two stars erupted solar storms at the same time, and they were apocalyptic. The huge gravity of the two stars caused the disorder of the electromagnetic storms, and the gravitational effect of the two huge planets caused Sakur to suffer the strongest disaster since its birth. The cosmic storm swept the whole world. That day, the aurora illuminated the entire planet, and endless cosmic radiation broke through the protection of gravity and swept across the entire Sakur. The end of the world has come. Sakur, which originally had hundreds of millions of people, ushered in a mass extinction in an instant. If it was just a population loss, it would be fine, but the key is the mass extinction of organisms, which caused the entire planet to become a huge dead land. The remaining people should have died silently in despair. But Thanos came. He saved them. He sent the people of the Dark Order to rebuild the planet's ecology, so that the dead planet began to have a primary ecological chain. Although it is still a long way to recovery, hope has come. So the people in Sakur are all loyal to Thanos and regard him as a god. In fact, such things happen in many places, but no one knows about it. After all, most of the planets that are worth saving by Thanos are about to die, and they are not valued at all in the universe. So no one knows. Let's talk about Sakur. After Sakur was swept by cosmic rays, it not only brought destruction but also brought new life. Those Sakur people who participated in it all gained extraordinary powers. They gained the ability to control cosmic energy. Among them, the women on Sakur are particularly prominent. These women are called witches of the order, and they are a very powerful force under Thanos. Anything about the mysterious side will be handed over to the witches. When Ebony Maw walked into the ceremony, the witches were ready. They wore black, smooth, silk-like ritual costumes. They also look very strange. They had dark purple skin and their faces look very similar to humans. If you look closely, you will find them very beautiful. But from the nose upwards, they had no eyes. After all, they were born on a planet of eternal night, and eyes were not a must. Instead, there was a huge bone plate, which was very large and covered their heads like a helmet. Let's start with the order from Ebony Maw. The witches immediately began to chant. In fact, this kind of chanting is not necessary. The form is greater than the reality. But there is no way. This is the witch, and their religious atmosphere is very strong. Sometimes, their piety to Thanos makes even Ebony Maw feel ashamed. Even though they know that Thanos' ultimate goal is to destroy half of the life in the universe, and this half will also include them. But they still enjoy it, and fanatically look forward to the arrival of the final redemption. Of course, such people are not uncommon in the dark cult. Basically, most of those who can join the dark cult are well prepared. After all, it's all random, either dead or alive. If you die, forget it. If you live, you'll make a profit. Otherwise, how can we say that Thanos is a super terrorist in the universe? This guy's ability to bewitch people is incomprehensible. He can still recruit subordinates. This thing is much more terrible than pyramid selling. By the way, Thanos himself is no exception. He will also be in the randomness. A mysterious man. As the chanting ended, the cosmic energy outside the spaceship began to gather. Then a huge distorted space was opened in the void. And on the opposite side of the void, a world filled with the smell of death appeared. Ebony Maw did not hesitate and let the spaceship rush in. At the same time, Heimdall on the Rainbow Bridge noticed the anomaly here at the first time. Then Heimdall's face changed immediately. He quickly rushed to the control center of the Rainbow Bridge and inserted the sword belt steel into the console. Boom! The Rainbow Bridge was immediately activated, and a huge energy broke through the space constraints and appeared in front of Ebony Maw and others. Quick! Ebony Maw ordered immediately. The subordinates immediately activated the warp and disappeared directly on the spot. And the open hole was restored in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Oh no! Heimdall looked at the empty void and felt that he was in big trouble. The strangeness of the Rainbow Bridge could not be hidden from the Asgardians. Unless they were blind, they would not be unaware of such a big movement. As the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall has the authority to activate the Rainbow Bridge, or in other words, in the entire Asgard, only the royal family has such authority except him. There are only a few people in the royal family who would use the Rainbow Bridge for no reason. The Rainbow Bridge would not cause any movement if it teleported a person. Only when the Rainbow Bridge launched an attack would all the Asgardians feel it. This is a signal of war. Everyone knows who Heimdall is. He is the most loyal person in the whole of Asgard. He will not play the wolf. So when the war horn could not be sounded, The whole Asgard moved. Countless soldiers rushed home. It was not to escape, but to organize weapons and equipment, arrange related matters, and then countless fully armed men and women ran out of their homes and headed towards the nearest gathering point. The soldiers and guards on duty also quickly entered their roles. Some soldiers began to train and assemble, some immediately ran to their defensive posts, and some boarded the dragon-headed ship and set sail. Asgard is alive. Countless war cries rang out, and the entire Asgard entered war mode. Odin also appeared from the palace. He rode his divine horse Sleipnir and ran towards the outside of the divine domain. Odin, countless people cheered for Odin. Just like they did countless times. Cheered for Odin's expedition, and then Odin brought back victory as usual. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1274 Hela and Odin. What's going on? Heimdall. Where are the enemies? When Odin and his guards arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall was already waiting for Odin with his sword in his hand. Please follow me, Odin, Heimdall said respectfully in a low voice. Odin looked at Heimdall, then dismounted and followed Heimdall into the center of the Rainbow Bridge. Someone opened Helheim. Odin immediately understood why Heimdall would report alone. This name has not appeared in Asgard for a long, long time. Many people know about Helheim, but where it is and what it is like, no Asgardian can accurately describe it. The documents of Asgard only record that it is a place full of death and dead souls, without life or light. It is a dead world. She didn't come out. Heimdall knew what Odin wanted to ask. Is that so? Odin's feelings for Hela are very complicated. He is a bad father, always has been. A long time ago, in order to defeat Surtur, Bauer sent his 3 sons, Willi, Frey and Odin, to Muspelheim to steal the eternal flame in order to weaken Surtur's strength. But in the process, they were discovered. The 3 fled all the way, but they could not get rid of Surtur's pursuit. In the end, the elder brothers Willi and Frey sacrificed their lives and gave their power to Odin, which suddenly increased Odin's power. In the end, he successfully repelled Surtur and took away the eternal flame. This had a great impact on Odin. He first saw the importance of power. After Bauer died, Odin became the king of Asgard at a very young age. Out of vigilance against a prophecy and out of his own ambition, Odin began to fight everywhere. And began to train his eldest daughter Hela. Hela is very talented, more talented than Odin. Odin was very happy about this. He once thought that he would train the strongest king for Asgard, so he was extremely strict in educating Hela since childhood. Odin has always been worried about his brother's death. He believes that strength is the foundation for a person to gain a foothold in the world, so he has no tenderness towards Hela. His requirements for her are to be a soldier and a general. He has never been a daughter. Hela did a good job. She perfectly achieved what Odin expected and became a perfect general. She is cold and ruthless. She takes war as her career and conquers for fun. The perfect executioner. By the way, Hela is not the child of Odin and his current wife Frigga, but the child of Odin and a witch. Of course, this does not affect Hela's inheritance rights. In short, Hela is a perfect weapon. Half of the evils that Odin has done were done by Hela. As the conquest war of the 9 realms progressed, Odin felt more and more that his daughter had begun to deviate from his expectations. Her behavior became more and more excessive. The underworld of Helheim was not actually a world of death, at least not before Hela came. Hela led her army to slaughter the world. This made Odin very angry. He conquered the 9 realms to rule, not to get a broken world. But Hela has been completely lost in the killing, and firmly believes that she is just following Odin's teachings. The two quarreled many times. And the news of killing all the underworld of Helheim broke out, and the 9 realms, which had been stable, were in turmoil again. No one wants to be ruled by such a tyrant. So the residents of the 9 realms, led by the Vanir, began to resist, and also kicked off a long war between Asgard and Vanaheim. Of course, this is also related to Odin's growing ambition. The Vanir did not like war, so in the face of Odin's request for surrender, the Vanir did not resist. Originally, their relationship was very close, and everyone was familiar with each other. Vanaheim has always been following Asgard's lead. Surrender is just a name, so there is no resistance. But Odin wants more. He wants to completely absorb the Vanir and let it merge into Asgard. This is unbearable. Coupled with a series of atrocities committed by Hela and Odin, the Vanir decisively rebelled. The long war made both of them exhausted. The Asgardians did not support the war against Vanaheim, and many people were dissatisfied with Hela's massacre of the residents of the Nine Realms. Seeing that Asgard did not become stronger because of the war, but had more and more enemies, Odin finally woke up. He found that war could not solve all problems. At least ruling could not rely on war and killing. So he began to make peace with the Vanir. But this angered Hela. After all, this almost completely negated everything they had done before. This caused Odin and Hela to quarrel more and more. Vanaheim didn't want to fight anymore. Odin now recognized their independence, so they naturally didn't want to continue. So the two sides proposed the marriage. At that time, there were only two people in the Asgard royal family, Odin and Hela. Anyway, no one on the Vanir side would be willing to marry Hela, a madman. So there was a marriage between Odin and Frigga. But this did not meet Hela's expectations. What she wanted was a complete conquest, not this kind of marriage like a child playing house. So she insisted on launching a war. Odin tried his best to stop it. This completely disappointed Hela. Odin had spent his whole life teaching Hela that strength was everything, and taught her to be ruthless and murderous. But now Odin himself had become weak. So Hela decided that Odin was old, so she decided to get things back on track. She decided to stage a coup and overthrow Odin. What she didn't know was that her coup completely put her on the opposite side of everyone. The Asgardians were not afraid of war, but the war with the Vanir was meaningless. So the Asgardians did not agree to go to war, not to mention that she was planning a coup. The Vanir and other residents of the Nine Realms had long had enough of Hela. Odin could only suppress Hela. The result was, more people died. Asgard's most elite troops, the Valkyries, all died in battle. Even the organization was forced to be cancelled. This was just the loss of the Asgardians, not to mention the other countries in the Nine Realms. Now Odin couldn't hold it back at all. Even if he didn't want to, he had to punish Hela. Otherwise, he couldn't convince the public at all. There were too many casualties, and even Odin couldn't suppress such hatred. So when Hela was defeated, Odin could only deprive her of her divine power and banish her to seal her away. Until now, Odin has learned his lesson. Although he is still not a good father, at least he didn't let Thor and Loki become like Hela, a madman who only knows how to kill. Chapter 1275 First update. Do you know who opened the underworld? Odin retracted his thoughts. No matter how much he said now, he could not change the mistakes he had made in the past. In addition, he did not expect Hela to repent and have a recognition ceremony with him. So he still had to focus on the present. I'm sorry, after I realized that the seal of the underworld was opened, it was too late. They were very careful. Heimdall was indeed careless, but it was not his fault. Heimdall's underworld was hidden very well. For thousands of years, no one had noticed where the underworld was. No matter how powerful Heimdall was, he was only one person, and there were too many places he needed to monitor, and he could not manage them all. Odin did not speak, but just stood at the control center of the Rainbow Bridge and looked at the location of the underworld. After a long while, Odin said, "Where is Thor?" On Earth, the whereabouts of the eldest prince have always been Heimdall's top priority. Do you need me to call him back? Not for the time being. Odin shook his head. Thor had been undergoing hard training during this period, and Odin still allowed him to relax occasionally. Let everyone disperse, but the defense level must be improved. The past sins are coming back. Heimdall nodded and turned to leave. Odin was left alone there, quietly looking in the direction of the underworld. In the underworld. This is a dead world. Everything is only black and white. The dim sky seems to be covered with thick ashes. The ground is full of burnt marks. Countless debris gradually turned into gravel in the wind, but the next second, those debris magically reappeared. Looking down from the air, you will find that the whole earth is a huge morgue. Countless white bones are piled up layer by layer, forming plains, hills and mountains. There is no vegetation on the ground, nor rivers, lakes and oceans. Countless spike-like black rocks extend from the bones, like a sharp sword, straight into the sky. The howling wind blows through the rocks, leaving a shrill sound, as if the whole world is crying. "General, where's this place?" The Chitauri commander swallowed his saliva and asked with a bit of fear. "Hell," Ebony Maw said. "Then let's find the mistress of this hell." Before he finished speaking, several sharp swords suddenly shot out from the ground full of corpses. It's hard to imagine that a cold weapon can be shot thousands of meters high. The power of the sword is very strong. Even if there is an energy shield on the spacecraft, it is still violently shaken by the sword. It seems that we have been discovered. Ebony Maw looked at the sword and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. If this thing pierces a person, land. If you don't want to be used as a target, following Ebony Maw's order, the spacecraft began to descend rapidly. And those swords stopped attacking. Soon, according to the trajectory of the swords, the spacecraft arrived at a valley. There were corpses everywhere on both sides of the valley, and the corpse of a monster as huge as a mountain was particularly conspicuous. In the direction of the monster's skull, a huge black lake suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The lake is big, but also small. It is hidden among countless corpses and is not noticeable at all. The place where the spacecraft landed is a cold lake beach. Below the steep lake shore are strange and sharp reefs. The booming waves hit the reefs under the coast from time to time, making a deafening sound. There is nothing around except dark and rough gravel, but in the depths of the thick fog, there is a big tree that seems to have died standing next to a big rock. If the big rock is replaced with a wooden shabby hut or an ancient castle, this is the best horror movie shooting scene. Ebony Maw took everyone on the spacecraft out of the spacecraft. There is no point in keeping people on the spacecraft. If the owner here does not want people to leave, no one can leave. It's really interesting. A group of living people dare to walk in here. Ebony Maw and his group have not had time to adapt to the atmosphere. There is nothing here except loneliness, despair, and roars. So when he heard someone talking, even Ebony Maw, who was prepared in advance, was startled. Aliens also watch horror movies. Everyone then discovered that under the dark, burnt tree, stood a woman with disheveled hair and a black robe. This woman appeared there very abruptly. Those who could follow Ebony Maw here were not ordinary people, but no one could tell when and how the woman appeared there. Ebony Maw quickly restrained his emotions, saluted very humbly and said, "Great goddess of death, I bring my master's respect." "Your master? Who is it?" "Odin." The woman in front of him was obviously a little curious about these weird guys. In fact, a person who has been in prison for thousands of years would feel curious even if he saw a cockroach, let alone these living people. Otherwise, these guys would have been shot down just now. "No. My master's name is Thanos. Odin is not my master, on the contrary, he's our enemy." "Oh," the woman felt very curious. "Your master dared to fight Odin." Before the woman was imprisoned here, Odin's reputation spread throughout the universe. No one dared to face this conqueror. But the interesting thing is that the woman didn't seem to want to listen to Ebony Maw's answer. It seems that Odin is really old, she came to the conclusion. After all, in her opinion, if Odin was still in his prime, no one would dare to come to her. "It seems that you want to let me out, right?" Ebony Maw prepared a lot of words, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. "That's right, but since it's like this, he doesn't need to hide it. Anyway, Thanos' subordinates don't care about this." "Then let's get started." The woman had almost no hesitation. Ebony Maw was a little uncomfortable, it was too smooth. There was almost no difficulty. "Even if you arrogantly embarrass me, it's okay. This makes me feel no sense of accomplishment. Don't you ask why we are helping you, why else? Isn't it just to deal with Odin?" The woman didn't think it was strange at all. Are you willing?" The woman looked at Ebony Maw as if she were an idiot. "If Odin locked you up in this hellhole, would you refuse to be his enemy? Hurry up." "I can't wait," the woman said at the end, exuding a crazy aura. Ebony Maw smacked his lips, waved his hand, and asked the witches to start preparing. This is done. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.